Somebody told me when he was 3.
Okay. Someone told me in 94.
Yeah. So I was romantically involved with, but a girl who he was horrible to. And I never liked him after that as a person.
That makes sense. I had heard from people on the set of news radio that he drugged girls.
Oh, well, here's the thing.
It was like one of those weird things you heard. It was like, what does he do? He drug girls? Bill Cosby? Bill Cosby, Bill Cosby. We're talking about the same guy?
Right.
It's not like Steve McQueen, get confused.
Right.
No,
I mean,
American Dad.
And you have to wonder why a guy who could get laid, even as a married man, that's obviously a sick kinky. But I also know a guy who was a promoter and told incredibly ridiculous stories about things that Bill Cosby did that were not sexual, but just informed me that what his kink is, it is part of a much larger sickness about control and making people do weird things because he can.
Let me tell you what I heard. You tell me what you heard. I heard he makes people watch him eat curry. He would make the whole staff come into his dressing room and watch him eat.
I hadn't heard that exactly, but it's exactly in line with what I heard, that he would do things like make you, what was one of them? Like he would order food and then he would say, scoop out the doughy part of the hamburger bun after you wash your hands and put it back on the hamburger.
I want to say,
or what's he asked?
Oh, I called Adobe because I had an Adobe website and I wanted to do that, and they said it's not an option. I was pissed off about it because I asked them.
Send it to him. Yeah, just
like
crazy shit. That again speaks to a pathology that's larger than what we know about him sexually. That fits as a subcategory under that, because to need to have the woman be unconscious, that's a weird thing. I can't get into. I don't know. There's certain things I can't even imagine why someone would find it attractive to be with a child. I can't understand why that would be appealing to you. I can't understand this. A lot of things I can't understand.
I worked at a casino, and he made the security guard tuck him into bed and shut the lights off. He was like, I'm going to lie on the bed. I want you to tuck me in. Shut the lights off. He had like a whole routine that he wanted them to follow, and he wanted them to tuck him into bed. Yeah. Well, I had a friend who had an interesting take on it, and he said there is something that happens to some famous people, particularly famous people who were famous a long time ago, where they feel like they are better than other people, that there is a giant gap between them and other people, and they feel like they can do things to people. And I
don't think that's uncommon.
But his pathology.
But most people try to hide that. They try to hide that feeling. They try to present, it's called acting. That's why when they're in front of the camera, they're so charming. But we know that behind the scenes, they're not. But he seemed to wear it on his sleeve.
Well, sort of sometimes, right? But the other thing that he was doing in public was he was trying to chastise other comics for using bad words, and he had a lot of weird control issues with that as well. But my friend's take on it was that he thinks that there are people that they get to this position where they think that they're owed things, and he thought about that sexually too. He said he probably felt like he was just so above those women that he didn't even want to negotiate with them. He just drugged them and fucked them because he's Bill Cosby and they should be happy. It's crazy.
The human mind is the bottom of the ocean. It's mostly unexplored, a giant mystery.
Well, especially that kind of scenario. I mean, how many human beings have ever experienced what he's experienced? He's been famous since the 1950s.
Right.
He was an American icon, rich beyond imagination, groundbreaker, and a legitimate world-class stand-up comic who toured the whole world, created this Cosby Show that was a groundbreaking television show.
Oh, yeah.
So many factors. And then on top of that, a psychotic pervert and a creep and drugging women. I mean, on top of that, who knows what other fucking
If
shit.
you put in
Probably not
hashtag
just
ViralRabbi
that.
and filter by
You know, when someone's that
Right.
fucked up, it's probably not just that. You might find like 30 dead cats in his backyard. Who knows what the fucking guy's into?
Well,
Hashtag ViralRabbi on YouTube and filter by live. And you should
was
see
drugging
these
people with
5
animal
different streams.
tranquilizer. He had a vet's license or something. And that's how he was.
You're not
because
filtering.
people were like,
You're not
how did he
filtering by
get
live.
the stuff that he was using
Oh,
for
right.
the knockout pills? Would it offend you if I put my feet?
No, not at all. Why would it
It
offend
is
you?
a man. It's a man cave. I know. I'm
Love
not
it,
asking
buddy.
you.
Relax.
Your
I want you to
pleasure.
feel good. I put my feet up here all the time.
Oh, great.
You got some loafers
Now
on
I can
purpose.
go on.
Those are your choice. You wore those
I
today.
didn't even think about it. See, that's why I'm saying I'm glad I did this
Yeah,
because I don't have to think about
on a
I
mobile device
wonder
that
what I'm
doesn't
going
show.
to wear and
Yeah.
is Johnny going to like me?
It
Oh
has to be
boy.
on
Did you do the
the
night show with
desktop.
Johnny?
30 times.
Holy shit.
1982 to
It's a huge.
1992.
It's a
Wow.
Well, I
30
understand that.
times.
Yes,
It's
which
huge
just shows you
issue with
that show.
the YouTube app. How stupid are
And
they?
when I
If they don't have live as one of their filters.
do it, there was such a proliferation of comics. You could do that show 30 times, and that didn't make me famous. I mean, it elevated me
understand.
to a degree, it legitimized you in show business. But
That's
at
part of
one
life.
point, just doing the Tonight Show once made you a star.
That's the matter.
But
You're like,
part of what your story is
like,
about.
of course I
was
need an app.
the
But if
comics
I had app money,
frustration that
I'd buy a
came along at
billboard and
time
this would be
when
over.
It wasn't that unique a thing anymore. There was too many comics. You couldn't swing a dead cat without hitting a comic. So I
I'm
have
telling you
in
right
my
now.
Sirius
I'm telling you right
XM
now. I've launched. Have you ever launched an app on the App
radio,
Store, or Google Play?
in the car.
Yeah, it's $100,000.
Comic station.
It's $100,000 if you're looking to do it correctly.
I love them. I would listen. I'd bring up
Right.
and see
I mean, even
somebody's
the,
name. I've never
like,
heard of this comic.
I know that. Like,
I'll never
just-
see it
just-
again. They're doing, they play 4 or 5 minutes of their routine. It's very professional. It's funny. I'm laughing. And who is this person? Just it seemed like an innumerable supply of very competent stand-ups who have funny bits about the ketchup bottle, and I don't know any of them. And I guess they have
have you ever
following.
heard of the Dead
Are
End?
you out? Do you go to the clubs though?
Club? Fuck no.
That's the thing.
club since
Yeah,
I
so
could
it's
go
a
back to
theory.
high school. No.
I go to high school every
Dead
day.
End
You
in the
do?
theory.
Yeah, I work
It's
with
like you need to
Well,
search the
Leno,
internet now
lots
since
of
it's almost
shit.
entirely
So
bot
that's right. I
activity
don't get it.
and automatically
Why-
generated
why do you-
content,
why do you do that?
marginalizing.
First of all, because my friends are there. I like going there and talking to the other comics that are there all the time. And I like to do it because it keeps me sharp. I do that lineup at the store. There's 13 other comics on the list.
But I work
It's
the road.
awesome.
I
that they had fraudulent services.
yeah, but I'm saying, but that's how I keep sharp as or as sharp as I can be. Is, well, also, I gave up on memorization years ago. First of all, with all the pot smoke, it just wasn't going to happen. I've used what I call the poor man's teleprompter for, it's got to be 20 years, which is I have a music stand on stage, and then I have my notebook, which has my bullet points. And I don't think the audience even notices it after every 5 minutes, I'm very discreetly moving the page. But that way, I don't have to memorize anything. When I get home from the gig, I go through it, I redo it in the computer, print it out, and it's just been the greatest thing because I can get to exactly what I want to say. I hate comics who stand up there and go, "What else? What else?" It's like, fuck that. You should know what else. Never hear me say what else to it. I know what else, and I'm going to tell you. I'm going to try to condense it. I'm going to give you the best show I can for 90 minutes, and then leave.
Look, I mean, you certainly can do it that way.
Yeah, we all have our own way.
Yeah, everybody's got their own way of doing it.
Yeah, we are.
I like to be around a lot of other comics, like a large number of very good comics all the time. I think you feed off each other. Like I'm on the road all the time. When I'm on the road, I'm with my friends. I go and tour with other very funny comics. But when I'm in town, I just like to be around as many as I can.
You should do my Hawaii gig one year. I have a steady.
Do
Well, I ran into Natasha and
Oh,
Moshe.
she did it last year.
Yeah, I ran into them at Maui. I was like, "What are you guys doing?" They're like, "Oh, we're working with Bill." I'm like, "Oh,
In Maui?
yes."
You were there?
Yes, I was there with my family. We were just vacationing.
Next year is the 10th.
It's like It was like New Year's, right?
Yes, I
Yes.
started this 10 years ago. Nobody would book it. They all said Hawaii's a dead market.
Based on how you
And I
sound,
found this
it's a
promoter
great idea.
who was okay. I'll try it, and it worked. Of course, Honolulu's a big city. They're
It's more
smart.
than 1 million people there.
Yes, and
Yeah.
Maui. So we do Maui on December 30th, and we do New
Honolulu.
Year's Eve in
Year's.
Honolulu.
Oh.
And there's always surprises. And this year, Sarah Silverman did it, and Bobby Slayton, and we have sometimes some very well-known musicians who join us. Woody Harrelson, that's also in Maui, and plays with us a little bit.
Steven Tyler's in Maui too.
Yes, I saw him there one year. But maybe you'd consider slumming, and it's a great, fun trip, and you're with comics. And
I've never performed in Hawaii. Every time I go there, it's just to chill.
well, I'm gonna hit you up on that.
Okay. I stopped doing New Year's Eve shows on my own.
That's the great thing about it. I always hated New Year's Eve. What a shit day. And the show's at 8 o'clock. So
Oh, okay.
we
So it's just a show. It's a regular show. So
right
you don't
to
have to
regular right no exactly to regular show 8 to 10 or maybe a little after 10. We always tradition the old Charlie Chaplin. Smile though your heart is aching. You know that one?
Sure.
You have to learn it. And
Jesus, what a weird gig.
And well, it's New Year's Eve. You got to do something as you send them off.
Right.
It's only an hour and a half left in the new year, the old year, and I feel like that was the appropriate song because it was a song written by a comedian, Charlie Chaplin. It's 100 years old. It was a hit in the 50s for Nat King Cole. Michael Jackson redid it in the 90s when he was on trial for child molestation. Chose to do a song by Charlie Chaplin, the most famous child molester. So that was Michael's way of.
Charlie Chaplin was a child molester?
Well, Charlie Chaplin, but I think back then they didn't call it that. But yes, he married.
No, anything.
Yes, he married like. It was like Jerry Lee Lewis. He was like with 14-year-olds.
Really?
Charlie Chaplin. Yes, I don't think I'm talking out of school about Charlie Chaplin. Can you conjure something up there on your magic light box, Jamie, and see if
What is
that?
it
What do we?
called?
The audience
just didn't know.
The audience says child molester. Yes, Charlie Chaplin, famous for that, and
Wow.
back then I don't think they got you for it, but
Ford
What do they
yacht club.
What was
Or
the
Ford
legal age
Ford
back then?
yacht club.
possibly not.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Right.
It also came out with a
No,
trick one.
I don't know if they even had such a concept. I mean, we're talking about an era before women. They weren't letting women vote in teams. Women didn't vote till 1920. I don't know if there were child labor laws.
Am
I just don't
am I
know.
correct when I
Oh,
say
Priscilla
that
Presley,
Ford
wasn't
is
she like
before you
14
said
or
I got
correct?
see on
Yeah.
Twitter
And
over
that was
So Elvis was a child
$50,000?
molester too. And that was the 50s,
Oh my
right?
god.
Right,
It's
and
ridiculous.
he went into the army in '58. So that's when he met her in Germany. Her father was a colonel, and she was 14. And of course, he was 25 and a giant rock star. And he says to the colonel,
Someone I
"Would you
know
mind
is
if I
$1
took your
back in
14-year-old
that
daughter back to America? She can live with me at Graceland, and it'll all be good." And the guy says, "Enjoy."
What the fuck was wrong
I'm
with
just
people back
saying
then? Those are different human beings. It's
Exactly.
not just
Oh,
100
absolutely.
years ago.
No, we're so different. Just
Yeah.
our. I mean,
What's
I'm
a
a little
portal pass?
16-year-old Harris met actor Charlie Chaplin. 16 is not as
That's not even. I don't
14.
think the worst one.
It's a famous one. So, is there like a Charlie Chaplin pervert or child molester?
Yes, there definitely is.
Yeah.
But yes,
16 is
people
fairly young,
were
but
just.
people died young back
Right,
then.
Serena.
I was thinking recently, people were just rougher.
Yeah.
I mean, you and I think, walk the same path very often, talking about I think, are progressives, but we have short patience with some of the fragile,
Yes.
woke bullshit.
Yes.
Okay. And some of that is just the way you're brought up. I think kids are coddled. I think they're indulged, and that's the reason why they freak out over microaggressions and stuff. And some of that is just, I was telling some of this story, not apropos of this, just talking about something else, but it just reminded me that here I'm a kid who had, I think, a normal middle class upbringing. I consider it an idyllic time. I consider it an innocence you couldn't buy today. I mean, first of all, I grew up in New Jersey in the 60s. There was no racial issues because there was only one race in town. That's just the way it was. I'm not saying that's good. It wasn't, but that's so there weren't racial issues. There weren't drug issues. I didn't try pot in high school. And maybe there was a rumor that a few kids were doing it, but that wasn't even a thing. There wasn't even any like divorce. It was really the land that time forgot. You know, it was Leave It to Beaver land. And I was telling someone this time, my father, who grew up in the Depression, cheap. I love him dearly, but I don't think that's the wrong word. And sent us to an army friend of his as the dentist. And this is 1964. I was 8, and did not use Novocaine. And I remember vividly, I had like 8 cavities that had to be filled. He said, "If it hurts, raise your hand." Mr. Drill went into me. I'm like, okay. So they're drilling into me, and then I'm riding home up this big hill. It was cold on my bike with the tears freezing my cheek. So get to the dentist yourself. First of all, they wouldn't do that today. They don't let kids just be on their own. Like, get your ass to the dentist on your bike.
I think you were
Get home after they drill into you with no Novocaine.
It was like a dead
And I'm
silent
saying,
space.
I wasn't raised by bad people.
It was
No,
user
people
mod
were
space,
just
but he
rougher.
wasn't even
Yeah.
It was just a rougher time. And I wouldn't recommend these things exactly necessarily,
wasn't
although
even
getting
there.
someplace on your own I don't think is the worst thing in the world.
Oh,
But a little more of that.
Have you ever had Jonathan
but it
on
was
your
just like
show?
everyone was dead silent.
His book, The Coddling of the American
Yeah.
I mean,
Mom,
there was a
is
little
exactly
bit
about
of
that.
discussion,
And
but
he
it was
believes that you should let your kids
Okay.
roam around
How'd you
and
meet
let them find their way home.
On
There
Twitter
is a
Spaces?
movement for that.
Yeah.
That's how I was raised. I
How'd you
I
meet
was
user
raised
mod
in
on
came
Twitter
home
Spaces?
from school, fly into the house, change into my play clothes, fly out the door.
You know what
My
those
mother
are called?
never said, "Where are you going? What are you doing?"
Those are called the
And,
knots.
We're gone.
They're also called the
Yeah.
odds.
And again,
And
in
knots,
Leave It
but
to
it's like
Beaver
they don't have a
Town,
name.
there was a 6
I've
o'clock
heard that. It's
whistle.
like a British expression.
Really?
Yeah, at the firehouse,
No.
the whistle went off,
Time for dinner?
and then you and then you got your ass home when you heard the whistle. We didn't have watches or phones or.
I don't want to compare.
Heroin.
It's a different world for sure between the way we grew up and the way they're. Don't know what's better.
I
don't know which one's better. There's certainly a
Wow.
lot of whiny crime. Also, a thing today where
It was like very
we're
plain. Almost
giving
like
them access to information way quicker.
the
So
hell
there's
is
got to be, and this is not something that's been
City
studied,
Code
right?
did
Like
something.
what happens to a
that.
young
But not- it
mind
was-
when it has access
It
to
was
almost
like-
anything as soon as you get a phone. You're giving 12-year-olds,
They
13-year-olds
used
phones,
to have it. They
and
used
then
to
they
have
have access to
website.
everything in the
I don't
world,
anyone who goes to
everything,
that shit anymore.
porn instantly.
Which talking to a libertine,
I agree.
but
But it's like, when's
do
the
not
last time you
think
got a
porn is
telephone
benign.
book?
I
What?
do not. It is not benign. Not the
Oh,
way it
yeah,
is now on the
definitely coming
computer. I mean,
Napster
it's
will be
rapey.
You know
It's
what'll be big is
What sites are you going to?
Blockbuster started its
any
website.
site.
I'm not getting the rapey part, but I think it's
Well,
not
it's-
and I don't
benign
know
Oh,
that-
because
please! It's not. It's domineering. Yes, it's a lot of things that I am not interested in, even in my fantasies.
There
I'm
is
doing
still
a bit about that
one
in my life,
Blockbuster
special. Like
that
even in my
is like a
fantasies,
Swiss
I
section,
don't want to
Bend
choke
Over.
anybody. I don't want to come on your face. I mean, come on, coming on your face. That's not
Oh, is it?
rapey or domineering, or I mean, I find that off-putting and
when I
gross.
was in college,
That
this
doesn't
is how old I
move
am.
me. And
I
another
took
thing I
a
don't get.
girl whose
But that's
dad
half
was an
of what
executive at
Pornhub is.
Well, I think what half of it is now is a lot of stepsister
like
stuff.
when you tell
It's
people
like
like
stepfather,
Blockbuster,
stepsister,
like
stepbrother.
Netflix and
These people are trying to be naughty, and there's nothing naughty left.
It's like they
It's
don't
like
even know
the
what it
idea
is.
of
But,
porn originally was like, I can't believe these people are having sex. Like, go back and watch porn from the 80s.
So
They're just having sex.
ass fucking.
make it a
choking,
Blockbuster.
come on your face,
That was-
spitting.
That was
Yeah, it's gross, and it's and
Absolutely, it's great.
so I'm not surprised that kids have
Oh man, when I was a
mental.
kid, like the
Fucking
Blockbuster,
sex.
and
Yes,
games,
man. I mean, what's a first date, first
my
real
God.
date like? When you saw, a team of Japanese businessmen come on some schoolgirl's face when you were 10.
Oh, you saw that one? The bus?
Well,
That was
at the
around
time when I
I
took
think
this
it was
girl
a
out,
flight attendant. I don't think
she
it was
had
a
this
school girl.
card
Yeah.
that she could go to any Blockbuster and get anything.
There was a squid.
Yeah. Oh, there's always squids. They're into octopuses, tentacles and shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not necessarily
And I love
benign,
those.
but neither is
Once this gets
alcohol.
big and I get,
Right, I'm
I
not saying
get like
it's
a lot of
alcohol
behavior.
Yeah, but I mean, if I was
my
a
friends are
parent,
gonna have like Starbucks
Yeah,
cards
it's
every
an
time you
issue.
go to
keep it
Starbucks.
away from kids.
Oh,
There's also an issue that you don't tell kids
They're
about
gonna
it,
be
so they don't.
just
They
everything.
find out from other kids. There's no discussion of what it is. There's no like real, no one in the right mind would ever sit down and watch porn with their son and say, "This is what I want you to avoid. Like this is why I want you to avoid this."
Right.
But it's probably not the worst idea. I mean, look, there comes a legality issue. Like, I don't even think it's legal to watch porn with a 13-year-old kid. But if you have a son and he's 13 and you know he's going to be exposed to these things, you almost have a responsibility to talk him through it and just give him some understanding of what is the landscape.
Oh, this is the
Here's a
secret.
big one. Why is girls doing this? Okay.
You want
Here's
to?
something that people don't
never
like to
get a
admit that
fucking
enjoy
ticket.
porn. The vast
I
majority of them
forget.
have been
Well, I
molested.
shouldn't say I
The
forget.
vast
It was
majority.
$10,000. I think it's
Porn
$25,000 now.
actors.
But if you ever see
actors.
really high-end cars, they've got an
There's some study
$11.99.
they did on
license
girls
plate.
who get into
And
porn, who get
You have
abused,
it's a foundation
mentally
for
abused, and physically abused. It was
ship
overwhelming.
officers of California highway patrol
Obviously, it's just
officers
anecdotal.
who
It's based
died
on
in the line
one
of duty.
group of
It's a
people that they,
scholarship.
I don't know if
It's
it's
not
the
surprising.
largest. Not surprising at all.
No.
Well, so you pay like
So they're
$25,000,
searching for acceptance, and they're willing to do
then you
something
don't get
that's
pulled-
way
and then
outside
you
the
don't
norm.
get
I'm
pulled
sure
over
there's just
anymore.
some girls are just really promiscuous. They're into sex. There's nothing wrong with them. They just love it and they love performing. But I think there's less of them than there are of the girls who were probably abused. And maybe they turn a negative into a positive. I'm not saying they shouldn't do it. I'm
So
not
they're
casting
different.
any judgment, but
They
I
have,
am
like,
saying that
lifetime membership.
you should understand what this thing is. Like why, how come some people like to fuck on camera and everybody else is afraid that you to see their genitals?
the
I
one with
don't
the
know
license
about the
plate.
watching
The one with the license plate.
porn with your
Let the registration
son Joe, but
Yeah, I wouldn't suggest it either. I'm just saying.
I'm kidding. But what I
Yeah,
would
the license plate frame.
tell a kid,
That's
especially a boy,
that's the key. And here's the thing.
is
I was gonna
son,
buy one. Like I
What
had
you're
a
seeing
Honda
in
Accord,
porn,
like one of those kind
don't
of cars.
think that women
And I wouldn't
really
think
like
that
that.
you would normally put that on one
Because
of
they
them,
don't.
so it would throw you off. It'd be
They
like,
don't
this isn't
wanna
a
have
Porsche, this isn't a
somebody
Beamer,
come on their face.
or a
Someone
Lambo or
must.
something like.
We were
Of
talking.
course,
So-
someone likes anything. That's
Like,
one of the
but,
bad things about
anyway,
the
what
internet
happens
is that you could, in
they
the
see
old
that,
days,
they
if you
don't
were some
generally
sort
pull
of
you over.
weirdo
But if
pervert,
they
you
do,
thought
if
the
like,
world was
they know
better
how
because
to
you
look
thought
at
that
the
you were
secret
completely
too.
alone in the world.
It's like a certain
Now,
way.
whatever
And there's a
your
little
kink
checker
is,
on it.
you
You
could
can
put it
tell
on
if
the
it's
internet.
not
You
by
could,
that. But
right?
anyway,
You know, I
get yourself
want a
into
hooker
this
to
one day
shit on
and
me
go
while I
fuck you
play with
under
electric
somebody else
trains, and it's
all
a
caveat.
1,000 people in 2 minutes who are saying, "Me too."
basically,
Yeah.
these
And
people don't get
that,
fucked.
I don't know, that
I had a
kind of
friend
a
of mine whose
community
dad was a
Yeah.
member
of
of that.
electric
and it's
train
like,
shit around.
You got an
what
echo
is this? You
chamber.
don't get fucking
Yes.
We're all enjoying shitting on you with
Right.
electric chains.
Wait,
So
you can drive.
that's all.
I'm like,
Yeah.
look, can you drive
But I
like
just
100
don't
miles
think
an hour on the
that,
freeway?
that would be
He's
my
like,
main
you can't
lesson
be
to
stupid
a
about it.
adolescent
But if
boy.
it's like
Okay,
doing
we
85
can't
with
keep the
traffic or
porn away
whatever,
from you.
not that you
Just
normally
don't
get
think
nailed on that,
that's
but they're not
real-
going to make a point
the way
to you.
real
if you're in
women
one of
are
these
or
other
what
hot
real women
cars, they
like.
might.
I
You know
don't
what
think
I
they
mean.
like
If
Tinder
you're in a
either.
super nice car,
In fact, I watched some
They might.
documentary.
um,
Can't remember what it was
Without
called. I
one of
think it
those,
was
they
on
might
HBO
try to
about
target you almost, perhaps. Like
dating
saying
on
that they
social
were
media, and that was the
I
main
just
theme
thought
of
it
it
was
was
interesting.
women are
The
doing
$11.99
it
card
with
was
it,
a
but
big
they
deal.
don't like it, and it's not surprising they don't like it.
Just one moment.
Guys are, of course,
Just a minute.
wired
I
very
gotta throw-
differently, and they just want to hook up and move on. I read also an article about it, and it was a Vanity Fair, and the woman says, okay, she did it once, she tried Tinder, she goes to a hotel or meets a guy she had just met over the phone, and they fuck, and then she said, as I was getting dressed, I turned around and he was sitting on the bed looking at Tinder.
Whoa.
You know, so he had just come, and here he is looking for the next victim. And this is
willing participant. I would
yes,
say.
I'm not. I'm
How dare you?
I'm not. I don't mean. I didn't. Mean
I know
you're right.
The next, he's a predator.
She was a willing predator. How dare you?
That's what I'm saying. He's out there hunting.
Yeah,
trying to get gals.
But it's just what is gals?
Trying to get the ladies.
Yeah. But women.
It's not designed for women's sensibilities. No, most women. No.
They had. Remember Ashley Madison?
Yeah.
The cheating site, and it was like 12,000 women and 126 million men. It was like some crazy number like that. And most of the women on it were hookers.
Were fake too. There's a lot of them that were fake. They had like fake accounts. Yeah. It was hilarious when you have a dating site set up just for people that want to cheat, and then they all get busted because someone hacks into it. Like, do you fucking dummies use your real name? Like, Jesus Christ.
I mean, just you ever read that book, Sapiens?
Yes.
Such a great book, and he goes into the fact that monogamy probably not what is wired in us. It's the reason why there's so much misery about relationships is it probably wasn't that way in early man.
So
I'm saying early man, like Homo sapiens, which haven't been on Earth that long.
There's no primates in Earth. They've never found
right, and
we are primates.
Right, and we probably had a system, which is how we were, that was closer to the chimps, and where it was like communal fatherdom. You know, you didn't really know whose kid it was, so there wasn't this possessiveness because, you know, I guess the women fucked different men in the grouping, and there wasn't that feeling of I own you,
right?
And this pussy's mine, and all that bullshit.
You read Sex at Dawn?
No.
It's basically about that.
Okay.
My friend Dr. Chris Ryan wrote it.
Okay.
Interesting. It's basically about that. It's about how people behave, the polyamorous relationships that they had in these primitive cultures, and then before DNA testing and before they understood paternity. That's really what it was all about. It's about the community would raise children. Everybody would raise, and there was a lot of like shared sex between different people.
So much of love is, I think, possessiveness. What people think is love. It's not love. You know, and also, you make me feel good is not love either. To me, and they always say love is the thing that has never been able to be defined. I don't think it's that hard. It's selflessness. It's when I care for your happiness more than my own. That's love in any kind of relationship, man or woman, whatever.
Or at least as much as my own.
Yeah, right. Yeah. And if being without me would actually make you happier, then I'm for that. That's love. That would not characterize most of my early relationships, how I felt and what I thought what love was.
Well, it's interesting when we look at other animals, right? Because monogamy in other animals. In other animals, monogamy isn't a choice. Like the animals that are monogamous, they don't have any desire. Like it's naturally built in, wired into their system. It's not like they choose.
Like swans.
So there's a bunch of them. Penguins, for instance.
Yeah,
there's a few.
Penguins are gay. We know that.
They all look the same. They might as well be gay.
Aren't they gay? Wasn't there a big
thing about gay penguins?
Well, there was a story, I feel like, about gay penguins.
Really?
Yeah, there's something, because I feel like the usual suspects on the right. Yeah, look up Charlie Chaplin.
Gay penguins fucking smile.
There's something, they were there, maybe it was a story, something that made the evangelicals mad
about penguins.
Yeah, about penguins. I think it's penguins. Maybe they were.
My point would be that any of these animals that are doing this, they're not doing this because they have a choice and they understand what it is. New York Times, gotcha. Gay penguins and their hope for a baby have enchanted Berlin. 2 male penguins in the Zoo Berlin have adopted
That's it.
That's what it is.
2 male penguins adopted an egg and
People are upset.
delighting Germans, but upsetting Pat Robertson big time.
Was he bummed out about that?
Yeah, somebody like that was, or all of them were. I'm sure on the family council, those types, you think they want to have the example of penguins being gay?
I wonder if that leads to a fuck or if it's just a hustle at this point. Do you think they really give a fuck about these penguins being gay? I think they have to say something because it's some new thing to talk about and it gives them fuel for outrage.
Yeah.
It's a juicy story in the news they can jump on.
Yeah, I mean, Pat Robertson he's still on TV, right? He needs material like you and I do.
Yes, that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
So now, can you hear me?
Yeah.
You never know.
Oh, hi.
Okay,
Very well.
That's where you draw the line.
What you watching?
It's enough.
What are you watching?
Their agenda has moved over to the penguins.
Oh, very well.
Such a strange time. It's a strange time where, like, I feel like if you read Steven Pinker stuff, he talks about how this life has never really been easier than we have today.
Right.
But it's also probably one of the reasons why people are so outraged about things today. It's just there's less real shit that's dangerous in this world. There's less. There still is real danger. There still is real murder and real rape, real robberies. But there's less of it than ever before. But yet there's more outrage than ever before about nonsense things.
Well, when societies get too successful, and you could make that claim about America, that's when they become effete, and that's when they become soft,
Yes.
and that's when they fall. This is a story that goes back to ancient Rome and other societies. You're a victim of your success. In a large way, we're that, because yes, people don't. Just talking about how people were rougher. No Novocaine, that wasn't even the roughest thing. We don't know hardship except for that sliver of the country that fights the wars. Those people know hardship. Of course, we do have poverty in America, but there's also a fairly substantial safety net that this country has. I mean,
in comparison to other parts of the world, but there's parts of the world that are really with crime and gangs.
Yeah.
Oh, those people deal with real hardship.
Oh, real hardship. Those are the people coming from those Central American countries that they always are freaking out about the Trump administration, because yes, when gangs rule the country in El Salvador and Honduras, those places, life is precarious and easy to lose. Yeah. But I know Steven Pinker's point, which is a great point, is like, let's not forget that in the last 20, 30 years, the amount of people we've risen out of extreme poverty, the people who used to live on $1 a day, it wasn't that long ago when I read this stat, 1 billion people defecate in the street. That's where they poop. That's all improved greatly. Now, part of the reason why Trump people are upset about jobs and stuff and going overseas, well, that's part of the reason why, is because we lifted out of extreme poverty people all over the world. But they took those manufacturing jobs. That's why they're not living in extreme poverty and why they're not pooping in the street, because they're making Trump ties as opposed to somebody in Ohio. So, make your voice.
Yeah, I mean, this is like what we're talking about with us growing up, that life was rougher and life is easier today, but you have more access to information, so maybe it could be better. And then things seem to be moving in a better direction in terms of things being safer, less violence, less crime, less rape. And then people also get upset at you bringing up those statistics. That's where it's really interesting that Pinker gets attacked for just stating statistical facts. Just saying, and he's not making value judgments. He's just saying, hey, things are, if you look at the overall numbers of things, this is the safest time to be alive ever. And people, no, but what about this? What about that? Like,
it's a horrible hallmark of our era that we live in, that facts almost always come second.
Yes.
Your political agenda comes first.
Yeah. And
if it doesn't fit in, then we don't want to hear those facts. And that's the left and the right.
It is the left and the right. It's both. And it should be something that everybody rejects. It should be something that angers everyone. It shouldn't be tied to one party or another party. And it really should be something that if there's a real problem with communication in this society, one of them is the denial of actual facts and information. If we know things, we have rock solid statistics, whether it's about climate change, whether it's about war, the budget, whatever the fuck it is. If you have a real number, and you want to spin and deny and like that, that's a giant problem. It's a giant problem.
Right. I get madder at the left because I want them to be better, and they should be better. And they're the science party, and they're supposedly the fact people. I expect this shit from the right.
Fucking right. I've never voted right in my life.
Right. I know, but I feel like, I'm sure as you do sometimes, a man without a country.
Yes. Yeah.
And there's a group of us, Sam Harris, people you've had on, Jordan Peterson, Barry Weiss.
Yeah.
You know, we're all progressives.
Yeah.
But sensible progressives.
Real progressives.
Real progressives.
We're not blindly ideological to our party. Yeah.
Right. And we don't chase these virtue signalers who are always, as a friend of mine said, they wake up offended. And I'm always reading a story, like daily. I read something, and what goes through my mind is this country now is completely binary. There's only two camps. We're totally tribal. You're either red or blue, liberal or conservative, and everything that one side does, that anybody does that represents that side, has to be owned by that entire side. Because people will go, well, you're the party of. So whenever there's something on the left that's cuckoo crazy, we all own it. And that's one reason why Trump won. Sure. Because people, you go through the polling, his fans are not oblivious to his myriad flaws. What they love about him, what they all say they love, is he wasn't politically correct. It's hard to measure how much people have been choking on that political correctness. They do not want to walk on eggshells.
Yeah.
They do not want to think that one little misstep and they'll get fired or be castigated. And these are not just famous people. I mean, these are just regular people. And I think when someone reads the kind of stories you see every day, and it's an eye roll, and it's an eye roll at the left, that's when you lose people. I'll give you an example. I was 2 weeks ago, the Giants, my football team, the New York Football Giants, cut, I think his name is Janoris Jenkins.
The R word?
Yes. We have to say the R word?
No, you can say retarded.
Okay. Well, we're not saying it.
You gotta look like,
I don't know what the fucking rules are. Yes, and he okay, first of all, I don't understand why that generation feels the need to engage with their fans on Twitter, but he was. And some guy
needs to teach him social media.
Some guy was criticizing him. I think he's a good cornerback or safety, whatever he is. And was criticizing him, and he answered back.
Yeah.
Again, I don't know why, but saying, here are my stats. I'm pretty good.
I only can do my job.
Right.
Dot retard.
Okay,
well,
wait.
Better if you had
missed the
three
point.
dots.
You missed part of the story I'm going to explain. So then the guy, fan, says, well, what does it matter? The team is losing. And that's when Janoris Jenkins said, I can only do my job, retard, and cut. Like,
cut from the team.
Cut.
Yeah.
Like the next day. And first of all, I think he said something like, I thought it was a hood thing. You know, maybe Janoris Jenkins didn't get the memo because he's not, you know, like on Twitter 24/7 and living with the wokesters, that we don't do this anymore.
I think they offered him a chance to apologize. And said,
I think he did.
Did he?
I think he did.
He did after they cut him.
But yeah, I don't think he like stood. I insist on saying before I go. But you know, there seems like there's no room anymore for someone just to go, oh, sorry, I didn't realize this was such a thing, because you know they do move the goalposts often, and they like to because it's easier to catch people that way. So how about just, oh, sorry, I guess you know we don't do this anymore. My bad, and move on with our lives instead of no, you're canceled, you're cut, you are. irredeemable.
Yeah.
It's high. It's ridiculous. And what I'm saying is, like, every day there's some story like that, and it just all goes into the bin left wing.
Yeah.
And that's when people go, you know what? Trump's an asshole. I don't like him, but I don't want to live in that world. These people are even fucking crazier.
Yeah.
And that is the great danger of reelecting him, and they very well may do it.
Yeah, they very well may. Yeah, this overcorrection and overreaction and things like that infuriates people. And they love it when Trump says crazy shit because it sounds like something that they would say.
He's trolling.
Like he had that one speech where he's talking about China. This is the way you talk to China. He said, listen, motherfuckers.
Yes.
Everybody went, yes! Yes!
Right.
Like, just that alone.
Yeah.
Like, I even laughed and clapped. I was like, that's fucking hilarious. Because that is what you would hope some crazy version of a president would say that would never really exist, but all of a sudden exists.
Sometimes he says something that I totally, if he wasn't president, like, for example, when he was confronted, may have been by Bill O'Reilly when he was still extant, about Putin killing journalists or something, and Trump said something like, well, we're not so innocent either.
Yeah.
Now, I don't think the president of the United States should say that, but you know who else says that? Noam Chomsky.
Yeah.
That's like something Noam Chomsky says. America's guilty of also doing
about it, but yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
But the point is that no one judges anymore by the content of what they say. It's just by whose team are you on.
Yes.
So if you liked it when Noam Chomsky said it, you shouldn't hate it that much when Trump said it, or vice versa. If you hated it that Noam Chomsky said it, then you should hate it that Trump said it. But that's not how people react.
Well, the team thing is so prevalent that even when he does something militarily, like backs out of a country, you see people on the left criticizing him for not going in or not engaging. Like, Jesus Christ, you guys are supposed to be the people that always don't want war. And when someone who's the president does something that's not a move towards war, we should all be saying, yes, please, more of this. He's got a
let's
good
call
thing.
it on.
Here's a
Let's
good
call
thing.
it at this point.
We want
Simply
to
for the
categorize
fact
people
that
as being,
I want to
like
get
you
in
said,
on this
1
conversation.
or 0, binary, irredeemable, like either chosen or irredeemable. And you have to be very careful with how you talk, or you get labeled in 1 or 2 of those categories. And people are so scared now.
Excellent. I was going to say, let's call it at this point. I want to get in on that conversation, and I have a pizza to eat, and it's been a great chat.
He was saying that maybe
Excellent.
it's good that women get so much money in divorce because of all the shit they've been through from men over the years. And I was like, buddy, what does that have to do with money and divorce? Like, if that's an individual person that's getting money from another individual person. Is she collecting? Is this like reparations for all the horrible things that have happened for women? And he goes, well, and so he starts getting defensive. He goes, well, what about income inequality women have to deal with? I go, oh, Jesus. I go, well, that's not real, right? And he goes, what do you mean? I go, it's not like they have the same jobs. It's not like both women, the man and a woman are both male men. They both do the same amount of houses, but the man makes $1 when the woman makes 70 cents. He goes, that's exactly what it is. I go, the fuck it is. That's not what it is.
It's illegal.
It is illegal.
We've already passed that
I had to
law.
explain.
Right.
Everybody walked on eggshells. Everybody was like, oh, Jesus, what do you say? It's not that it's not real.
There's so many of those cages,
Yes.
which, of course, we don't want kids in cages, but there's a whole discussion to be had about immigration as opposed to just kids in cages. Or Islamophobia, of course, that is a real thing. It exists, but there's a whole other discussion. But just these, look, the left often uninformed.
Yeah.
They just are.
But they have these bullet points that they feel like they definitely can shut a conversation down.
That's what I mean. They
That was
don't
in the
feel like
income
they have to
inequality.
learn a lot about the subject
Yeah.
because you have these mic drop sayings or phrases that just stop people from talking.
Well, I've fortunately known the actual jobs.
And also they negotiate for themselves differently.
Yes.
They need to negotiate for themselves better.
Well, that's one of the things when people accuse Jordan Peterson of being sexist. Jordan Peterson literally counseled and coached women how to be more assertive in their jobs to get better raises.
Sure.
He was really explaining how to do this and just even maybe possibly against your better instincts to exert yourself and show that you understand your value. And this is what men do. And this is why men get raises. And oftentimes women just kind of keep it to themselves and they're a little nervous about it.
But it is amazing. I mean, you mentioned divorce. Yeah, they don't assert as well raise, but boy, the divorce thing. I mean, and that could go both ways. If the woman is the one who has more money.
Yeah, but when the fuck does that ever happen? That's like women who beat up men. You know,
Yeah.
like women beat men up too. Like when I hear that, I'm like, oh
I always
my God.
say, go to the gym.
Yes.
You should
Well,
go to the gym, man.
It's like these
Get
fucking
yourself a little
men's
stronger.
rights assholes are like. There's so much to make fun of men's rights guys, but I had one of them on one of my comedy specials had a bit about it where they were saying, do you know that men get raped more often than women? I go, yeah, by other men, you fucking idiot.
Exactly.
Like what do you think?
I remember that. Yeah.
Chicks are out there raping dudes. What do you think?
Well,
Cheerleaders are out there raping
also,
cops.
have you heard Christina Hoff Summers?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I love her.
Yeah, I love her too. She was on our show recently, and we were talking about the fact that also they don't bring up a lot of the time that most of the horrible, dirty jobs in the world are done by men.
Yeah.
They're the ones who are up on the telephone pole.
Most likely to die on the job, most likely to be murdered, most likely to go to jail. Yeah.
Most likely to get a much longer jail sentence for the same crime. So we're not crying about being men. We're just saying, as she says, life is a complex mixture of advantages and disadvantages.
Yeah. I think the pendulum's swinging the other way, though. I think really dumb statements like "fuck all white men," like we used to hear on Twitter, and people used to like applaud and retweet it. I think people are now like, "Oh, come on, what the fuck?"
Well, that's a little out there, but I have heard when now it's going in the other direction because the race is winnowing. But at the point of say 6 months, a year ago, when lots of people were getting into the race, at some point there were 24 Democrats in there, and when a white guy would get in, it was very common to hear, do we need another white guy?
Yeah.
And that was completely okay on the left. And it's like, okay, but then we are saying that we are using race to judge whether someone is qualified. Right. Yeah. Exactly. We are using race and gender to say whether someone is qualified, just so we understand what we're doing here. Because I don't think that's exactly what Martin Luther King meant when he said judge by the content of their character and not the color of their skin, which seems to elude a certain
it's the
segment.
dumbest form of identity politics, and it's really ridiculously dumb when they don't realize that same sort of strategy is going to come right back around at you. It's like people that think that that guy's pissing me off, I'm going to go fucking punch him. Well, guess what? He's gonna punch you back. Like this is not. It's not that simple. If you go around judging people based on their gender and their color and their race, guess what? They're gonna do that to you now. Like it's a terrible strategy.
I want to know how the divorce laws came to be. I do. I want to know. Somebody must have written a book on it. I just want to know how we got to this place. This idea that you have to live in the style of which you become accustomed.
I can help you here. I can help you in a couple ways. Here's the big one. Lawyers make a lot of money if there's a large settlement.
So it's lawyers.
Yes. Lawyers don't make a lot of money if there's no settlement. Phil Hartman, when he was getting divorced, one of the things he said to me, I go, dude, just fucking give her half. Come on, man. You make a lot of money. He goes, it's not half. He was crazed. He's like, it's 2/3. He goes, the fucking lawyers get 1/3. It's a goddamn scam. And I've had friends that have gotten divorced, and even though they had come to an agreement with the ex, like let's do this, you'll get this, and I'll get this, fine. Then the lawyers jump in. He's trying to fuck you, and this and that. They're trying to fuck you over. You deserve more.
That's exactly the plot of the movie Marriage. Have you seen Marriage?
No, I haven't.
Oh, it's terrific. I was again at the beginning because it was about an actress and a theater director, and I'm like, Jesus fucking Christ, can't you at least pretend that there are people in America not outside of your exact circle? There have been so many big movies, that are just about your world of show business. Have a little creativity, make them something else. But okay, I got over that. And then it's just a terrific movie about, there's no bells and whistles. It's just, we're married, we seem very happy, and then it all falls apart. And once it goes down that path that you're talking about, it just becomes as vicious as anything without guns.
Well, I had a friend who got divorced and no family, no children, didn't have children. And it dragged on for more than, I think, almost 3 years. And even though they come to some sort of conclusion, he was paying for his wife's lawyer. I go, it's like you're paying for the general of the army that's trying to kill you.
You're paying for someone to fuck you in the ass.
Yeah.
You're getting fucked in the ass.
Broken.
I have seen so many men broken by it.
Devastated.
Every time somebody says, people unfortunately, yeah, and maybe she gave it to you. I don't mean, of course, literally, but I just mean that when you're in a bad relationship, the stress, we don't know what contributes all the things to cancer, but that certainly is, I'm sure, one of them. And then going through a divorce like that, I've seen people, like you say, just broken.
They get wrecked. And it's a system. The reason why the divorce laws are set up the way they're set up, people think, oh, we're protecting women. Horseshit. They're doing it so that they can extract the maximum amount of money out of the male. That way, the lawyer gets the biggest chunk that they could possibly get. Most lawyers have they're working on a percentage basis,
right?
Especially if a woman doesn't have as much money, or if she's, the lawyer will come to her, look, we've got a deal here. We'll figure this out. Don't pay me now. We're going to make sure we get you the most. We'll take care of it all in the end. And this is what has happened to several of my friends that have been divorced. And you know what it is once you see it. What I get and I understand and I accept and I support is child support. I mean, I grew up with a deadbeat dad. My dad never paid for shit. And I have many friends that have also experienced a lot of financial hardship growing up because their dad was a piece of shit and didn't want to pay for their children. The people very close to me, including my wife. But when there's a big difference between that, a man taking responsibility for his children, there's a big difference between that and alimony. Alimony is creepy. There's something creepy about, like, my friend, like I said, didn't even have a child with this woman. He is still paying her, by the way. This is the same guy, a very good friend of mine, has been divorced for 14 years, has been married for 12 to a new woman, still paying the old woman. And my joke was like, you fucked her so hard she can't work.
Right.
Like, she literally can't work. Because he's a wealthy man. He made good money, and he works really hard. He's not in the business. He has a real job, and he works, long fucking hours every day, and he has his own business, and he has to pay hundreds of thousands of dollars to someone he doesn't even talk to anymore because he's a fucker.
Good. I knew of a guy who was a doctor who went to jail every night because he couldn't make the payments. Oh, God. And they would let him out on weekends to do rounds and stuff, but he was...
I got a better one for you. Want to get in crazy?
Yeah.
Dave Foley, who's on News Radio.
Yeah, sure.
When he was getting divorced was when he was on News Radio. So it was a financial peak. He was the star of the show. He was making a lot of money.
Right.
And so his payments were set up for that.
Sure.
So this is in Canada, right? And the judge tells him, he tells the judge, I don't make that kind of money anymore. That was an extraordinary time in my life. It's very hard to make that kind of money. I'm an actor. The judge says, your ability to pay has no relation to your obligation to pay.
Wow. Think of that. Just pause here for a moment. What a statement. And where else would we say that?
It's insane. And we're talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars. Hundreds of thousands. Like as if he's supposed to conjure this up. Like his career is supposed to magically resurrect itself in some really financial viable way.
It is usually the man still who probably has more money and is paying the woman.
Yes.
It's very anachronistic to how we have come to think about women as equal and strong and able to do everything we can do. But when it comes to this, it's like, oh, we got to take care of them. They're very dependent.
I think it's a scam that's set up because the men in general are in control of the finances or make more money, and they can extract more money from them that way. It's dark, man. I mean, the only time it's happened the other way that I know of is Tom Arnold. Arnold's got to be clean.
Sure, yes, it does. It does happen the other way.
He's one for the males.
Right.
We got one. I was like, if the board was like here, it would be a fucking billion scratches on one side and 4 lines.
Concept of marriage, because when people would say, why don't you want to get married? I'd say, why would I invite the federal and state government into my love life?
It's very important. Yeah, you have to have it. Otherwise, it's not real. If you don't get a signed piece of paper, what the fuck do you have?
Just your feelings for that other person.
Not good enough. How's she gonna tell her friends? She's gonna tell her friends that he really cares.
Brainwashed by
He really cares.
I'm serious. See, she's trained you to say the right answer. Well, I think
That's how
crazy.
That's how
I think
scary
that's a
the
crazy
world is.
backward way to look at it. That without the piece of paper, it's not real.
It's not real.
Whatever you have with someone emotionally,
you shouldn't be worried about divorce because we're never getting divorced.
Oh,
Paper.
I mean,
Get married. We're gonna be together forever. I don't know what you're worried about. Jesus Christ, you're just freaking out about. Don't you love me? You're freaking out about a divorce. We're not getting divorced. We love each other. God, sign it. Sign it. And then when you sign it in the darkness, clouds roll over. Ha 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 ha.
but also, like, humans change. It's like it's so funny when you can say about anything else. Oh, I'm not married to it. You know, do you want that thing there? I'm not married to it. But with a human, the thing that's most valuable, we're like, yeah, I'm gonna marry.
Well,
But but for some people, it works fantastic.
I think in some countries they actually have term limits. They actually have marriage terms.
I don't think that's a real thing.
I think it is.
Really?
Yeah, Google it. Some countries have like a term. We did this before, right? Yeah, it's real. Some countries have like you could get married for like 7 years.
Oh, I see. And then
You have like a 7-year, yeah, and you can decide at the end of it. You're like, look, I think we're good. Let's get out of here.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, but that's putting a level of logic into it that's probably not going to really obtain when the moment comes, because by that time you're so codependent.
Girls are not going to tolerate that. Let me ask you this: how long you been with Phil? And he wants a fucking term limit.
Right.
Oh my God, you guys are going to be together forever. What are you doing with the fucking term of it? Because if you stuck with Dave, I bet Dave wouldn't ask for it.
Right.
It's not like that. Dave might be just a little boring. Maybe he's not as funny, but he's a fucking solid guy. You would have signed a contract. You'd be fine, girl. You'll be fine.
It's like when agents are competing to sign you, and they're like, "You didn't read for that? Oh, I could have."
As soon as there's a financial incentive with anything, things get squirrely.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But it also, I remember you. It's funny you mentioned Tom Arnold. I had him on the very first episode of Politically Incorrect, I think with Roseanne, and they were talking about marriage, and he said the great thing about marriage is when you have a big fight and somebody says, I'm leaving, you can go, you can't, we're married. And I got what he was saying. Some people like that you have this self-imposed barrier that
makes it more difficult.
It's like a waiting period with guns. Or when they make you look at the sonogram when you want an abortion in some states. Look at your fucking baby on the computer screen there and come back tomorrow and tell me you want to kill that kid. You have a waiting period. You have to cool off. You can't just leave. Whereas if you're not married, you can. Right. Unless you live together, that's more complicated, or kids are more complicated. But yeah, and
the other one we got on the board is Kevin Federline. We got him too.
What do you mean? Oh, right, Britney's.
Yes, Britney's baby daddy.
Yeah.
He's getting driving a Ferrari right now. Britney's cash.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Plus, he got to fuck Britney Spears, which is a double fist pump.
Is that a good thing?
Oh yeah.
No.
Yeah,
But forget that one thing. The whole time we've been here for 16 hours, she has not said one word, and that was the one thing that made a sound come out of Jen.
She's got two things in a mandatory. She's hot and she's crazy. She's probably fantastic.
It's Britney.
But still hot? There was a photo of her recently on Instagram. She still looks hot as fuck. Yeah, she was in a bikini. Think she fell apart? She might be. I've never seen her in real life. You don't know until you see him, right?
Right. I mean, I do. Yeah, I guess I haven't.
That's her right now.
I haven't. That's her right now?
Yep.
Well, that's a lot.
Right now. No makeup, no filter.
No filter. I was going to say, that's a lot.
Look at that picture right there.
That's a lot.
Oh, that one looks crazy as fuck.
She got some crazy videos. I do not find.
Oh, she's crazy as fuck, man.
But that one right there that we're saying is so great.
Upper left?
No, right in
the middle.
I do not.
Oh, listen, if it's 2 o'clock in the morning and you're both drunk, that's what you want.
Well, I'm never drunk anymore, and now I go to bed at midnight, which is quite
She's looking at you, Bill, wake up! It's Britney! I'm gonna fuck!
And my dad's here with me because he has to be wherever I go. Do I see that
ankle
controversy? Yes.
Well, she's like 36 years old now, too. Do you think she still has to do that?
Well, she does. There's a whole free Britney movement for people who have nothing better to do with their time, and there's no more issues. Of all the issues in the country that you could adopt as something to take to care about, but people are saying, because yes, she still is under that order that her father has to run her life, because remember when she went nuts?
She went crazy, yeah. I think she's probably always crazy. She just expressed it in a way that made people concerned.
And also I think she's a sweet Southern girl who show business will make you crazy. Yeah, she couldn't leave her house. And
that level of fame is almost unmanageable for anybody.
It is.
What we saw Elvis go through, or Michael Jackson go through, or any like
right.
You get to that super pop star level, like no one can handle it.
No, and yes, there is a point where it's fame. I think we know is terrific, mostly unless it gets to that point, right? I mean, when it's the people trying to help you, when other people are just looking at like, salespeople and people at airline counters, and people who just look at you like, what the fuck do you want? Oh, I don't know. Just for you to do your job. But if they recognize you, then suddenly you get a sign. It's so good to see you. People are just friendly in a way that they aren't anymore in big cities.
Well, you know where they're still friendly like that? Dallas, Texas.
Oh, yes, the South is
Texas is crazy.
The South is still a friendlier place. I love playing the South.
Yeah.
I'm always in the South.
I've never considered Texas the South. It's kind of its own thing. It's sort of the South. It is. It's the West.
You're
as
right.
much as it is the South.
It's everything. It's a world.
We're the South.
What?
We're the South. If you look at the South of the country,
we're the
Southern California, we're the West, but we're also the South. Texas is a weird thing.
But we know we mean when we talk about the South.
We're talking about the Southeast.
Old Dixie.
Yes.
And but Texas is so big. Austin, to me, is not Texan enough. It might as well be in New York.
It's more like San Francisco, like a slice of San Francisco.
It's still liberal. Yes, I do. I want
You want a real barbecue?
Yes, I like not barbecue, but I like that Texas flavor. Houston, I love. I always had a better. Back when I used to go out after a show, always had a better time in the South than the North. Much rather party in Houston than Boston, which is a beautiful city, and I love it, and I love performing there. But I never found the party. But you can't miss it in Houston.
Yeah. They're a little more jovial.
Jovial.
It's interesting how we think of the South, too. Like, Arizona's not the South, but it's fucking for sure the South. I mean, it's bordering Mexico.
Yes. Well, Arizona. Yeah. I mean, they're bringing up the rear a little bit.
That's a strange spot.
Certain civilization-wise.
Yeah.
There's some very it's the conservative bastion. I mean, this is Barry Goldwater country.
Arizona's a
Sheriff Joe Arpaio.
That guy,
I mean, there's some real cavemen in Arizona. But I love
What's
Arizona.
an open carry state?
Yeah, but look, when you stick to cities, which we do, we're not playing theaters in the sticks. It doesn't matter what state you're in. You're always going to get a liberal audience. Look at the election map every year. There's a lot of red, but any place there's a city, it's a blue dot. Especially if they have a college town. I played Birmingham, Alabama. It looks like any place else, at least the crowd coming to my show. I think it was Birmingham. It was somewhere in Alabama. It must be either Birmingham or Mobile. And there was a bass fishing contest or award show, tournament, something going on, like at the same time as my show, or maybe my show was starting and it was letting out, but there was this, like, driving up the theaters, long crowd of people coming to my show who looked like and dressed like anywhere else, normal, and then on the other side of the street going the other way, a bunch of people in flannel shirts and trucker hats, and it couldn't have been a more obvious example of two Americas.
Yeah.
But within the city of Birmingham, Alabama. But it's still a city, and we see that electorally, the divide. Trump does super well among people who never left the town they were born in, rural people out in the sticks, and does terrible in the cities, and now much more increasingly in the suburbs. The suburbs are the swing vote. The suburbs, last time, 2016, there was a lot of people in the suburbs who don't follow politics that closely, and they just said, boy, things suck in America. Let's let the dog drive for a while. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. And they didn't, they wanted, he's a businessman. He must know how to run the economy and all this stuff. We'll try something new. Those people, I think, first of all, a lot of them have peeled away already. Those are the gettable voters. Those are the people, if the Democrats want to win, I think that they have to target. They already have. But that's why it's so risky to run someone far left. I think if you run Amy Klobuchar, as much as people say, oh, she's, dull and she's this and she's that and no one's excited. Yeah, but again, binary. At the end of the day, when there's only two choices, Trump or her, I think it's very hard for her to get the nomination. I think as far as like winning the election, I think she would do it fairly easily.
Do you think that Bernie's too left? Do you think he's
For
too
a lot
left
of
for
the
a lot of
country,
people?
yes.
Do you think that's
But
real?
the media asks the wrong question.
Yeah.
The media asks, and those in debate tonight, the media asks the wrong question, which is, what would you do? This is a question that only makes sense if you run. The question is, what can you get through? What can you propose that Mitch McConnell will not either block or you can override with votes? Because that's a very different discussion.
Yeah.
What Bernie Sanders wants to do, we shouldn't even be talking about because it's not going to happen.
The free education,
Yes.
paying back student loan.
The Democrat wins the election, there's still going to be half the country that's Republican and half the Congress is going to be Republican. And it's just, and a lot of the Democrats are not for this stuff. When the Democrats took over the House in 2018, it was moderate Democrats who won their elections. It wasn't the far left. So
you get 4 years of spinning your wheel in the mud.
you get,
Hoping to get some traction.
yeah,
If he gets in.
again, it's what can get through Congress. What can you get a consensus on? What can you make possible? Obama, when he did healthcare, said, yes, if we were starting from scratch, it would make sense to go for a single-payer system. But we're not starting from scratch. We're starting from a system where most people already have health insurance through their employer. It's a crazy story how that happened. It was World War II, and they couldn't raise wages because that was the law, so they had to find a way to give employers something else, so they gave them health insurance, but that's what we have now. And a lot of people like it or say they like it. I don't think a lot of people like arguing with their insurance company, but they're afraid of something worse. And I don't blame them. If you're going to tell me the government, and I'm a Democrat, but if you're going to tell me the government is going to smoothly handle taking over something that large, I am going to be a little skeptical.
Well, it should be. They don't smoothly handle anything. There's no evidence they smoothly handle anything,
Right.
other than maybe delivering the news
Well,
or delivering the mail.
look, again, as an old school progressive, when you go down the list of things that the progressives have accomplished, especially in my lifetime, I cheer them all. Social Security, well, that wasn't my lifetime, but they improved it in my lifetime. Medicare, Medicaid, these are great programs. I mean, before Social Security, the senior poverty rate was like in the 28% or something, and then it went down below 10. It was a success, but when you look at what the government really, what their big successes have amounted to, it's passing out money that very often they don't have. That's what they're really good at. Running a giant healthcare system, especially when the politicians who are proposing these systems will not, talk enough about, we got to cap the gouging. You can't pass out all this money if you're going to allow people, hospitals, pharmaceutical companies to charge anything they want when the price of an EpiPen can go up from $12 to $1,200 overnight. That just can't happen. And also, they don't ask the people to lift a finger to take care of their own health. Nobody's healthcare system is going to work unless you involve people on some skin in the game. You can't not tell the people, look, you can't keep eating as much as you want and as shitty food as you want and expect us to cover the bill. You just can't.
That is not something that anybody wants to hear, though.
Oh, I know, because I did that editorial.
I know, I remember that. People got upset at you.
Well, here's the story. People did not. People loved it until James Corden said something.
Oh, that's right. He had that whole. First of all, he did that, and in doing that, made fat jokes, which
I did not, by the
Jesus
way.
Christ. Yeah,
Mine
we're talking
there was
about
nothing
obesity,
cheap on it.
morbid people,
Look,
morbidly obese people.
First of all, he missed a great opportunity to literally save lives. If he had taken the opposite approach, he took the easy way out. Of course, you can always get applause for saying, "Oh, let's boo the mean man who told the truth." That's not brave. First of all, my point was, and also, that we've gone to this place where we're proud of it. We're proud of being unhealthy. Weight Watchers had to take the name Weight and Watchers out of their title.
It's WW now.
It's like, wait, what? See, being fat isn't bad. What's bad is someone pointing out that fat is bad. But, I mean, I read the statistic in that editorial. 40,000 people a month die from obesity. That's a crazy number. That is a crazy number. We have to somehow reverse this idea that we have in this country, not just about obesity, but about a lot of things, where I'm perfect the way I am. I am just perfect the way I am. And if you say different, you're a very bad person. That's not a good place to be.
It's not healthy for anybody. You're protecting people's emotions, but shielding them from a possible moment that might make them realize that they are eating themselves to death. And
Right. I mean, look, I said it also in the piece. Beauty's in the eye of the beholder. That's fine. Whatever you think is beautiful, that's your deal. But health is science.
Yeah.
That's science. And when we get apoplectic, when there's 50 deaths from shootings or something a month, yeah, it's very bad, and we should be serious about that problem. But 50 versus 40,000 every month? And that's just what they're counting from the big ones, cancer, diabetes, and heart disease. There's literally nothing about your health that is improved by being overweight. So, I said we shouldn't taunt people, but, compare it to anything else. I also owned up to the fact that I used to drink too much and I smoked, but I didn't defend it. When someone said, you went kind of hard last night with the drinking, I didn't say, how dare you drunk shame me?
well, the weird
They
thing
said,
about
you're right, I did.
The weird thing about Corden too is he's not that fat. Like he could fix that in a couple of months. That's not that hard.
No, he took it out. It was opportunistic.
Yes,
And
I felt like
I'm
that
saying,
too. Yeah.
he literally lost an opportunity to save lives, because as someone who does struggle with weight, he could have taken the opposite approach and said, Bill makes a really good point, and we should look at how so.
Yeah.
And if you want to be whatever weight you want to be, that's fine. But it's wrong to shame a fitness expert for saying this isn't healthy.
Well, it gets even
She said
crazy.
it's not going to be that amazing when she gets diabetes.
Yeah, people went, diabetes has nothing to do with weight.
Diabetes has
for sure.
everything to do with
Fucking
it.
for sure.
Also, it's not that. Or here's another one. And look, this is valid. It's valid that in this country, it is a lot harder to eat right if you're poor.
Yes.
And we should totally address that. The way the food situation and subsidies are done in this country is horrible. But given that, let's not just throw up our hands and say we're the can't-do country. And because it's harder, let's not even try. Yes, it is harder to eat right on a budget. But I'll tell you something you never need to have with your food, soda, which is a large part of it, okay? And you'll save money. You don't have to have soda. You don't have to have a Snickers bar. A banana's 19 cents.
Adele got shit recently because she got
Yes.
because she got healthier.
That was also part of my thing, was fit shaming. Not fat shaming. People go, eat something. I'm fine. What, so you can feel better about your weight problem? I should eat and get fat too.
So heavy like James Corden. So he's heavy. He's got people in the audience that love him, and they love him standing up for other heavy people. Yeah, we're fine. He's one of us. We're fine. I think they felt like that with Adele. Adele was this fantastic singer, super talented, extremely popular, and overweight. Like, yeah, it's fine. I'm like Adele. Everyone's fine.
It wasn't.
Then she loses weight. Like, you feel like she's betraying you because one of the reasons why I liked you is because you're fat. Now you're not fat anymore.
It wasn't that long ago that we were applauding people when they lost weight.
Yeah.
I remember when Oprah came out that time, where she was, this was like in the 80s, I think, but she had lost a whole bunch of, there's a picture, it's a very famous picture, I think she's like in jeans, and she's got a like really thin waist, and, she was raising her hands in triumph, and everyone was applauding. I guess that's bad now, because, again, you have to be perfect the way you are, and if you criticize that, then you're a bad person.
My take on this is just that there's too many voices that you hear because of social media. You hear so many nonsense voices, and they stand out just like everybody else's voice. There's so many people just screaming into the void because there's so many social media accounts and so many people that are tweeting about things and Facebooking about things, and it gets people confused as if this is like a rational perspective. And again, with the echo chambers, they all just hop on board and support James Corden or support, Adele needs to fatten back up, and you'll get thousands of likes. Everybody will go crazy.
That's the key word.
Yeah.
That's just what I didn't understand until about a year ago. That so many people are saying things on social media, not because they really believe it, to get the likes.
Yeah.
That's really scary.
It's weird.
We had a billboard once when we were coming back on the air in January, just like now, about 4 or 5 years ago. And the tagline was, "He's not in it for the likes." And it's my favorite piece of promotion that anyone has ever done for me.
That's great.
He's not in it for the likes.
Yeah.
Advertising that as, this is why you watch the show.
Yeah.
But obviously that's not, and they will take a position that they don't believe in because they know it'll get likes. And I've heard this from people I actually respect, and I'm like, wow, you have an addiction. That is an addiction.
Addiction to likes.
Addiction, yeah. There is absolutely that.
And they calculate their posts based on the kind of response they think it's going to get. It's not like a free expression. It's not like they're making a post saying, how do I feel about this thing? They're writing it down going, how are people going to react to this? How am I going to get people to really think that I'm awesome? How am I going to get people to really think I'm progressive, really think I'm an open-minded person? The male feminist perspective.
Right. Yeah.
I was just talking to my friend Jimmy Dore about that, about male feminists, about that. That's like a wholly false perspective, and you never see it in gay guys. Like, there are no male feminist gay guys because they're not trying to fuck the women. So it's like it's not a position they would take.
Right.
They'll support you. They'll be your friend.
Right.
This whole idea, I'm an ally. I mean, like, I'm trying to fuck, man. It's so clear. It's such an obvious perspective.
Right.
It's just such a weird, sneaky thing.
Yeah.
But it's a version of the same thing people are doing for likes on social media. It's a calculated expression in order to get what the kind of response you're hoping. It's greasy. Right? So it's greasy.
It's not the word I would have thought of, but perfect.
Whenever I read male feminist posts, I get angry. It's not that I don't want equality for women. You're a greasy man. I know what you're doing.
Do you read your Twitter?
No.
Me neither.
Never.
Because why would I say exactly? And what I read about people very often who've killed themselves.
Oh yeah, after responses.
That this is a big thing.
How about this guy losing his fucking job for saying retard?
Couldn't you just couldn't you just stop? Well, he got a job with the Saints.
Did he? No.
So he he was
great
which is a better team, yeah.
Oh.
But I mean, I asked some people who I know, like Barry Weiss, who's like a brilliant person, and she's like, "Oh, it's like so depressing." Like, don't read it.
Oh yeah,
that generation cannot stop reading, even when it's going to kill them. I don't understand that.
Well, it's very impulsive, right? You see your name and you see someone. What did they say? Oh, Barry, you're brilliant. Oh, thank you. And then you go a little further. You fucking dumb cunt. Oh, Jesus Christ. And then there's a bunch of them liking that response, and then a bunch of people piling on. And you gotta realize this. First of all, they don't even know you're a real human. A lot of people have never met anyone famous. They have they are looking at, and a lot of them are 15. Like when I always say that if I had a Twitter account when I was 15, I would have said horrible shit to famous people,
Right.
just to get a rise,
Right.
just to get a react, to see if I can get them to react. It's not even things that they necessarily mean. They don't know you, but unless they meet you, they don't even really know you.
But then people take it to heart so much that they kill themselves. You know what? A few of these K-pop stars have killed themselves.
Really,
Look that up.
from social media.
Yes, I think so. I think that's the main reason. And these are, pop stars.
Yeah.
I can't
Top of the
imagine
world.
Bobby Sherman,
Right.
in 1968, reading his fan mail and going, this one hates me too.
Elvis had a Twitter account. Hey man, who the fuck you give a shit? Since 14. We like each other, man.
Yeah.
Come on. What the fuck? I ain't a pervert.
Yeah.
Fuck. Well, maybe he could have used social media back then. That's it, right? That's the balance. Like, you don't want Jerry Lee Lewis marrying his cousin and drowning his wives, and you also don't want Elvis, fucking 14-year-old. Maybe it'd be better. So maybe a little bit. There's a balance to be achieved.
Wonder what my life would have been like as a teenager with this stuff, because maybe it would have made me kill myself. But I was painfully shy, couldn't really talk to a girl. If I had been able to text them, I think I would have done
shit.
Exactly. I think I could have done really well with that.
I would have a lot of dick pictures floating around. 100%. I would have sent it to everybody. You're fucking dumb and young. You have no idea that's gonna last forever.
I thought that was a humble brag about his.
No, it's a regular dick. But it was just any old dick. I'd send people other people's dicks, but I would just think that the whole idea.
Because boys love dick pics. They draw it and
they're crazy. Remember that scene in Superbad? That was one of my favorite scenes in a movie ever, where he's just drawing dicks in class all day.
Exactly.
It's fucking hilarious.
Yes, because it's so true.
That's so true. Yeah. But we got real lucky that we are not held up to the standards that kids are today. Because everything they do today that they put online, they're going to put a lot of things online. It's permanent, forever. I couldn't imagine something that I said when I was 14 being permanent. And that points me back to this thing about this football player and things that people write on Twitter. It's something that Louis C.K. said to me recently. We were talking about this. He said, people look at stuff when it's written down like it's different. But it's just talk. It's talk, but it's written. Like people say, she's a fucking bitch. I'm tired of her shit. And then you see her, you're like, oh, I'm sorry. Like, that's talk, right? But when you see it written, it's like, oh my God, did you see what he put on Twitter? Did you see what he wrote? Like, you're talking to the whole world now, right? And you gotta realize this is a different thing. And then people get a screenshot of it. You can never take it back. You said it. We're gonna keep it forever. We're gonna archive it. Look, he said it. He said, she's a fucking bitch. And you can't, there's no just talk anymore, but we're wired for just talk. People are wired for gossip and nonsense talk, especially when you're drinking. But if you're drinking, then you get on Twitter. You can say the dumbest shit ever. You can tank your life.
And people have.
Yeah, Christine Sacco, that famous case.
That was one of the first ones. The one who was on, as soon as she got off the plane.
Her life was upside down.
Right. Yeah. She gets on a plane. I mean, it's almost comical, except for her.
It's comical.
She gets on a plane and tweets that she's done something is funny, and then by the time the plane lands, her life's over. By the way, Family Guy did a hysterical version of that where Brian the dog goes into the he tweets something going into a theater, and it's semi-racist, but and then by the time he comes out of the movie, his life is destroyed by the Twitter mob. There's literally a mob outside his house.
We're not designed for permanence like that. To be able to just express yourself loosely. It's like if you're going to write something in a book and publish that book and you're going to carefully consider every word, and then you put that book out and you've gone over it, that's a different thing. Then fuck this guy.
So what do you think should go on with Louis C.K.? You mentioned him.
I know more about it than most people because I've talked to Louis about it. About what happened versus what's being portrayed as what happened. There's a lot of stuff that's just not true. Like he was never blocking anybody's door.
And what's unfair is that he cannot say it. If you engage and defend yourself and correct the record, then you make it worse.
Yeah.
So you're in this sort of purgatory where if you hear things that are not true, you also cannot say anything about it.
Yeah.
That's an unfair place to be. And also, like, is everything a hanging offense? My problem with some of the Me Too stuff, and of course I think like every right-thinking person, it was a great thing that happened, that men, and you just can't get away with a lot of the shit you use.
Particular men in positions of power
Yes,
in the
of
office
course.
place,
Right. I mean, I think
employers.
let's also extend it to the fracking industry and McDonald's and every other place in America where probably it's very prevalent. Nobody ever hears about it. But there is just no consistency. Charlie Sheen things at Louis C.K. Way worse. You couldn't get Louis C.K. So people are like, Louis C.K.'s in a Super Bowl commercial? That is ridiculous. Charlie Sheen.
Yeah, Charlie Sheen has no shame.
And I know, but he held a knife to his.
Did he?
That time in Aspen wasn't that he was with the third wife or something, and I seem to remember. But he's done. He's being sued for giving people AIDS, and I mean, there's just this litany of things that are way worse than whacking off in front of people, which is not cool either. Of course, it's so. But Louis did apologize and own up to it, and I just think where is the consistency?
Yeah.
Well, and also where is the? Is everything a life sentence? Louis is a horrible person forever, or is there some point where we used to go? Yes, a person pays his debt to society in some way, and then you're allowed back. I just feel bad for him. I mean, I feel like he did weird shit that he shouldn't have done for sure, and I think he knows that. I know he knows that, but what is the proper punishment, and who decides it?
Well, he's definitely working again. So all the people that are complaining and bitching about
overseas.
No, he's working here. No,
yes,
he's doing a lot of theaters. He's touring again.
Right. Yeah. When selling his tickets to his fans.
Yeah.
Sure. But he certainly can't do everything he wants to do.
Right.
And he can't.
He can still tour, but even if he wants to do a special, boy, who's going to take him up on that? Right.
Yeah.
Who's going to jump the line?
And maybe the proper punishment is another 5 years before you can have a special. But
that's a long time.
Well, I'm just saying. I'm just pulling it out of my ass. I'm just saying. What we need some sort of.
It's been more than 2 years.
Some sort of Me Too court.
Yeah.
That will hand down a fair and justified.
Judge Rose McGowan presiding. Yeah. How do you decide when a person has been punished enough, and what is the crime? But he's got some hilarious bits about it. He goes, the problem was I like jerking off and I don't like being alone. Right. People fits up with it.
Right.
And I don't want to the rest of the material he does about it. But he asked. Nothing's good about any of it. But and he knows it. No, I'm not defending him. But people are portraying it as far worse than he went up at Skankfest in New York and people went crazy and cheered, and I reposted the video of it, and someone posted on Twitter one of the rare times to like, fuck you, Joe Rogan, he assaulted women.
Yeah,
no, he didn't.
No,
but he didn't. You can't change what assault means.
Right.
He asked if he could jerk off in front of people, and then he did. There's some question as to whether or not he jerked off on the phone with somebody. I don't think that's assault either. It's kind of creepy. Not even kind of. I'm sure he would say it's creepy, but we're not talking about someone who assaulted people. You can't just change the definitions of the word because it makes you feel better about hating someone.
Now, I also read, but I don't know if it's true, if his management, I think, threatened women who were going to talk about this or prevented someone's career from moving because of this. If that happened,
well, it's not that he's not allowed to talk.
Well, it would be.
He's considered talking about it a few times, and I think he decides at the end of the day it's just better just keep pushing ahead. And his new hour, apparently, I'm not advertising for it, but from everybody that I heard, it's fucking amazing. Because all the pain, all the craziness, he apparently has a
talk about new material,
rockin' new hour.
Talk about something to talk about.
you have to get out of here? They said you got 2 hours.
I do, because it's like a work night for me.
All right, well, wrap this bad boy up. Tell people when's the new season air?
Friday.
This Friday.
Yeah, the 17th of January. Same bad time, same bad channel, HBO, at 10 Eastern from that. And we're going to go back at it again. Plenty to talk about.
Plenty to talk about, always. See,
congratulations, by the way, on making this such a big stop and such an iconic place. You did good.
Thank you. I don't know what the fuck happened. Stumbled into it.
Will you do my show?
Sure.
Okay, I asked you before, and you were very squirrely
so
about
many
it.
people, they're all talking over each other over sound bites.
I heard you say that once when you were laughing at some guy doing a terrible impression of me. And it's a very...
Kyle Kalinske? He does a great impression of you.
I didn't know who he was.
Have you ever seen the face swap? First, find that before we leave. What's that? Kyle, did I say Kalinske? Sorry, Kyle.
No, we don't have to look at this.
It's amazing.
To you, it was amazing. It wasn't. I don't man. People have done me, and I can laugh at it. Something. It was
your face. He's got your face. I was doing an impression of you. You've never seen this?
I saw what. Anyway, the point. Yeah, that doesn't matter. The point was. What was the point?
Point was. There's not too many people talking over each other on your show.
Correct.
It feels like it is to me. It's very difficult to have a conversation when there's so many different people talking.
It's such a fundamental criticism of my show.
It's not your show. It's just that format. That's the size.
But that was. I think you're thinking of politically incorrect. That way.
I'm thinking of your show right now.
Well, I'm there every week.
Okay.
And I monitor it pretty closely. Of course, when you have a panel, which we do, there can be those moments. But we don't book that kind of person and that kind of show. It's not the old, let's get them fighting thing. We don't want that. And honestly, the number of times when people have been shouting over each other and you can't hear them is very little.
It's not even that they're shouting over each other. It's that if you have a point and you want to talk about something, you got to let it roll around inside your head. Yeah.
But you would be the mid-show guest to my left, and it would be a one-on-one. You know, I do a one-on-one twice in the show. You see the show?
Yes.
Okay. In the middle of the show, I bring out more of a celebrity, usually to my left.
I watched the one where Sam Harris started going at it with Ben Affleck because of that. Sam was your one-on-one.
That's right. Okay, well, that's, you picked the one example where somebody, that's what you were talking about. I think you've seen one show.
No, I've seen several. I saw the one with Milo. I've seen Jordan Peterson. I've seen many shows.
We've done over 500.
When Hitchens went after...
I don't demand that anyone be a fan. I just like honesty.
One of my favorite ones was when Christopher Hitchens went after Mos Def.
Well, he's been dead for like 10 years. So once again, we're establishing... Your knowledge of this show is very limited. So
I've watched a bunch of episodes.
I hope you have to watch any. I don't need you.
But I have.
I have lots of fans.
I'm not
I don't need one more. What I'm saying is I'd like you to do it because I think you'd be good. And I like listening to you. And you'd be to my left, one-on-one. There would be nobody shouting over you because they wouldn't be involved.
Okay.
Right.
All right.
And then we'll
work on
Hawaii.
All right.
All right.
Bill Maher, ladies and
Thank
gentlemen. Thank you.
Pleasure.
Appreciate you being here, man.
Yeah. No problem.
Bye, everybody.
There's Joe Rogan Experience 1413 Bill Maher. Up next, Joe Rogan Experience 1245 Andrew Yang.
5, 4. We'll talk about it. Yeah. Yes, and we're live. Hello. Hey, Joe. Welcome. Thank you. Oh, it's great to be here. Thanks for having me. My pleasure. Sam Harris sends his regards. Yeah, Sam's a beautiful man. He is. I love that guy. And he's one of the reasons why you're here. So, universal basic income. This is what this is all about. Yes. Yeah, that's what my campaign for president is all about. That's an interesting focus of a campaign and very unusual. And I mean, 4 years ago, you'd never even thought that would have a chance at all. But this is a subject that has been gaining momentum. And I made a big shift because I had my friend Eddie Wong on once, and he was the first person to bring it up. And my initial knee-jerk reaction was, get the fuck out of here. Like, universal basic income, just going to give people money, they're just going to be lazy, nothing's ever going to get done. That's a terrible idea. And then I started paying attention to the rise of AI and automation and how many jobs are going to get taken away. And then once you see the actual numbers, it's pretty staggering.
Yeah, and that's how I got there, Joe. Like, I spent the last 7 years running an organization that I'd started called Venture for America, and we helped create about 3,000 jobs in Detroit, Cleveland, St. Louis, Birmingham, New Orleans, other cities around the country. And I saw that we're pouring water into a bathtub that has a giant hole ripped in the bottom, and that for every 5, 10, 50 jobs that my entrepreneurs are going to create, we're going to lose 5, 10, 50,000 jobs.
It's not something that people intuitively suspect could be a real issue either. It's one of the ones where you kind of have to like go ahead and shake people, like, hey, look at this. This is coming. There's a cliff. We're going towards this cliff.
It's darker still in that. So when I was digging into the numbers, I found that it's not this cliff that we're heading towards. It's actually more of a curve that we're on. What I've been telling people is that we're in the third inning now, where one of the main reasons why Donald Trump won in 2016 is that we automated away 4 million manufacturing jobs that were based in Michigan, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Wisconsin, Missouri, Iowa, all the swing states you needed to win in the center of the country. And a lot of that was just manufacturing work. And if you go to a factory, you'll see it's just giant robot arms as far as the eye can see. So it's not just that you have artificial intelligence on the horizon. It's that we've been eating away at the most common jobs in the U.S. economy for almost 20 years now, and it's just in particular out of the workforce.
Now, are there other alternatives that you've considered other than just universal basic income, like educating people about this being a real issue and perhaps pushing them or directing them towards other occupations?
Yeah, so that's the recipe that most people are attracted to. So I just want to unpack the numbers a little bit more so people have a sense of it. I was just with a bunch of truck drivers in Iowa last week, and there's a guy, Dennis Bagaski, that gave me a ride from Altoona to Grinnell in Iowa where I've been campaigning. And the truth of it, Joe, is that there are 3.5 million truck drivers in this country right now. It's the most common job in 29 states. And the average trucker is a 49-year-old guy with a high school education, maybe ex-military like Dennis was, and they're making like $50,000 a year. So then if you say, hey, I'm going to retrain 500,000 truck drivers, for what exactly is like issue number one.
Right.
And that these guys didn't love school 30 years ago. It's not like driving a truck has made them really excited about the idea.
Yeah.
And then the new job you're training them for, I looked into the data as to how good we were at retraining, let's say, displaced manufacturing workers in the Midwest when we started decimating their jobs. And we're terrible at it. Like, according to independent studies, government-funded retraining programs had a success rate of between 0 and 15% in real life. Like, this is what actually happened to the workers of Michigan, Indiana, and Ohio. And so if you say we're going to retrain these people, then you also have to come up with a way for us to become amazing at something that right now we're really, really bad at. And if you were an employer, which you are, would you rather employ a 50-year-old former truck driver with health problems who got some certificate program? Or would you rather hire a 25-year-old kid who went to community college, is probably cheaper, has lower expectations, and his skills are natively going to be a little fresher? I mean, if you were an employer, you'd probably choose number two.
I agree. But I'm trying to look at this through rose-colored glasses, I guess. I'm trying to think if there's a way that these people can adapt.
You know, I mean, some will for sure. You can retrain and reskill some people, but if you look at even the conversations we're having around this, where people legitimately talk about retraining coal miners to be software engineers, stuff that on the face of it makes no sense. But the reason why we're stretching for that is because we're looking for some kind of retraining-oriented solution when the numbers show that that's just not going to be the recipe for actual success.
And this is where this whole learn to code controversy is coming out online, where people are actually getting banned for writing learn to code. It's really a hot subject on Twitter, and it's very confusing too, and I haven't really gotten an explanation for why that's such an offensive thing to say, but people are getting banned for
journalists, I know,
joking around saying learn to code. It's very, very weird one who doesn't have an education to do something that's as difficult as code, computer language.
Yeah, and unfortunately, we're going to get to a point where AI can do some basic coding at a certain level. So if you think about the impulse to say learn to code, would it really say that much when the trucks start driving themselves in the next 5 to 10 years? So what does the market value? And then people are like, well, coding and STEM and engineering skills. And so there's a drive to try and push people in those directions. But if you look at the numbers, about 8% of American jobs right now are in STEM fields, like in technology, engineering, math, etc. So you're talking about 92% of the population that's not in those fields, and it's unrealistic to expect that 92% to somehow shift into the 8%.
Right, and there even be places for them there.
Yeah, and that's true too.
Even if they perfectly seamlessly transition, there's too many people for those jobs.
Yeah, so I've been driven to universal basic income in part because I've been looking at the numbers. The 5 most common jobs in the United States right now are administrative and clerical work, retail and sales, food service and food prep, which comprise about half of all American jobs. Only 32% of Americans graduate from college. So the average American is a high school grad doing one of these 5 jobs. And if you look at it, technology is already doing a number on each of these jobs. Like the first, administrative and clerical, includes call center workers, and AI is in the process of taking over that job. Retail and sales, 30% of malls are closing in the next 4 years. So the danger here is to think of it as artificial intelligence is coming. It's actually already eating up the most common jobs in our economy, and it's driving Americans into distress in various ways in the numbers.
Now, when you're talking about universal basic income, there's 2 questions that come up. How much money and where is it coming from?
Yeah. So first, I want to say that if you look at the heritage of universal basic income, it's a deeply American idea where Thomas Paine was for it at the founding of the country. And then Martin Luther King was for it. Milton Friedman, the godfather of conservative economists, was for it. And one state has had it in effect for 37 years, where everyone in that state gets between $1,000 to $2,000 a year, no questions asked.
That's Alaska.
Yeah, it's Alaska, and they fund it with oil money. And what I'm going around telling people is that technology is the oil of the 21st century. So I know you spoke to another guest about, hey, how do you get, let's say, approximately $3 trillion a year to fund universal basic income? And the great thing is that the first thing is it's not actually $3 trillion. And the reason why it's not $3 trillion is that if you look at what we're currently doing, we're spending about $1.5 trillion right now on 126 welfare programs and Social Security. And so if you show up to someone's door and say, hey, here's a dividend of $1,000 a month, but if you're already getting more than $1,000 in stuff, we're not just going to stack it on top. We're just going to say you're guaranteed $1,000, and if you're already getting more, then this doesn't touch you. You can keep your current stuff. If you're getting $700 in food stamps and whatnot, then you can just get $300 on top. So the $3 trillion actually shrinks a lot very fast because of the fact that about half of Americans are already getting various income support from the government. So the real price tag is closer to about 1.8 trillion if you say everyone who's 18 and up. Now, for context, the entire U.S. economy is now 20 trillion, up 5 trillion in the last 12 years, and the federal budget's 4 trillion. So you're looking at 1.8 trillion. It's a lot of money, but it's actually manageable. And one of the things that I haven't heard discussed here with you is that when you put money, nothing would happen. But we all know that right now, most Americans are living paycheck to paycheck. 57% of Americans can't afford an unexpected $500 bill. So you put $1,000 a month into their hands, it's going to go right back into the economy. They're going to spend it on food, child care, car repairs they've been putting off, the occasional night out. And then all of those businesses end up hiring more people, and then we end up getting some of the money back as tax revenues. So of the 1.8 trillion, we're going to get back, let's call it 400 billion in new tax receipts because everyone's going to be spending more money. We're going to save 1 to 200 billion on things like incarceration and homelessness services and emergency room healthcare. I was in New Hampshire last month, and a prison guard said to me, there's a prison guard. He said we should pay people to stay out of jail because we waste so much money when they're in jail. Like, he sees all the waste in the system. So if you imagine a society where everyone's getting $1,000 a month, that's it's a great incentive to try and stay out of jail because, you stop getting it if you wind up in jail. And it reduces recidivism because when you come out of jail, at least you have $1,000 a month waiting for you, and then you're less inclined to commit a crime and head back in.
How much crime do you think you'd actually prevent though by giving people $1,000 a month? I mean, I think most of the people that are doing crime, whether it's thievery or assault, they're not thinking this out. This is just either a way of life for them, either they've got real mental issues or a pattern of behavior that they can't break. I really don't think that $1,000 a month is going to fix any of that.
Well, it's not going to fix all of it for sure. I mean, we'll still have jails. It's not like silver bullet. But at the margins, would it keep like that person who's falling through the cracks and feels like they have no place in society? And maybe they, it's like the people around them are also like, hey, you don't have any value. Like, you get $1,000 a month, maybe like it keeps them off at the margins. And everything we're talking about is at the margins. I mean, everything's like this statistical curve, and you're taking the people who are, let's call it like the last 10 to 20%. But if you reduce our incarcerated population by 10 to 20%, I mean, that's billions and billions of dollars. So that studies have shown that your kids are healthier, better nourished, more likely to graduate from high school and get further education. Mental health improves, domestic violence goes down, hospital visits go down, and your worker productivity goes up. I mean, you're an entrepreneur and CEO, so when you run a company, you say, I'm going to invest in my people. I'm going to treat them well and try and train them and give them resources because we have the opposite approach. Where if I can just avoid spending money on you, then I'm going to somehow save money. When we end up spending that money in very, very dark, in our institutions just spend a truckload of money. So if you look at the cost savings and the value gains and the economic growth, that actually gets you back about $1 trillion of the 1.8. This is like the trickle up economy because none of the money disappears. It goes right back into the economy. And the way you get the last 800 billion or so is related to what we think is happening with AI and all these advanced technologies. Because if you look at who's going to win with AI and self-driving cars and trucks, the savings from robot trucks are estimated to be $168 billion a year, just from that one thing. So the problem is that the American public is going to see very little of that money because the winners are going to be the trillion-dollar tech companies that are great at just not paying a lot of taxes. They'll move it through Ireland. Amazon will say, didn't make any money this quarter, no reason to pay taxes. And so what we need to do is we need to put in a new tax that actually gets the American public a slice of every robot truck mile, Amazon transaction, Facebook ad. And every other industrialized country already has this tax. It's called a value-added tax. And because our economy is so vast at 20 trillion, a value-added tax at even half the European level generates about 800 billion in new revenue. And that gets you all the way there. So this is much more achievable and affordable than most people think when they start unpacking how the numbers work out.
So essentially, it would be the biggest corporations, the companies that gain or that have the largest revenue. They're going to be paying most of this.
Yeah, but they're going to get some of that money back, obviously. Because one of the things I say to the CEOs, it's like if everyone in Missouri is getting $1,000, Amazon's going to see some of that because they're just going to buy more stuff.
Right.
That's true for all of the big companies. But what I say is really bad for your business is when people don't have money to spend. What's good for your business is when they do. So they're going to give up some money at the top end, but they're just going to end up getting it back when their consumers end up spending a bit more.
And has this been actually fleshed out, like the real numbers or the projections of how much they're going to get back?
Yeah. So the Roosevelt Institute studied this plan of everyone getting $1,000 a month and projected it would create 2 million new jobs and grow the economy by 8 to 10%. And then you can model out what that means to each business because in that climate, they're going to see a similar uptick in revenues.
Did they factor in all the jobs that are going to be lost?
So one of the things that's a misconception about universal basic income is that it somehow will facilitate job loss.
Well, job losses, though, is the reason for universal basic income in the first place, right?
Yeah, which we're in the midst of right now. Right now, as we're sitting here together, the labor force participation rate in the United States is 63%. A lot of that's people in school, but about 5 million of it is unskilled men who got pushed out of the workforce. So again, this is not we're going to solve a problem that's coming down the pike. We're actually in the middle of this problem. So if you put $1,000 a month into people's hands, it actually grows the economy and creates jobs because of more economic activity.
Now, when you say a problem that's coming down the pike, what are the projections in terms of like the timeline?
Yes. So there are a lot of the projections are actually pretty consistent with each other, which means they're probably right. So the says you're looking at between 20 and 30% of jobs subject to automation by 2030, which is pretty soon. It's like 11 years from now. McKinsey says about 25%. The Obama White House, literally like their last day in office, they issued a report saying, "Hey guys, we're going to automate away all the jobs and then turn the lights off." They said 83% of jobs that make less than $20 an hour will be subject to automation by 2030. MIT is saying the same thing. And so we have 11 years to try and accelerate meaningful solutions. And this 11 years, it's not like it all happens on 2030. It's going to happen between now and then progressively, according to all of the major institutions that have looked at this.
Now, when you take a guy who's working as a truck driver and he's making $50,000 a year, and you tell him that automation is going to take away his job, but good news, we're going to give you $12,000 a year. That's a substantial loss in income, and
Yeah,
it leaves them. It also leaves them with this feeling of uselessness or hopelessness. They're not contributing. I think one of the things that people enjoy is earning their own way. People don't. It sounds counterintuitive. People don't like free money. They like a feeling of satisfaction, of a job well done, that they've created something, that they've done something.
Yeah, you're 100% right. It's one reason why we call this the freedom dividend. We say, look, it's not money for nothing. You're an owner and shareholder of the richest country in the history of the world. Just like when I buy Verizon or Microsoft, they send me a dividend. Like, I don't complain about that. Like, you are now a shareholder in this great nation and you get a dividend. But when I was with Dennis, the trucker who owns his own trucking company in Iowa, the role that jobs play in truckers' lives is vital. And again, I'm a very data-driven guy where men deal with joblessness very, very poorly.
Yeah.
By the numbers, we spend between 40 and 75% of our time on the computer playing video games or doing other things. Our substance abuse goes up. Our volunteering in the community goes down even though we have more time. And we generally spiral into antisocial and self-destructive behaviors. Now, this is not something that's experienced by women at the same levels. Like, women in joblessness, women actually are more adaptable. They're more likely to go back to school and volunteer. They don't spend all their time on the computers the way that we do. So there's a real problem. Because right now, those truckers, and when I talk to the truck drivers, so I've been campaigning for president now for a number of months, so I spend a lot of time in Iowa, which is a really huge trucking hub. And you go to them and say, "Hey guys, you worried about robot trucks taking your jobs?" They're like, "There's no way a robot can take my job." Like that's that's like totally matter of fact. They're like this is not something that they worry about. Their attitude has transitioned from that somewhat to we should make robot trucks illegal, or we should make it so that a robot truck cannot displace me. So that's been a big shift, because a year ago they were like, it's impossible.
The idea that an American would say bots for your business instead of a person, you should be forced to.
A lot of them are, Joe. So only 13% of truckers are unionized. So 87% are like Dennis, where they're small independent firms.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of them actually bought or leased their own trucks. So they took out tens of thousands of dollars in the equivalent of a mortgage to get this truck. And so if they have to compete against a robot truck that doesn't stop, that's like, that's existential level stuff.
Yeah.
And right now, truck drivers have time use regulations where they cannot drive more than 14 hours a day. So you literally cannot compete.
Right.
Because the robot truck's just going to keep going hour 15, 16, 17, etc. So these guys some of them make really good money. Like some of them make $70,000, $75,000, $80,000. It's one of the higher paying jobs for men without a college degree. And so if you look at what they're facing, it's not so crazy that they're like, hey, you need to make the robots illegal, because for them, what is the next best economic alternative if the robot trucks take over that job. Like,
Well,
what
it's
they can
not,
go from.
yeah, it's not crazy for them, but it's a crazy idea to tell a company that they can't do something that's more efficient, safer, and probably economically more viable.
Oh yeah, again, the savings from automating truck driving are estimated to be $168 billion per year. And not just labor savings, but also equipment utilization because the trucks never stop, fuel efficiency because the trucks get daisy chained together so there's less wind resistance, fewer accidents because right now truck accidents kill about 4,000 people a year, so you probably save lives. There's a very, very powerful argument for the fact that we should be trying to automate this stuff.
Yeah.
But on the other side, you have literally 3.5 million truckers who rely upon this for their livelihoods to support their family. And there's going to be a lot of passion, a lot of resistance to this. Anyone who thinks that truck drivers are just going to shrug and be like, all right, I guess I had a good run, I'm just going to go home and figure it out. That's not going to be their response.
Right.
It's going to be much more likely that they say, you need to make these robot trucks illegal, or they're just going to park their trucks across the highway, get their guns out, because a lot of these guys are ex-military, and just be like, hey, like, I'm not moving my truck until, I get my job back. And there'll be a lot of truckers in the same situation.
Do you really think that would happen?
Well, I
They
think
would block the highway for their job back? That's less efficient, kills more people.
so. I was with these truckers in the truck stop in Altoona, Iowa. And Joe, they have really, really difficult jobs. I mean, I don't know if you knew truckers where you were, but they have this 14-hour window where they're allowed to drive their truck, and they drive most of that. So they have these other 10 hours, and they sleep in their truck. The trucks have a bed. They go into the truck stop. They take a shower. There's a laundry. And they're like plugged into this machine of this truck and the industry. They spend days, sometimes weeks on the road.
A lot of them listen to podcasts. Probably a lot of them listening right now.
A lot of them listen to podcasts. And they're doing it primarily because it's a more lucrative opportunity than the other jobs that are available to them. A lot of them have families that like supporting their families. And so if you say, hey guys, time's up for this way of life, most of them, I think, will not. Actually, I look at how much they endure. There's so much endurance baked into that job. They're much more likely to implode or do something where it's self-destructive than they would be to take their truck and park it across the highway. But you're talking about a population of hundreds of thousands, including many small business owners. And small business owners have a different mentality very often. Like, I've been an entrepreneur. I'm a serial entrepreneur for last 20 years. Like, you're an entrepreneur. And if you saw this happen, you might say, hey, I'm adaptable, I'll figure it out. Or you might say, hey, I think I can do something about this. Like, if I park my truck this way, that's going to cause such havoc that it's like hundreds of millions of dollars worth of economic harm very, very fast. And if you look at the Industrial Revolution, which people cite as the precursor to what we're going through, there were mass riots in the Industrial Revolution that killed dozens of people, caused billions of dollars worth of damage. Labor Day is a holiday today because of those riots. And then we implemented universal high school in 1911, in part as a response to these riots. So according to the estimates, this is called the Fourth Industrial Revolution, and we're going to displace jobs at 3 to 4 times the rate of that Industrial Revolution. And that Industrial Revolution included mass riots. So thinking that this one will not strikes me as really, really optimistic and perhaps unrealistic.
What do you see coming when you think that these jobs are going to be automated, and then universal basic income is going to supplement their income? It's going to give them some money, $1,000 a month. But where do they go from there? I mean, how do people exist on $12,000 a year? What do they do? How do they adapt to this new world?
Right. So the first thing you have to do is you have to look at what lies ahead if we do nothing.
Right.
So the way it's going to play out is that self-driving trucks are slowly going to start hitting the highways. Amazon's testing them out right now. And the first stage is going to be that there's a human driver just sitting there as a fail-safe, and the truck's going to drive itself. Now, my friends in Silicon Valley are working on teleoperators, which is, so the trucks have right now a 98% accuracy level, which is not very high because you can't have 2% semi trucks like running into things or like going up the roads. So the way they're trying to get the last percent or so is they're equipping trucks with teleoperating software, which means that a teleoperator in Nevada or Arizona will beam into the truck and just be able to see out the front like a video game. It's like drone operating, but instead of the truck. And you beam in, and then you just steer the truck until the computer is like, I got it from here, and then you beam out. That's what they're working on to try and catch that last bit of uncertainty. So the innovations they're having, and again, Joe, we're talking about $168 billion a year. Like, everything becomes possible when you're looking at that much money. So in the absence of anyone doing anything, the robot trucks will start reducing shifts of various truckers, I would say 6 to 10 years from now. And so then there'll be a bunch of reactions. Now, trucking firms already have massive shortages. They can't find enough people. That's one reason why they're trying to automate this job as fast as they are, because they're literally they're short like a couple 100,000 truckers right now. And people don't want to go into this field for a variety of reasons. The main thing being it's like extraordinarily brutal on you physically. Very, very bad for your family life too, because you're away all the time. Something like 88% of truckers have an early marker for chronic disease, like substance abuse, diabetes, obesity, high blood pressure, something along those lines. And now people think that the job's going to disappear in the next 5 to 10 years. You can't get people in. So if you play out what happens when the robot trucks start reducing shifts, then there'll be people trying to flee the field of trucking. And then if it becomes really dramatic where the robots start driving, let's say between Western Pennsylvania and Nevada, and then human beings get in those states and then take it the rest of the way, because the robots won't be reliable enough to drive in urban areas. They'll be reliable enough to drive on an interstate where they just have to make a few decisions. Then there'll be a massive depletion of truck driving opportunities. And then, in my mind, a lot of suicides, a lot of self-destruction. And I don't say that lightly. I say that based upon the fact that that's what happened to manufacturing workers. Where if you unpack what happened to the manufacturing workers of Michigan, Ohio, Indiana, suicide rates spiked to a point where now our life expectancy as a country has declined for the last 3 years because of suicides and drug overdoses. It's the first time that's happened since the Great Flu Pandemic of 1918. Like, we are actually coming apart as a country by the numbers. So what happened to the manufacturing workers will then happen to the truckers, but at an even more dramatic scale. So you'll see truckers going home and drinking themselves to death, or doing drugs and overdosing, or killing themselves. And then eventually there'll be an outbreak of violence because some trucker will say, instead of killing myself, how about I go bust up a robot truck? And there are already truckers that are doing things like blocking Tesla recharging stations and electronic vehicle battery stations because they don't like electronic trucks.
Sort of. Those are pickup trucks, though. Those are assholes. I mean, this is not like people doing it because they think that these Tesla recharge stations are taking jobs away. They're just being dickheads.
Exactly, Joe. So if you're going to be a dickhead, even though it really has nothing to do with you,
Right.
imagine when you actually think your livelihood's being threatened.
Right. Good point.
Then you can see it getting revved up, to like a much higher level.
Yeah.
So I'm running for president in large part because I think we need to get in front of this set of problems. We have to say, look, if we're going to save $168 billion a year, maybe some of that should go to the truckers and give them a soft landing. Maybe we should have this universal basic income where everyone feels like they're getting $1,000 a month, which is not a work replacement. It's not going to make their lives easy. They still need to work, but at least it takes the edge off. It takes like the existential threat off. And also their kids getting it, so they feel like, okay, my kid actually has some kind of path to the future, and it's not like if I lose this trucking job, not only am I going to, struggle and suffer, but my kid will too. So my plan as president is to install a trucker transition czar and say, look, it is your job to try and manage this transition for the 3.5 million truckers. And Joe, we haven't even talked about the 5 million Americans who work at truck stops, hotels, diners, retail establishments, all the places where the truckers stop every day just to get out, eat a meal, and live a life. I mean, if you imagine those communities when the trucks don't stop, there's going to be a drying up of economic vitality on a level that's unprecedented in many of these communities.
This is something that I'm just becoming aware of over the last year or two. How when you're out on the campaign trail and you're talking to media and you're discussing this with people, how many people have no idea that this is coming?
Well, what I say to people, Joe, is I say, hey, have you noticed stores closing on your main street? And then they say yes. And I ask them, why is that? And then they reflect for a minute, and then they say Amazon. And I'm like, yeah, that's right. Amazon's getting $20 billion of commerce every year, and is now tipping your malls and Main Street stores into oblivion. And like, is that going to get better or worse? So some people say it's like how the robots are years away, and then you're like, no, it's not robots actually like walking around your neighborhood. I mean, of course, that's unlikely, but Amazon's soaking up the business that used to go to your mall. If you go to their fulfillment center, it's robots as far as the eye can see. If you go to their warehouse, it's also robots as far as the eye can see. So when you ask how aware are people that this is happening, it's one of those truths that as soon as you point it out, they're like, oh yeah, like I knew that was what was up. It's just for whatever reason, I'm like the only person just laying out the facts and being like, guys, it's not your imagination. Like, we actually are getting rid of the most common jobs in the U.S. economy, filled by high school graduates, and then replacing them with a handful of jobs for higher skilled people in different places. And then we're pretending that the first population is somehow going to access the new opportunities, when the odds of them getting up and like moving to Seattle or whatnot and becoming a web designer or like logistics manager or big data scientist or something, like essentially near zero. And so this is what gave rise to a lot of the anger that got Donald Trump elected, because they looked around their communities and were like, hey, I used to work in this manufacturing plant. This manufacturing plant no longer exists. For whatever reason, like, I'm being told that it's somehow like my fault that I wasn't adaptable enough. Like, I didn't somehow become a coder or something ridiculous. And I have to say, Joe, this is like something that I picked up from Dennis in part. So I'm with this trucker in Iowa. And he says to me, like, I don't think that Democrats care about people like me. And he says that to me while I'm in his truck. And I'm just like, I can understand why he feels that way, but that's incredibly destructive, because there's a point at which the Democratic Party used to be very, very heavily aligned with working class Americans. And there's now some kind of pathology that if the person who's suffering is a white man of a certain background, then the suffering somehow diminished. Like, it doesn't count as much if they're a trucker. And that's something that I find really destructive. It's like, we have to start acknowledging the source of the problems. One thing I'm saying to people is like, look, it's not immigrants that are taking these jobs away. Like, just facts. It is not immigrants. It is the fact that technology is pushing our economy in a direction that makes it harder and harder for many Americans to get by based upon this current I trade my time for money model.
Now, truckers seem to be the big one, right?
Yeah.
Cashiers are another one.
Yeah.
What are the other jobs that are going to be killed by automation?
So the next obvious one is call center workers.
Of course.
Where there are 2.5 million call center workers still in the United States. Generally high school graduates that make about $14 an hour. Now, when you and I call a company, we're like pounding keys trying to get a human, because the AI is so annoying. It's like, hey, just like give me a person.
Yeah.
But over the next number of months, AI is going to become indistinguishable from a person.
Yeah, like the new Google answering service.
Yeah.
That comes with the Pixel phones. It's amazing.
Yes. And so that 2.5 million call center population is going to shrink a ton, because after you get AI software that's better than one of them, it could be most all of them. That's not like 5,000 jobs. That's potentially 500,000 jobs.
Right.
I was at a conference of CEOs, and I asked how many of them are looking at having AI replace back office workers, like various clerical functions. Every single hand went up. There's going to be a lot of clerical work, having systems talk to each other, that's going to disappear. And one CIO type of like a major bank said that his estimate was that's about 30% of the bank's workers fall into that category. So you're looking at call center workers, you're looking at back office workers, you're looking at insurance brokers. Insurance is a very highly automatable industry because it's a lot of information getting passed back and forth. Cashiers, as you said, truck drivers, delivery drivers, Uber drivers.
I heard that it goes even as far as medical procedures. There was a recent automated medical procedure where they did surgery on a grape.
Yes.
Did
Yeah.
you see that?
Yeah, I saw that, and China's already had just a complete automated dental implantation because China actually has a real shortage of surgeons, and so their incentives to try and automate this are very, very high. Now, the interesting thing here, Joe, is that let's say I made a robot surgeon tomorrow. Right now, the economic incentives still are not necessarily for everyone to use my robot surgeon because the regulations aren't there yet in the U.S. And so healthcare is a really interesting one. Another one that's very clearly going to get taken up by AI is radiology and looking at tumors on a film. Because it turns out that AI can see shades of gray that a human eye cannot. And it can reference millions of films where the most experienced doctor could probably reference thousands. And so radiology, I'll tell you, medical students are running from radiology as fast as they can because they know that's going to get taken up by AI.
Man, this is such a bleak forecast. It's very strange when we stop and think about all the different things that human beings find value in as far as their occupation. Like, hey, I'm a this, I'm a that, this is what I do. And the idea that these things are all going to go away, it's kind of disturbing.
Oh, and when I was digging into the research, Joe, it's been happening and it's tearing us apart. I mean, I referenced the fact that, so here are some things that are all-time or multi-decade highs right now in the United States of America. Suicide, anxiety and depression, mental problems, financial insecurity, people being unable to pay their bills. All of these things are at record highs. And one thing I know you've talked about in the past that I think you really find fascinating. So there have been studies as to what happens to your mind when you can't pay your bills. And when you can't pay your bills, you're like stressing out. It's like, if I pay this, I can't pay that. And there's like always the time money trade off. It's like, oh, if I spend extra time commuting, maybe I can save a couple bucks. And so what it does is it actually constrains your bandwidth to a point that your functional IQ goes down by 13 points or one standard deviation. So just if you say to someone, hey, here's a bill you can't pay, and then you give them an IQ test, their score actually goes, actually making our population less rational, less reasonable, more impulsive, more subject to bad ideas, nastier, more subject to things like racism and misogyny too, because it turns out what happens with most of us is you need executive functioning to resist like racist and misogynistic impulses. And so if I make you cash strapped and make it so you can't pay your bills, you're actually more likely to be like, yeah, like blame them. So what we're talking about, again, it's not this speculative future. It's that we've been doing this for years, and it's actually pushing our population into a mindset of scarcity, of nastiness. And that's why universal basic income is so crucial, because it gets the boot off of people's throats, and it replaces the mindset of scarcity with a mindset of abundance and rationality and optimism and capacity. Like, I'm an entrepreneur, you're an entrepreneur. I'll tell you, very, very few entrepreneurs start businesses at a scarcity. Where they're like most of them.
But $1,000 a month isn't even enough money for most people to pay for their rent.
Well, the great thing is, again, this $1,000 is yours no matter what. So right now, let's say you're doing a normal job.
So if you make $1 million a year, you still get $1,000 a month.
Yes, you do. I mean, it's opt-in, so you could opt in and take it, which most Americans would, because it's still $1,000 a month.
Yeah, people get greedy.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, $1,000 to get my nails done.
Yes. Or give it away if they felt like it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but so those are the things that are at like all-time highs. It's like all these negative social indicators. Here are things that are at all-time lows. Getting married, starting a business, having a kid, moving for a new job. All of those things are at historic lows in the United States of America.
Having children, really?
Yeah, we're at record low birth rates right now. And it's largely because people feel too strapped to have kids. I mean, that's literally where we are.
When you say record low, by like what percentage?
You can look up right now. Jamie, I don't know if you want to look this up, but stories have come out over this last year saying that Americans are now at the lowest rate of childbirth that has been the case in decades or ever.
Yeah, that's a conversation that I have with people whenever they say that their world population But the population is growing so fast and overpopulated. Here it goes. 1.80 births per woman, 2016. So it's dropping from 1970 at a high to, but it seems fairly similar from 1980 to today.
But still, I mean,
It's actually
actually
above.
If it goes from 1.8 to if it goes from even something like 1.9 to 1.8 is like a pretty significant drop. There it is. U.S. births dipped to 30-year low.
Fertility rates sink further below replacement level. And so you think, but the thought is that this is because of education, and that this is because of people are waiting longer to have children, and that this is a byproduct of industrialization and modern world, and that the more educated and affluent people get, the less likely they are to have children. That it's not the sign, like as far as everything I've read about it, is that it's not a symptom of people doing poorly. It's a symptom of people doing well.
You know, there are definitely cases where richer countries just have fewer kids, and that's cool
because they concentrate on their careers, right? Is that the idea?
But the darker part of this, Joe, is that right now, if you're a non-college educated person in the United States, the odds of you ever getting married less than 50% now for the first time ever, and then people are having fewer kids.
To play devil's advocate, though, the marriage thing might be people looking at it and go, God, my parents got divorced, my brother got divorced, everybody else got divorced. What the fuck am I doing?
There are a lot of good reasons for it. It's
you know,
as a happily married man myself,
me as well. I always tell people don't do it. I tell people don't do it. It's too risky.
Yeah. So you can look at to me getting married and having kids like an act of like prosperity or optimism. There are reasons why it's going down otherwise, but if you look at things like starting a new business, I mean, that being at multi-decade lows, there's like no positive spin on that.
Right.
People moving between states is now at multi-decade lows. People moving for a new job, multi-decade lows.
Like, you think this is the product of automation, or it's the product of a bunch of different factors like internet purchasing and marketing, and people buying most of their goods and clothes and stuff like that?
It's a range of factors, but one of the big problems, and keep in mind, I spent 7 years helping entrepreneurs grow businesses in 18 cities around the country between 2011 and 2017. That was actually my job. My job was to be the job creator guy.
Mm-hmm.
And so when you go out to these places, you see that the dynamism is getting sucked up markets to a level that's unprecedented in our history. Like that the disparities between Cleveland and San Francisco or St. Louis and LA are much, much higher than they've been in any other historical period. Both by the numbers and like after you actually go to the places, you're like, wow, like this is not flourishing the way that you hope.
Do you feel like an economic Paul Revere in a certain sense? Like the robots are coming, the robots are coming.
I do. It's weird, man. The comparison I make is that if the United States economy is like an elephant, you know the parable of like the people, like blind people, touching the elephant. So I'm an entrepreneur. I sold a company to a public company that was a national education company. It's based in New York.
What is the parable of blind people touching an elephant?
So what happens is they're like 7 blind men, and they get asked like, what does an elephant look like? And then one of them's touching the trunk, and it's like an elephant looks like a snake. And another one's touching its leg, and it's like an elephant looks like a tree trunk. So that's the way most people experience the economy. Is that they're like touching a part of the economy. They're like, this is what it looks like, feels like. So I've had this really strange set of experiences where I sold a national education company to a public company. I lived bicoastally between New York and San Francisco for the last 5 years. I've operated in 18 cities around the country. I was an appointee in the Obama administration in DC, so I've actually seen the elephant, if you know what I mean. Like I whole elephant. Yeah, like I'm like hanging out with the tech wizards in Silicon Valley, and I'm like, hey, we can automate these jobs. And they're like, oh yeah, we can automate these jobs. like it's, so it's not a mystery, and they're not bad people. It's like, hey, it's my job to like make stuff work better, and if you gave me a choice between making things work better and creating abundant opportunities for the other people, I would choose that. But I do not have that choice. I have a job to do. This is my job. And what I tell people is like, whose responsibility then is it to go tell the people, look, It's technology. It's transforming the economy in fundamental ways, and we need to make it so that everyone benefits, and it's not just that this like hyper concentrated set of winners and then this like huge army of relative losers. And it's the government's job. But at this point, we've given up on our government as anything, like it can't really do anything, and so now it's no one's job. And so somehow, Joe, it has become my job, and it blows my mind too sometimes.
Now, coming from a place of being a serial entrepreneur to this presidential candidate is kind of warning people about the upcoming technological apocalypse, as it were. How did you make that transition, and what was your motivation to get involved in this to the point where you're actually running for president on this platform?
Yeah, so I saw the company in 2009, and that was the financial crisis. Like Wall Street had crashed the economy. And I had personally taught these kids who had worked at Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley and McKinsey, and I was like, man, we need smart kids to do something other than just head to Wall Street and Silicon Valley. We need to have them go to Detroit, St. Louis, Baltimore, and all start businesses. So I quit my job. I donated low six figures to start this new organization, and then we trained hundreds of entrepreneurs and helped create several thousand jobs. So that was like my wholesome give back. I was like, hey, I'm like the guy who just believes in entrepreneurship, because just like you, I freaking love entrepreneurs. And I was like, so here's the joke I used to tell. I went to law school. I was an unhappy lawyer for 5 months. And so what I tell people is like, if you're a clueless, ambitious 22-year-old who came out of college, and you say to your parents, hey, I'm going to go to law school, they're going to say, that's great. It's really easy to find the law school because it's there, just apply to it. And the government will give you a $100,000 loan, no questions asked. And then if you say to your parents, hey, I want to be an entrepreneur, your parents will think that's stupid. It's hard to find, and no one's going to give you a $100,000 loan. So we have this huge oversupply of indebted law school graduates and a huge undersupply of entrepreneurs, was my thinking. And so I was like, okay, how do you fix that? So I started this organization, Venture for America, to try and fix that. And so imagine being this guy getting medals and awards for helping create jobs around the country, and then realizing that automation's coming like a tidal wave, and that your efforts that you're getting applauded for are really not going to do the trick. And then Donald Trump wins the election in 2016, and for whatever reason, in my opinion, the media is just not being honest about all the economic drivers. They're blaming racism, Russia, Facebook, the FBI. And if you look at the voter district data on a district-by-district basis, there's a straight line up between the adoption of industrial robots in that voting district and the movement towards Trump. Like, it's a straight economic story where we blasted away 4 million manufacturing jobs in the swing states, and Donald Trump is our president. So imagine being me and then seeing that and being like, okay, I get it. This is an economic, technological story. And then I went to people in Washington, D.C. I was like, hey guys, what are we going to do? We're in the third inning of the greatest economic and technological trend on Trump. The fourth, fifth, sixth innings are going to be horrific. What are we going to do? And then the answers I got were somewhere between disappointing and horrifying. Where if you go to mainstream politicians and you're like, what are we going to do? The answers I got were literally, number one, we cannot talk about that. Number two, we should study that.
We cannot talk about that.
That's verbatim.
Really?
Yeah.
And why were they saying that?
Because it seems alarmist, or like anti-progress, or like, you're like, throwing stones at like big tech companies. And it's like, I'm not throwing stones at anyone. I'm just pointing out the fact. So number one is retrain Americans for the jobs of the future. And then when I was like, hey, we're terrible at that by the numbers, then they'd literally be like, well, I guess we'll learn to get better at it then. And then I came back to my home in New York City, and I was like, oh my gosh, like we are so backward and far gone certainly as a government. And so then I was grappling with it, and I'm a parent like you are, and I looked, is this really the plan?
Right.
And so then I was like, okay, how would you actually solve this problem if you had to do so? And so then I said, okay, universal basic income, rebranded the freedom dividend after we did a bunch of tests, because it tests much better as the freedom dividend than universal basic income. And then try and make the rules of the economy work better for more people as fast as we can before this automation wave really crescendos.
What do you mean by that?
Well, to me, like, what I'm saying is, like, retail and truck driving are the two major obvious sectors that are going to get displaced. Being a retail worker is the most common job in the United States right now. The average retail worker is a 39-year-old woman with a high school education making between $11 and $12 an hour. So what do those workers do when 30% of the malls and stores close in the next 5 years? And then truckers are next in line, by the 5 to 10 year mark. So it's like we have to get our acts together before these populations end up getting displaced. And we know Americans don't have a ton of savings to fall back on. It's not like they'll be like, let me take a month off to think about it. That's not the real life situation most Americans live and experience. So this is all 2017 where I'm doing the data research and saying okay, what's the plan? And then when I went to various politicians, I was like, there is no appetite for making this case. There's no appetite for anyone even talking about this. So the only thing I could see that would have a realistic chance of accelerating meaningful solutions to this automation wave in a 5 to 10 year time frame is if I run for president and I either win, which is very doable, I can win, or I mainstream this set of considerations to a point where other politicians are willing to tackle something like universal basic income and make it a reality in that time frame.
Anyone can win, right? I mean, it is possible. I mean, there are voters, people are voting, but do you really believe that you can win?
Well, Joe,
I wouldn't be running if you wouldn't, right? I believe that, but if you were not you.
No, I appreciate the question. And I've been very upfront the whole time is that if my ideas and policies become front and center and we get this done, then if I'm not president of the United States, I'm perfectly happy with that. I'm on the record just being I'm just trying to solve problems. I'm an entrepreneur trying to solve a problem. That said, I'm already polling at 1% nationally. I'm tied with Kirsten Gillibrand and other national politicians right now as we're sitting here.
I have no idea. Kirsten Gillibrand?
She's a senator from New York, so that was supposed to be a national politician.
Normal morons like myself are not aware of that. I wouldn't have known that you were running if it wasn't for Sam.
No, I appreciate that, man. But now, happily, everyone who's a fan of yours, which is apparently everybody, now knows I'm running. But so you're right that most people have never heard of Andrew Yang, and I'm already polling at 1%, enough for me to make the debates.
Are you running as an independent?
I'm running as a Democrat because the mechanics make it such that is necessary for you to be able to actually succeed and win. But I can go through with you the mechanics, and you might enjoy this because I know you and Sam and others sometimes talk politics and presidential politics. So I'm an operator, I'm an entrepreneur, and so you get to it and be like, okay, what does it take to be president? So there are 2 rules to run for president. One is you have to be 35 years or older, check, and then the second is natural born citizen, check. Only rules. That's it. So then you get into the process and you say, okay, the first 2 states to vote are Iowa and New Hampshire. Now, there are going to be about 20 people running for president as a Democrat this cycle. You probably knew that, right? Mm-hmm. So you look at the Iowa caucus. Iowa has a population of 3.1 million, but only 171,000 Iowans participated in the caucus in 2016 because it's a very high investment. Now, they changed the rules, so this year it's going to be closer to let's call it 250 now. But if you have 20 candidates, to finish top 3 in a field of 20, you probably need about 40 to 50,000 Iowans to get on board. So you say, hey, do I think I can be president of the United States? The threshold question is this: can I get 40 to 50,000 Iowans on board with the idea that them and their family members getting $1,000 a month is a good idea? That would actually help improve their lives?
Well, I'm sure it would help improve their lives, and I'm sure they would agree with you. The question is, what are the other things? See, I don't think most people are aware that this is coming. And I think you educating people and explaining all these statistics and seeing the forecast, particularly from your position as a serial entrepreneur who has a deep background in business and you have a deep understanding of this, you're helping in a tremendous way by educating people. But I think most people have, it maybe illogically, but they have different concerns. So how do you address these other concerns? I bet if you polled people, what are the issues? What are the issues in this upcoming 2020 presidential race that, who's going to beat Donald Trump? How do you do it? This is like on the Democratic side, the idea is like anyone but Trump, right?
Yeah.
This is, I mean, they would be so happy if fill in the blank, Tulsi Gabbard, you, whoever. On the Republican side, obviously it's Trump, unless someone comes along or he goes to jail. Right? Those are the two possibilities.
Yeah.
What are the other issues and that you feel that people are really concerned about that you can perhaps shed some unique light on?
Sure. So the three big policies I'm running on are, one, the freedom dividend, because a lot of Americans are seeing their paychecks not keep up with their expenses. Number two is we need to get healthcare off the backs of businesses and families. As an entrepreneur, it makes it harder to hire people. When you do hire people, you want to make them contractors and not full-time employees. It makes it harder for people to start businesses because they're concerned about keeping their health care for their families. So we got to get healthcare off the backs of businesses and families and try and make the economy more dynamic. And we spend twice as much on healthcare as other countries do to worse results. Like, it's right now we're in like the worst of all worlds. And the third thing is, and I reference my wife when I talk about this. My wife's at home with our two boys, 6 and 3, one of whom is autistic. And what I say is, like, what is her work valued at in GDP? And the people think of that and they're like, I don't know. And I'm like, 0, because GDP like doesn't consider that actual economic contribution. And then I say, what we have to do is we have to actually evolve from GDP as a measuring stick, because it actually doesn't work for us. It's almost 100 years old. We made it up during the Great Depression. Self-driving trucks are going to drive GDP way up, but it's going to be very, very bad for many people and communities. So we have to actually change the measuring sticks to something that would actually make our economy work for us, make it so that the market serves us instead of all us being inputs to the market. Because if we're all inputs to the market, we lose to robots and AI, hands down. And it's not like, it doesn't matter if you were like a really conscientious, hardworking truck driver or like a really lazy, sloppy one. It doesn't matter. Like, you know, it doesn't matter if you were like a really diligent radiologist or like a, it doesn't matter. So we have to shift the market's emphasis to actually fuel our well-being and change from GDP, which is again this archaic measurement we made up, to things that would actually correspond to how we're doing. Things like health, how our childhood success rates, environmental.
How do you quantify that? How would you quantify that in a way that would be translatable to the average voter?
Yeah, so we have measurements for most of these things. And again, if you look at our numbers right now, you'd see it's like, what? Like, how many people listening to this know that America's life expectancy has declined for the last 3 years? You know, that to me would be like a pretty important measurement.
And you think that's because of, is it because of suicide? Is it because of drug overdose? Is it because of obesity, diet? What is it?
The two causes that people point to the most are that drug overdoses and suicides have overtaken vehicular deaths as the most frequent deaths in the United States.
I didn't know that suicide was on that list. I knew that drug overdose had taken obesity. Suicides have overtaken obesity as well?
Suicides have overtaken car accidents. I'm not sure about obesity.
Oh, I'm sorry. I meant car accidents. I misspoke. So car accidents used to be number one.
Yeah.
Suicides are higher than car accidents now.
Yeah.
So suicides, drug overdoses, and then car accidents? Like, or suicides and drug overdoses, like,
I think drug overdose is number one, and then suicide is number 2.
Wow.
And so that's why life expectancy has declined for the last.
And you think that and very much likely, there's at least some of the number of the suicides are related to economic disparity.
Oh yeah, I mean, if you look at the suicide rate, it's particularly pronounced in 50 to 54-year-old white Americans, which are the population. I mean, you resemble that. That's me. Yeah, that's you. Which resembles a population that right now is just reaching a point where they're like, hey, my job skills don't have any, like utility in the marketplace. And then they go home and they just like, start looking around and being like, what am I doing? I mean, it's really dark. It's punitive. It's punishing. And we put our citizens in the situation where we all see ourselves as economic inputs. What the market says we're worth is what we're worth. And if we're worth less, then it's our fault. And so the next move is to say, okay, I guess, this place, there's no place for me here.
I don't mean to sound skeptical, but I just don't believe that $1,000 a month is going to fix that. It seems like that would be a good thing. Certainly not moving in the wrong direction, certainly moving in the right direction, but it seems that there needs to be some sort of a massive rethinking of civilization itself. If you're going to have that many things that are going to be automated, that many people that are going to be out of jobs, and feeling that the world that they prepared for no longer exists,
Yes,
it seems like we need a step further, another move.
100%, brother. And that's one reason why the freedom dividend's not that doesn't solve the problem.
Right.
The problem is fundamentally one of reconstituting means of structure, purpose, and fulfillment in people's lives, particularly in men's lives.
Right. How do we do that?
Right. So one important aspect of that is to actually start measuring how we are doing as a society and saying that's actually where we're trying to go.
So instead of using GDP,
Yes.
using some sort of other quantifiable method of measuring health and happiness and fulfillment.
Yes, levels of engagement with work,
Mm.
in mental health. I mean, we have measurements for that. We are sophisticated enough to do that. And then if we say, and as president, I'm going to be up, and then we're going to say, you know what we're going to try and do? We're actually going to try and move those measurements in the right direction. So let's try and get drug overdoses down by 50% in 2 years. Let's try and get our mental health up a little bit, like in these ways, and then make it so that that person who's at home being like, okay, like, you know, like there's not a job for me. I'm getting $1,000 a month. That does not solve all my problems. It takes the edge off, but then we can hopefully start reconstituting what that person's purpose is in their community, in their neighborhood. And so one of the things that I'm going to point out is that if you pump $1,000 a month into that neighborhood, it ends up creating a whole new rung of opportunities for the people in that community. Like some of that money goes to, you know, like youth leagues and churches and nonprofits. It creates jobs right there in that community. One of the examples I use is like if you're in a town in Missouri with 50,000 people, and let's say you really like to bake, but starting a bakery is a dumb idea because people just do not have money in that town to buy your baked goods. But then I pump $60 million a year into that economy, and a lot of that just circulates right there in that town. Then if I start a bakery, it's a good idea. And I know if my big I can at least go home and get my dividend. And then if I go to other people and say, hey, you want to like help me out with this, then they also think it's a better idea than they would have. So the money is not the solution. The money helps set the stage for the solutions. And so does the measurements. So does because right now, if like you don't even know that your life expectancy is declining, that's kind of hard to solve that problem. So if you say, look, this is actually how we measure how we're doing, and then you go in and say, okay, like local government, NGO, entrepreneur, because right now, like our entrepreneurs, none of our entrepreneurs are working on trying to make that dude's life better. Right now, you know, it's like that's
You
not.
can only do so much. Most entrepreneurs are just trying to look out for truck drivers.
Yeah, it's not realistic. But at least we can start moving ourselves in that general direction if we start, because as a CEO, you know this, you make what you measure. You're not measuring it, you have no chance.
Right.
If you start measuring it, you at least start to open up the chance. But what you're saying is the most profound, which is like we need to reconstitute meaning for many, many Americans.
Yeah.
And that's what, to me, the most destructive aspect of the, you know, again, like the mental health indicators and like the suicides and the rest of it is like there's a real loss of meaning for many, many people here in this country.
Well, obviously, we're talking about a large scale, but if you go back to the time before trucks and truck drivers, that was not a viable occupation. It wasn't something people did, but yet they still found a way to occupy their time. Do you think that there needs to be some sort of an education and some sort of a method of explaining to young people in particular that you have to think of something to do, because most of the things that you think you can do won't exist. So we have to think of what are the other possibilities and be creative and do something with your life that only a human being can do, which is a really weird way to think about it, because most of the things you used to be able to think that a human being could do for a living are now going to be done by robots. But I think there's a giant gap between the understanding that you have and the understanding that the average person has. And this could be a real problem in trying to expand this platform.
we have to inform you. I gotta tell you though, Joe, when I say this to people, they're like, "That makes perfect sense."
Yeah, it does make perfect sense. That's what's scary about it. But I'm not disagreeing with you in any way, shape, or form. I'm just thinking, man, for young kids,
and you're a parent, I'm a parent. But so our education system has a lot to be desired. And one of the things I'm saying is like, it's making all these kids think that college is the end all be all, and it is not. And so that's one issue, is that we need to try and prepare kids for different kinds of paths instead of saying college, college, college.
Yeah.
Because they're going to college, they're getting loaded up with record levels of debt. College has gotten 2.5 times more expensive, even though it has not gotten 2.5 times better. And the reason why it's gotten so expensive is because they've just got really bloated administratively.
And what would you do about that? Like, Bernie Sanders wants to have some sort of a
Pre-college,
free university. Yeah, he wants to do it across the board. Have education to be 100% free.
Yeah,
That's
so-
something. I mean, look, I love that on paper. One of the things that I hate is talking to my friends about college debt. Friends that are in their 30s and 40s.
just follow them around.
Yeah, it just stays with them like a wet blanket that you can never get out of.
I used to call my school loans my mistress because I was writing a check to like another family in another town. I was like, I hope they're enjoying themselves. It's like I'm sending like $900 a month to my loans.
And what's crazy is that if something devastating happens to you in any other form, you can file for bankruptcy. But you never escape your student loans, no matter what happens to you.
That was just some lobbying on the part of the financial entities, man. They just lobbied the crap out of it.
That is dirty. That's really dirty. When you think about how many people that run corporations that have racked up, I mean, just think about what happened with the savings and loan crisis.
Completely, man.
And those guys skated. Woo!
Yeah.
The vast majority they're carrying around zero burden from that.
Yeah.
The vast majority. No one went to jail except a few people.
Or not really anybody.
Yeah, real criminals like Bernie Madoff went to jail. A few people went to jail.
True.
But that's about it. You'd have to be a real fucking thief to go to jail. And these people that just they did this and got away with it and profited and redistributed all this money into their own personal accounts and the whole economy is deeply in debt still. It's crazy.
Yeah, it is crazy. And if you look at it just economically, it's a massive burden
Yes.
on people starting businesses, starting families, buying homes, instead of living with their parents. It's possible to fix, for sure. So the first thing you do is you go to the people that are currently in debt and say, look, we're going to give you a path out. And there are ways to do it. You can have a payment plan. One of the things I'm proposing is like a 10 by 10, where if you commit 10% of your wages for 10 years, then you're debt free. And the schools at this point have long since forgotten about these loans because they got paid off already. This is just these financial companies that are holding the loans. So it's important for me, like, hey, loan company, guess what? Like, it's good news. We're gonna take this off. It's a stimulus because, like you said, we've done a lot of things that were supposed to be a stimulus, like give $4 trillion to the banks and be like, that'll stimulate the economy. Nothing's going to stimulate the economy better than getting student loans off the backs of freaking young people.
Yes.
They'll actually do what they're supposed to do, which is like actually, spend money in the economy,
Take chances.
Start businesses and the rest of it. I mean, one of the reasons why our business formation rates are at multi-decade lows is that we are up to $1.5 trillion in school debt. It's like 38K ahead. That was like $100 billion in like 1999. So we've like gone up 15x since then, and it's crippling us. It's like
insane.
Anyone who thinks that that's not burdening the economy, I mean, you just gotta. So President Yang will be like, "Hey guys, it's a stimulus, but this time it's a stimulus of people. We're gonna forgive some of the student loan debt because half that stuff was generated immorally anyway. A lot of it was just schools, lying about just to get people in the door." The second thing you do is you go to the schools and say, hey guys, why are you 2.5 times more expensive than you used to be? That's kind of weird because, like, as far as I can tell, there's been no massive quality change. And the reason is that they've hired a lot of administrators. It has not gone to faculty. It has not gone to facilities. It has gone to just administrative excess and bloat. And then say, okay, you can do whatever you want, but if you want access to federal loans, which they all rely upon for their life's blood, like without it they die, if you want your students have access to federal loans, you have to bring your administrator to student ratio in line with what it was like in the 1990s. And then the schools would scream bloody murder. They'd be like, I can't do that, it's impossible. And you're like, well, I have a feeling you're going to figure it out. they would start bringing it down, and you would realize it doesn't impact the student experience at all. Like, I understand it because I've run a large nonprofit organization that I started, and your very natural tendency is just to hire excellent people, and then before you know it, you're like, have excellent people, like, vice deans of everything. But then over time, that ends up building a very large cost structure that gets passed along to the public. So you bring the costs down. Now, you said before, Bernie's like free college for everyone. The problem with that solution is it pretends that college solves the employment problems of young people.
Right.
And anyone who's coming out of college knows that that's not real. The underemployment rate for recent college graduates today is 44%. So you got like a 50-50 shot if you come out of college, you're doing a job that doesn't really require a degree. And 94% of new jobs created right now are gig, temporary, or contractor jobs that don't have real paths forward or healthcare benefits and the rest of it.
Yeah, I was reading something about people. Actually, it might have been in that. I was just telling you about Yuval Noah Harari.
Yeah, 21st century.
Yeah, it was. I always say that guy's name wrong.
It's a tricky dude.
Yuval Noah Harari.
Yeah.
21 Lessons for the 21st Century. I think he was talking about how many people plan on not being in the same job in 10 years because that job won't exist anymore versus what it used to be. It used to be that people would think that they were going to get a job and they would stay in the job.
Yeah, no.
And now they're planning that they're going to have to move, that they're not going to be able to keep the same job. And as automation kicks in, this is obviously going to bottleneck. It's going to get even worse.
Yeah, completely. So the ideal is that you end up training young people to be really, really adaptable and have low cost structures and just be able to, become entrepreneurs. And I spent 7 years trying to train young people to do just that. But one of the things I've discovered is that we're overemphasizing college, and what we're underemphasizing is technical, vocational, and apprenticeship work. Because a lot of that work, believe it or not, it's actually really hard to automate. Like, we're not going to automate an air conditioning repair person or plumber anytime soon.
And for sure, craftsmen, people who build things.
And it's good for your mental health and a bunch of other things. So right now, only 6% of American high school students are in technical or vocational training. In Germany, that's 59%. We're prescribing college. We're saying college for everyone. It's not really working that well. And then we're still treating people who are working in trades and everything as somehow, not in great careers, when a lot of those careers are actually really awesome and they pay great, people enjoy them, they're persistent. So right now we're going to automate away. It's a lot easier to automate away a lot of repetitive cognitive work than it is non-repetitive manual work. Because like actual robot digits, it's like, if you can imagine what it would take to have a robot plumber like come into your house, that stuff's really, really tricky. Yeah, there's a lot of fine motor work. You have to like unscrew pipes and like stuff. That stuff's not going to get automated for a long time. You know what it is? It's a task. It's a lot of bookkeeping, a lot of stuff that does. And my friends are working on AI that can automate away a lot of basic legal work. So these college guys are like, oh, snap, don't know what to do. I'll go to law school and like load up with another $120K in debt, and like the legal jobs are not going to be there for them.
It's often the problem of their parents giving them pressure to go into college as well because they don't want the kid to become a loser. And if the kid, like where I grew up in Boston, if you went into the trades, if you abandoned like the idea of higher learning, going to college, and just went right into like learning to be a carpenter or something like that, people look at you like, oh, you sold yourself short. But there's so many people that I know that went to school that just got university degrees and then they got out and they were fucked. Yeah, it's just so common. It's so common that they thought there was going to be this path, and this path just didn't exist once they got out, or it was far, far more difficult than they were led to believe.
Yeah, if you look at it, about 32% of Americans graduate from college right now, and that level has been more or less constant for a long time. It's not like, hey, I've got another 20% I could get in college. Like right now, the college completion rate in 6 years is about 59%. So like 4 out of 10 people who start college are not graduating in 6 years. A lot of them are paths available. So we have to build those paths up. And this is one reason why I'm so into the freedom dividend instead of something like free college. Because why would you subsidize something that only the top third of the population is going to use? And it's a highly inefficient, costly system anyway. Like plowing money into that, you're much better off putting $1,000 a month into every 18-year-old's hands if they go to college, great. College is partially paid for. They go to trade school, great. Trade school is partially paid for. They start their own business. They do something creative, like they want to do something to help. That's great too. Like you can actually start building more varied paths and make it so that people don't feel like I need to get into this institution or else my life's going to be over.
Now, what are the primary concerns that people have outside of what you're talking about so far with automation taking away jobs and student loan debt and these things? What are the other things you think you're going to have to talk about in order to get people to take you really seriously?
I know, the hot button issues, you know what they all are. It's like immigration and climate change is a really big one. I can talk about those at length. So my father and mother met as immigrants from Taiwan at UC Berkeley. My father's a PhD in physics. He generated 69 U.S. patents for GE and IBM over his career. So I'm like, immigrants are awesome. Immigrants come in and, just like make stuff happen for big American companies. So I'm very pro-immigrant, and I think people would expect that just to look at me. And so what I say is, first, it makes no sense to educate international students in U.S. universities and then send them home to compete against us. That makes no sense. Like, if they're going to come to the U.S. and study, we should just staple a green card to their diploma and be like, hey, you got a diploma, great news, you can stay here and work. Because I personally know tons of awesome internationals who would definitely help make the U.S. more dynamic and competitive that go home and start companies there, and you're like, oh no, like how did that happen?
Right. That's great for people who come from a privileged background. You have the opportunity to come here and become educated. But what about people who are poor, who are trying to make it here from South America, Guatemala, Mexico?
There are three paths available to you for the approximately 12 million people who are here undocumented, many of whom from Mexico and Latin America, who are not like frankly, like they're not the profile I just described for the most part. So there are three approaches. Number one is you can pretend to deport them because it's completely unfeasible to deport 12 million people. I mean, like, whole regional economies would collapse. Like, you can't do it practically. Like, it doesn't make any sense.
Right.
The number two is you do nothing, which is our current path. And then you have massive problems too, because they're constantly interacting with your schools and your hospitals, and they're getting into car accidents. And it's like just not knowing who the heck is who is an untenable situation for any advanced society. So number three is you create a pathway to citizenship, and then you integrate them into society. But it's like a long-term path that takes a number of years, and you need to keep your nose clean and pay taxes and work hard. And
That seems to me to be the most feasible.
Yeah, that's where we should go. And some Republicans were on board with that until they paid a political price, and then they ran the other direction. So that is really the right path for people who are here. Donald Trump is an Asian guy who likes math. So Donald Trump's like, build a wall, and I'm like, look, like, I mean, we got to enforce a strong border, like, especially in a world where every citizen's getting $1,000 a month. Like, we got to enforce a strong border.
Right.
But at the same time, people who are here, they're making our communities a lot more entrepreneurial dynamic. Many of them, at the high end, half of the Silicon Valley entrepreneurs are either immigrants or children of immigrants. And that's true in a different way in terms of like the dynamism of these immigrant communities. So what I say to people is, like, if I'm president, people will see that you come to this country, you work hard, your son or daughter can become president of the United States.
Now, what do you do, though, in this scenario that you just described, if someone comes here and they don't work hard and they don't keep their nose clean and they are still here and they're not a citizen yet?
Yeah. So, so then they operate in the informal economy in the way that they have. And the truth is that even if we have this pathway, there are going to be a significant proportion of people who just do not trust us enough to actually say, hey, I'm here and I'm going to like enter the pipeline. There's going to be a lot of people that don't subscribe, but that's where it is right now. We're not making the situation actively worse. We can at least improve the situation for a really significant proportion of them.
Yeah, for a significant proportion of them. And, the other situation would be tax revenue. How many people that are here illegally are not paying taxes? I would imagine it's an enormous number.
Yeah, there'd be a real economic boost if we can integrate them into the formal economy, because there's a lot of just cash going back and forth.
Right. That's what I'm saying, is that a lot of people might decide, hey, you know what, I don't even want to be a citizen, because if I'm a citizen, I have to pay taxes. Or I could work as a laborer or work as a, on construction sites or whatever, whoever's willing to hire them and work for free.
Yes.
work rather with free taxes.
And so I mean that would still be going on. Like there are limits to like what sort of appeal you can have in terms of having people
Right,
raise
but
their hand.
have a path to real
Yes.
prosperity, have a real path to citizenship would be very nice.
And it'd be enormous for them because a lot of them have kids. A lot of them have
Yes.
kids who
Yes.
know no other life but here. So another issue I think you'll like that comes up on the campaign trail is what to do about marijuana. And I'm for full legalization, remove it from the federal controlled substance list. And I would go a step further and pardon everyone who's in jail for a low-level nonviolent drug offense, because it makes no sense to me to have people behind bars for things that are legal in parts of the country. So my plan as president is on April 20th of 2021, I'm going to mass pardon everyone who's in jail for a nonviolent drug-related offense. I'm going to high-five them on the way out. I'm going to be a very popular man that day.
It's going to be a lot of travel and the high five all those folks.
I know. I'm going to have to go to a lot of places and high-five, but I really want to high-five them, Joe.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, that would be the funnest freaking occasion.
Yeah.
So, that's something that comes up that, to me, it's obvious that marijuana, is an important remedy for many people who are, like, in various, struggling with various, like, health problems and everything else. I have friends who are in that situation. And that it's certainly much less dangerous than, for example, some of like the opiates that have been getting prescribed for the same things.
Yeah, what do you do about that? That's a question that I have because I was just reading something about some new approved drug that's more powerful than fentanyl, which seems to me to be completely insane. Like we already have fentanyl, and you make a mistake on what one of the things that happens with people that overdose is, especially old people that are in pain, when they're using fentanyl or using any kind of opiate on a regular basis, they sometimes forget if they took it. And look, it's a fucking opiate. I mean, they're very powerful, and if you're high on that stuff and you forget whether or not you took it and you go and take it again, you're dead.
Yes.
And that's a giant issue. They're too damn powerful, and the idea that you need something that's more powerful than that seems to be insane.
I agree with you. It's irresponsible. The entire opiate crisis was generated in part by the fact that the feds let Purdue Pharma just go crazy prescribing hundreds of thousands of OxyContin prescriptions. Yes. And that company, man, that company got fined $635 million, which sounds like a lot until you realize they made like $16 billion.
Yeah.
So
those drop in the bucket.
Yeah. So those people are now some of the richest people in the country on the backs of American communities, and it just keeps morphing. It went from oxy to heroin to fentanyl, and then you have people who are struggling with this addiction. So to me, it was federal negligence that unleashed this plague. I mean, you got to hold the Sacklers and Purdue Pharma accountable, because literally now they're profiting from one of the treatment drugs. It's really obscene what they're doing. They're just like, hey, my non-addictive wonder drug turns out it caused a super plague of lethal addiction for hundreds of thousands of Americans. But now I'm going to sell you a new drug and try and make money on the back end too. So you got to get as much money as we possibly can from that family in particular. But then you have to make resources available and try and get people to depend on these drugs less, like on the front end from the doctor. So it's like, look, why are you prescribing like these opiates when, like, there's a doctor I quoted in my book where he's like, you've never seen a lethality rate for something prescribed for like a non-life-threatening condition. Yeah. It's like literally like a non-trivial percentage of people you prescribe opiates to will be dead in 5 years. Yeah. And the thing that came to you, for in the hospital wasn't life-threatening. Right. It makes no sense.
It's crazy.
So we have to make treatment resource available, but this is a very huge problem. It's not a money problem. Like, you can throw money at some problems and it works. This thing we should throw money at to try and give people a fighting chance. But then you have to support the people coming out, because it's a brutal, brutal process trying to become whole and healthy if you're an addict.
It is an unbelievably brutal process, and it's I have family members that are affected by it, and people with hurt backs that got on these pills, and next thing you know, they can't get off of them, and it's devastating, and it's so common. It's just all throughout the country. And they'll prescribe you for nothing. I had my nose fixed. I had a deviated septum, and the doctor prescribed me 2 different kinds of opiates. I said, I'm not in any pain. And he said, yeah, but you could be, so here. And I'm like, but I think this is a good idea. I'm like, I don't even want anything. He goes, well, just take these just in case. Well, I tell you, I'm not playing tough guy. It just didn't hurt.
Yeah.
It was a little annoying. I was like, oh, my nose feels weird, but I didn't need fucking opiates.
Seriously, man.
They're just willing. Like, here you go. Come on, what are you paying? Here you go. Come on, take a little of this, take a little of that.
Yeah, and I have a guarantee for you that their incentives drive them more towards dispensing those drugs than to not dispensing those drugs.
Yes.
And it's in large part because the incentive structure of our healthcare system is so revenue oriented.
Yes.
It's like, if I do more stuff, if I give you more stuff, I make more money.
Yeah.
If I decide you don't need it, I make less money. And that is one of the things that's driving us all into this unhealth, is that if you went to a doctor who legitimately was like, I don't think you need this stuff, like that would be the way many of them would see the problem if their paycheck was unrelated to the amount of activity that they were doing.
Yeah. When you look at all the issues that plague this country, and you think about the possibility of you actually winning and becoming president, and then you look at what happens to President aging, what happens to them, do you worry about that?
Well,
first of all, agents age very well.
Yes.
So you've got that going for
you. But, and I'm married, and we've got 2 kids, so I don't think she's going anywhere. It'd be like kind of tough for her to start over at this point. One of my nightmare scenarios is I win, and then I can't get stuff done the way that, because that's the fear.
Right.
You've talked about this too, where good people go into government to get stuck like flies in amber because the system is just designed to keep you from getting anything done. But one thing I will say is that if you imagine a scenario where the Asian man who wants to give everyone $1,000 a month becomes president of the United States in 2021, everyone's going to know how I won. It'll be like, all right, guys, it's dividend time. And then Democrats will be like, yeah, I like money for families. That's great. And here's the great thing, Joe, is that then Republicans will look at it and be like, wait a minute. This is a net transfer for rural areas, for red states on the interior. Am I really going to stand in the way of my constituents getting this dividend? And you can imagine me being like, hey, what state wants to pilot this first? Every state would be into it. We can actually get this done. This is a bipartisan thing. It's not left or right, it's forward. And keep in mind, the state that has been demonstrated to love this dividend is Alaska, which is a deep red conservative state. It was a Republican governor that passed the plan in the first place. He said, who would you rather get the oil money? The government who's just going to screw it up, or you, the people of Alaska? And then the people of Alaska were like, us, please.
Wasn't that to incentivize people to support the idea of drilling in some controversial areas, though?
There's probably, a whole basket of motivations, but now that thing's been in effect for 37 years and is wildly popular. So what I'm suggesting when you say, like, hey, you become president, you can't get anything done, it's like, I can get one big thing done because I think it's going to be really popular among not just progressives, but also independents, libertarians. Like Milton Friedman is a patron saint of libertarian economists, loved this plan. Because what libertarians, it's like LibertyCon, and was like, guys, like the freedom dividend would help people enjoy actual economic freedom. Because you get $1,000 a month, like, that makes you more free to do all sorts of things. Like you can, you can make better choices. And as long as the government is completely it's like what you do is your business. So this can actually become something we can get done.
Freedom dividend is a great name too. It's like the Patriot Act.
Yeah,
gets people excited. Freedom. We're all about freedom.
Who could be against freedom?
Hey, you can't vote against that.
Yeah, who could be against the freedom dividend? Come on, what kind of asshole do you have to be?
This is got to be taking up a tremendous amount of your time. Like, what do you? Are you doing anything else in addition to doing this, or are you setting aside everything else in your life other than your family obligations?
I have 2 jobs, man. One, help accelerate society to try and deal with this historic transition we're in, and 2, stay married. Those are the only things I'm about.
Wow, that's a powerful path. Now, when you're looking at the opposition and you're looking at all the other people that are running for president and whether or not they're going to be bomb the elections roll around, what are you seeing?
It's really interesting, Joe. Holy cow. One of the funnest things about running for president is you run into all the other candidates on the trail in Iowa, in New Hampshire. So I'm just hanging out backstage with the gang.
Right.
It's so interesting and fun. It is weird sometimes, but I've really liked most of them. And so sometimes people ask me hey, who do you want your running mate to be? And I'm just like, it really depends upon who I just click with best, because we're just going to be on the trail all the time together. So having met a bunch of them, I got to say, most of the candidates are really genuine patriots who just want to try and do something positive. They see the country's heading in the wrong direction. I could work with most all of them. In terms of who I think is going to be there in the end, man, it's really interesting. I mean, one reason I will say that apparently the mainstream press had it out for Bernie last time, where they were just gonna like. I have a friend who worked in the media, and they were like, just like kneecap Bernie.
Why was he gonna kneecap Bernie?
I don't know. It's like there's definitely something going on where like certain corporate media companies have certain candidates they kind of want to tip the scales for a little bit, and people that they want to like tip it against.
Well, they thought that Bernie was going to get in the way of Hillary winning. Is that the idea?
Yeah. I mean, they were in the Hillary camp for sure. Yeah. And so that wasn't just the media; that was also the DNC, which is now on the record. So now, happily, certainly the DNC has turned a totally different leaf, where the DNC is like, we're not going to do anything that like interferes with anyone's prospects.
Well, what they did was a disaster.
Yeah,
Disaster in terms of public image too.
Yeah, it was both substantively and like perception-wise the disaster for them. So this time, I gotta say, and that team has turned over almost entirely. Like it's almost totally different people.
Right.
And then the media, we have the sense that they're still feeling out who they're going to try and put the thumb on the scale for.
So Bernie is still running though, right?
It looks like he's running it.
You want to know something that's really stupid, but it changed my opinion of him? He was being grilled by someone at the airport with a camera. He was pretending to talk on the phone, but you could tell he wasn't really on the phone. The phone was white. And I saw that and I was like, ew, you can't do that. You can't do that. You can say, I'm not giving impromptu interviews, thank you very much, and keep walking. Like if you want to interview me, do it through correct channels. But he didn't do that. He pretended to be on the phone. It's a weird thing. Because if you're willing to do that, like that's just deceptive.
Especially if you can actually see the deception, which
you can see it in the video. You can see the video. The fucking phone is not on. It's like you can see his text messages. He's like, and the guy's saying to him, "You're not on the phone. I can tell you're not on the phone." It's like, and he keeps walking. It's like, I know that's a stupid thing, but it's like, huh.
We all suss out details about different people in different ways, and like, it's like I think one reason I'm so grateful for this opportunity is it's like, like you actually can get a sense of different people in different environments, and it does end up impacting your perception. So I mean, people made decisions on much lesser data points than that.
Oh, sure.
Let's put it that way.
Remember what the fuck's his name from Vermont? Who Howard Dean?
The Dean Scream Man, the freaking
New Hampshire? Is that what he's from?
He was from Vermont.
It was Vermont. Yeah, that Scream killed him, sank him.
Do you remember the Chappelle Show parody? The Chappelle Show parody of that was hysterical.
That's funny. But the fact that it was just because it was allowed, like, as a person who works in front of audiences a lot, when you're yelling into a microphone, like, you hear, like, especially if you don't have monitors in front of you, what you hear is like everything. You hear the crowd screaming. You hear everything. And if you're yelling into that microphone, you're not realizing what it sounds like as a recording. But with him, it's like, yeah! And that was it. One scream. Imagine that one scream literally changed the course of that man's life. One impulsive.
It might have changed the course of the nation's history.
It's crazy. I don't know if that would happen today. I think, especially post-Trump, one thing that has happened is we're willing to forgive so much more.
In some ways, yeah. In some ways, no, man. I mean, I feel like like some people more forgiving than others for different things.
For sure. Yeah, there's certainly. Yeah, it varies.
But it would be interesting to imagine what the Teen Scream would result in today. Hopefully, I'm not the person that tests it out.
Yeah, don't scream. Please don't scream. So what's next now? You're trying to elevate your profile. You're trying to make people aware of your platform and how you're running. What is next?
It's good fun, man. I'm enjoying running for president more than I thought I would.
That's a great thing to hear.
Yeah, like it's so. One thing is that when you talk to Americans in like rural Iowa or Manchester, New Hampshire, it's like they're really good people. Like it's like the stuff that you might imagine. It's like people. No, it's like really good, honest, genuine people just trying to make their lives better. People I really love hanging out with are union guys. Like hanging with the truckers was fun. Hanging out, I hung out with these union metal workers the other day in New Hampshire. I was like, hey, any like robots going on like in your fields? And then one of them was like, yeah, actually, like we used to take 5 to 8 guys to bend this rebar to reinforce a bridge. Now they bring in a robot that does it overnight, and then they're like, hey, good for you guys. You don't have to do this. And then we're like, we just lost a freaking day's pay. We're like, why are we supposed to be happy about this?
Right.
So then when I go in, I talk to them about what's going on in the economy. They're like, oh man, yeah, that's like a real problem. The union's been losing for years. Like they all know it. Like membership's gone in half. So just on the campaign trail, making the case to different people. I was on the Daily Show last week, and that's going to film pretty soon. The next big benchmark for the campaign is the Democratic primary debates in June, where they're going to bring all the candidates up. And this is something the DNC happily seems like they're being really, really open about, which it's not like, hey, you need to, like have particular things. So I'm very confident that we'll be on that debate stage, and then we can just keep on making the case to the American people.
When you're going to do something like that, how do you prepare? Do you have someone throw fake questions at you and you practice them and practice the answers? Do you work with a coach? Like, how are you going to do that?
For that, given the enormity of the occasion, I'm sure we will have something like that. But I want to double back in a conversation you had recently with a guy named Lawrence Lessig about campaign finance reform. And like there are all these interrelated problems in our society, and in my opinion, the automation wave is like driving a lot of them because it's making people less functional, it's making people less able to focus on the big problems in the future. And then part of it is that our political system is held captive by rich corporations and mega wealthy individuals, and like the average voter feels like my vote doesn't matter. And so, I was talking to Lawrence Lessig. He's like, hey, how do we fix it? And I heard your conversation with him. And so a solution would be we give every American adult $100, democracy dollars, that can only be contributed to a political campaign. And then you end up counterbalancing and washing out a lot of the corporate money, because all of a sudden, if I get 10,000 people on board with me, that's like a freaking $1 million.
Yeah, that's very interesting. That's an interesting idea. I like that a lot.
Because the problem, Joe, is that a lot of our regulatory approaches right now are like the negative approach. It's like, don't do this, don't do that. And the fact is, a lot of the time, it's really hard to actually regulate away a lot of this stuff. And so Lawrence was like, you know what? Let's just put money into people's hands that can only go into the political system, and it makes it so if someone like me appeals to humans, then I get money, as opposed to making it so that the people and the money are like two different sides of the equation. And I gotta say, we were talking as a team about being here, and like you have like the biggest audience of just about any media platform in the country right now, like bigger than cable news, bigger than anything.
How the fuck did that happen?
To me, you're the primary voice of reason right now in our society, man.
That's ridiculous.
No, I mean,
Someone step up and take that, please.
I think. But what I was saying was that, like, if people that listen to this conversation donate $10-20 to my campaign, they're like 10 million people are going to listen to this. That's like $100 to $200 million, and that's enough for me to go in and break the moneyed system. I can go in there and just say, all right, let's get money out of politics, and the way we're going to do it is we're going to actually just give people money to be able to restore democracy in a real way.
Do you have a Patreon page or anything like that?
My website's yang2020.com, and so our average donation is only $19, so we joke that my fans are even cheaper than Bernie's.
The thing with people is you gotta make it easy. Make it easy, like have an Amazon one-click button.
Oh, we were taking Venmo for a while,
Oh,
so
there you go.
we were like working on it. It was a bit of a pain in the neck administratively. I also want to say one other thing I did that I think will entertain the heck out of you. I'm giving $1,000 a month to a family in New Hampshire and a family in Iowa, just out of my own pocket, just to illustrate, you know what, $1,000 a month will actually do you and your household good online for New Hampshire. In Iowa, we're still taking submissions. So if you know people in Iowa that can use $1,000 a month, just go to yang2020.com, nominate them, and then we'll pick someone. And there's no obligation, so it's out of my own pocket, and there's no obligation. So the FEC was like, well, no problem. It's just an act of philanthropy or a gift.
Right.
And then a family in Georgia was so touched by my campaign that they're now supplying $1,000 a month to a family in South Carolina in honor of Martin Luther King, who was for basic income, just the most advanced society in the history of the world. and we can make lives better just by coming together as a people. There's nothing stopping the majority of citizens in a democracy from voting ourselves a dividend.
I love the idea, man. I really do. And I love the idea of trying to find solutions to this obvious issue that's impending and that just seems like we're not going to escape. I mean, it seems like automation is coming. There's no way to get around it.
No way. There's no way around it, for sure. I mean, it's here with us already. It's inevitable. And the danger we're in right now is that if we don't respond to it, then there's going to be a lot of anger about the changes that are coming our way. And so a bunch of techies are actually supporting my campaign because a lot of the techies are not jerks. They're just like, I'm doing my job. I'm just like, my job actually just tends to result in other people losing their jobs.
Right.
And so what I say to them, and they agree, it's like, this is enlightened self-interest for us all. It's like progress should be something we're excited about. There is a world where we're celebrating the fact that the truckers are getting liberated from their trucks.
Right.
Because that's a really difficult, punishing job.
Especially on their backs.
Yes. And so the goal is to try and make it so that people are actually able to be happy about the inevitable.
Mm-hmm.
It's a quote in my book. Bismarck was like, if we're going to go through a revolution, you'd rather undertake it than undergo it. It's like if the revolution's coming, then we need to get in front of it and start making it work for us instead of just waiting for it to tear us apart.
Well, I love the idea, and it would be amazing if you won. I mean, it really would be fascinating. And like I said, I've done a complete 180 on the idea of the universal basic income, particularly once I started talking to Elon about it, when he was saying that it's inevitable, that you're going to need something like that is coming.
Yeah, and it goes on this, man. It's like, okay, so if you accept what Elon said, that it's inevitable, which I 100% agree with, let's say you go too early. What is the downside? Well, let's see, you alleviate untold, pointless human misery, and you have more time to build the institutions and help us adapt.
Yeah,
that's the downside if you go too early. What's the downside if you go too late? The downside if you go too late is literal disintegration and catastrophe, because it's not like society will magically reorder itself. If you're like, okay, guys, we're a little bit late to this, but like now we're going to start, like putting checks into people's hands.
Yeah.
Like, so the incentives to go early are like pretty much all the incentives. It's like going too late is literally society ending. So if you accept what Elon says, which I agree with, that look, this is inevitable, then there's no point in trying to like time it. Right. Now, particularly if you accept the fact that all of the signs you would expect if we were displacing labor are already there. Men leaving the workforce, like drug overdoses, video games, it's all right there in front of us if you just like take the rock and like flip it over.
Yeah.
And the thing I'm going to say, a friend of mine, Andy Stern, said is that our government is terrible at most things, but it is excellent at sending large numbers of checks to large numbers of people, promptly and reliably.
Yeah.
We have to lean into one of the only core competencies our government has that we can trust, and then it will let us make our own decisions. Like, this is very much about human empowerment, and the alternative is too terrible to contemplate.
Last question, because I guess no discussion of presidential policy and the possibility of someone like you running this country is how do you feel about international relations and the obvious issues of dealing with other countries and what's going on with China and Russia and the interference of our democracy and all the different various issues that we've experienced particularly over the last couple of years with Russia?
Yeah, sure. So about Russia, and you and I were talking about this before we went on air. When I'm president, I will say, look, Russia, I get it. We have tampered with other people's elections for years and decades. Like we, America, have done that. You've done it to us for the last number of years. It is going to stop right now. And if we have any credible evidence that you are tampering with our information and our democracy, we will take that as an act of hostility and aggression, and we will retaliate in some way that will make your life very, very painful and inconvenient. And the people of the United States will support me on this. And so here is your drop dead date. Like, turn off the bots. And if we find that your bots are still going after this date, I will just bring the evidence to the American people, and then we will act, and you will not like it one bit. Now, if I mean, I'm thinking 80-90% of Americans would get behind that and be like, how are we just like looking at it being like, what are we going to do? What are we going to do? And in this one, I actually feel a little bit for the tech companies because it's very difficult for the tech companies to prevent this.
Almost impossible.
Almost impossible.
Almost impossible to identify. And if you go back to Sam Harris's podcast that we were discussing, which is called The War of Information, I think that's what it's called, Information War or War of Information, for a recent podcast from the last couple of weeks. They detail how there's essentially just giant groups of people that work for the Russian government that pretend to be people that are involved in Black Lives Matter, pretend to be people that are involved in Texas culture, Southern culture, and they're just sowing seeds of argument and dissent.
And they are laughing their asses off.
And making funny memes. Like, some of their memes are really hilarious.
But to them, this is the greatest ROI they've ever seen. They didn't even invest, like return on investment.
Oh, okay. Like, you're such an entrepreneur.
YouTuber, man. I don't have a man hanger. I have a normal freaking house. So, like, they invested not even that much money.
Mm-hmm.
Like, but they found like this underbelly that you just freaking slice into.
Mm-hmm.
And so they've spent, best estimates, like low tens of millions of dollars, and it's caused us how much damage, how much harm,
a real impact.
Like, you know, I mean, you couldn't even put a dollar figure on it. So you have to just say, like, look, I get the tech companies are going to try, but they're not going to be able to pull it off. So just like go on and just say to like the world and say, hey, this is to Russia, but anyone else, same thing. Like, if you tamper with our democracy, we're going to come down on you like a ton of bricks. And if we're not quite sure, we're still going to come down on you like a ton of bricks. Like, I don't need like 100% certainty on this. I need like, you know, like a legal standard. I need like 80-85%. And the American people would be like, about time, because, you know, if we can't trust ourselves or each other or what we're seeing, and this is before deepfakes and the rest of it starts hitting, like, if you're actually going to believe in democracy, New Hampshire and Iowa talking about this stuff, their local newspapers are all dying. It's like thousands of local papers just waking out of existence because they used to rely on classified ads. There are no classified ads anymore. It's all Craigslist, and so they all die. And if you believe in democracy, how the heck can anyone vote on anything if they have no idea what's going on? Right. So there are a lot of interrelated issues. And one thing I'm saying is, like, look, we had a happy time where local newspapers were supported by classified ads. It's over now. But we're still a democracy. You still need some information to vote. So we need to try and find new ways for you to get quality information. Like, just throwing our hands up and being like, yes, the Russians are going to, you know, just misinform us with bots, and I guess all the local newspapers are going to die. Like you said, like, these are problems, and we have to start solving them. If you still believe that democracy is the best form of government and that's what we're going to carry forward with, which you obviously have to believe, like, you have to go with that as your model. And so it's all interrelated, but we have to start thinking much, much bigger about what we can get done, because things are slipping away. Things are trending in a terrible, terrible direction.
Well, Andrew, good luck to you. You're a good man. I wish you well. Thank you for being here. I think your message is excellent, and I hope you really make an impact.
Thank you, Joe. Really appreciate it, man.
President Yang.
Man, if I win, you can do a special JRE from the White House, and that would be a blast.
Let's do it. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it, man.
That was Joe Rogan Experience, Andrew Yang, and Seth Stephen Crowder.
Five, four. We'll talk about it.
Yeah.
Yes, and we're live. Hello.
Hey, Joe.
Welcome. Thank you.
Oh, it's great to be here. Thanks for having me.
My pleasure. Sam Harris sends his regards.
Yeah, Sam's a beautiful man.
He is. I love that guy. And he's one of the reasons why you're here. So, universal basic income. This is what this is all about.
Yes. Yeah, that's what my campaign for president is all about.
That's an interesting, focus of a campaign, and very unusual.
This is Joe Rogan Experience 917.
Do it live!
Stephen Crowder.
Fuck it, we'll do it live! That will go down in history, right? It's one of the all-time, Missy Fit,
Celebrity
moments.
first remixes too. Did you ever see the Bill O'Reilly remix that they did? I was amazed by that with Bill O'Reilly, where he was going, they're going, yeah, that's what we're gonna do. I don't know what that means, to play us out. I'm like, how do you not know what it means to play us out?
So angry. Yeah, so angry. Yeah, he's an angry dude. We were talking before the podcast started about
No. You don't want to talk about that? That's inside information. It's being at Fox for years. I can't. But
okay, I'll let it. You can talk about Moby though, right?
Yeah, we can talk about Moby.
Moby says he has like inside information about Donald Trump, that he knows that Donald Trump talked to the Russians. First of all, when you look at Moby with his fucking hashtag vegan t-shirt on, do you really think anybody in the Russian fucking intelligence community is talking to Moby?
Actually, it would be a brilliant ploy from the Russians. They just give a little info to Moby like this. Right. You go, you tell them, and he's going to do it, you know?
You should definitely leak this information.
Yes.
It will be the downfall.
Then they found out he wasn't Enya, and they made a mistake. My mom was the wardrobe stylist, so costume designer for a show called Les Create. It's like the French Canadian sort of Letterman, like kind of like Graham Norton in England. So they'd have stars come in all the time. Moby was there. He was just a head case. The guy was just absolutely out of his mind. Nothing was good enough, and he would want something and then say he wanted to change it.
What kind of things did he want to change?
I don't know. I can tell you this: there were only 2 people who made my mom like come home crying. One was Brett Butler. And
Brett Butler from
Grace Under Fire.
Well, she was all pilled out of her head.
Yeah,
she was
in
the 90s.
Yeah, when she was just relaxed too. My mom, she was the wardrobe person. You might have even if you did one of the galas. And
no, I never did the galas because they wanted me to work clean.
They put you on the nasty shows.
I was always on the nasty
show.
And then I was on my own shows after a while. I do my own shows. But the gala, they were always like, you have to be clean. I'm like, not interested. Yeah, not interested in being clean for Canadian TV for no money. Thanks though.
But the flip side is the nasty show. Like, just don't market it that way. Just make the show. You know, like, I'm going to the nasty show.
Yeah, but they liked it. Like that was, they would go to see it, and it would be like the way that the festival would sort of differentiate. I don't know. Not the worst name for a show.
I guess it just seems like they're little kids in the schoolyard. Like, he said a bad word. Like, we know comedians. You know, it's going to be a raw show.
Dirty people. Nasty. Speaking of nasty, we are gentlemen today, and we have pipes.
Oh yeah,
because Crowder had a.
I don't think we said
pipes.
Crowder. By the way, I don't think we ever mentioned.
No, I don't ever do that. We just start talking. Stephen Crowder, who's from Louder with Crowder, his internet show, and he has a thing on his internet show where you have like a little pipe.
Which you want to go with their name? So you went to Mr. Rogers' neighborhood right away.
So I saw it. I said, I always wanted to smoke a pipe, man. I just think they smell good.
Yeah.
Have you fun thing to do?
Smell that. That's actually from my brother out there. That's called seersucker.
So your brother's a serious pipe.
He knows more than I do. Yeah.
So isn't this like a seersucker's a type of suit?
I know,
right?
but that's what they call it.
So they call this
like all kinds of weird names, like Lane 1Q is really common.
It smells actually really good.
It smells really nice.
It's interesting.
English blends, which he smokes. We don't want to do that now. It's super heavy nicotine, like a lot of Kia. You get some Perique, very smoky, like incensey, barbecuey. I have some Dunhill nightcap, which it'll put you to sleep. Though.
So how much do you put in the pipe?
So people are thinking, yes, no. Here's the rule. So what you're gonna do is put it up to the brim.
Up to the brim.
Just kind of the brim.
Pack it in there.
No, don't pack it in yet.
Yeah, okay.
The general rule is the first, when you tamp it down with your finger, the strength of a child. Then you fill it again, the strength of a woman. Then you fill it a third time with the strength of a man.
Okay.
So you fill it 3, just barely. Now one more, strength of a woman.
Well, what kind of a woman, man? Like a Chris Cyborg?
No, not like a cyborg. Let's not talk about that because that can go sideways in the show.
Okay, woman. It's already gone sideways.
I know.
The fact that I said her name, she's like Candyman.
I'm going to fight Joe.
Then a man. What kind of a man? Like a Moby man or like me?
Well, Not Gay Jared just is arm wrestling Courtney, who's like super CrossFit extraordinaire. This week. She's really strong. She likes squat 265.
Oh, that's a lot.
But I think he's going to smoke her in the arm wrestling. So
why do you think that?
Well, people can tune in and watch. I think he's a man. So you
sexist.
Yeah, right. Well, she thinks he's going to win too.
Wow.
But the bet is like 74. Yeah. So you tamp that down.
Tamp it. Okay.
Like what you want is to be a little springy.
Okay. A little springy there.
Yeah, a little springy.
Rubbing on moss.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
And then
you gotta follow. You gotta follow.
I do too. So what you do is you light it once, and that's what we call the charring light. So what you're gonna do is you're gonna see that
Oh,
tobacco.
this is already turning me on.
I know.
Oh. By the way, only to go in that pipe or it'll ruin the briar. Even if I put weed in there, it'll fuck it up.
Well, you won't be able to taste the tobacco from there forward.
Yeah, it'll taste like something.
So around in a circle. Yeah, around in a circle.
And
suck on it while you do it.
Suck on it while you do it. Oh gosh. And then you're gonna see that tobacco kind of raise up. So puff it. Keep puffing on it. Yeah. And then you tamp it down one more time once it goes out, and then you light it again. Okay. So it's super involved. I know it is. It's not one thing. It's not something you just kind of light and go, and it won't last long.
Hold up. Immediate head rush, by the way.
Really?
Oh,
by the way,
yeah.
don't inhale it. Just puff it.
Too late.
Well,
I'm a pot smoker, bro.
well, you don't want to inhale that. There's no filter on that.
What are you, pussy?
Well, I'm saying that's like you'll get actual chunks of tobacco in your lung. There's no filter. That's a big. Maybe you will. Well,
Not me, bro.
probably. You took some actions over here.
You, bro.
But smell that though. Doesn't that smell nice?
I got something on it.
Now, do I use a lighter? Can I use a lighter? Yeah, as long as it's not a jet lighter, because that'll damage the briar. So, like I said, it's not a. I like it. I feel like a distinguished gentleman. Like who's that? Nigel Farage? No, he's not. He's an asshole. He's a lot of fun. It's fun to listen to him talk to people. I love when you guys have that thing when he the Thug Life. Yeah, the Thug Life thing. It was hilarious. And, not gay Jared came over and gave you a lap dance, and you guys are getting silly. Yeah, we got word that Nigel liked that show. I don't know how true it is, but well, you guys are one of the very few. I mean, you're a conservative guy, but I would say you get a bad rap, dude. You really do. Yeah, it's one of the reasons why I like you. It's because you're a pretty much fact-oriented guy when it comes to a lot of issues, political issues, social issues. You don't bullshit, and you don't like try to sway things toward one side or the other when it's not accurate. Well, I appreciate that. And by the way, these probably will go out. You have to relight it because it's just kind of hard. So, but I've had people talk to me about you, and they give me this bullshit take on you. I'm like, no, he's a smart guy. I go, he's conservative. So, yeah, I know a lot of people that are liberal too, and a lot of people that are in the middle. But you can't talk to someone because I appreciate that. And not to kiss ass me, but people out there need to know that Joe has been incredibly fair and very kind-minded. See, if you have because you have every reason not to, and I think a big reason of it, honestly, here's a good example: the Young Turks. And we've seen this transition with Trump, or people who are really afraid to speak out now. You're seeing that change online because the establishment has been Barack Obama. So kids who were raised for 8 years under Bush, man, I hate Bush, listen to NoFX, go to the advanced work tour, whatever it is. And now they've been raised under Obama for 8 years, and all this political correctness is run amok, and they're rejecting that. So for the longest time, I had this small YouTube channel, and I was on Fox, so I was kind of muzzled a little bit because I was there, and there were certain things I could say or couldn't say online because it was a lot of a little youngish at the time as well. I was 21. Hard to take you seriously. Yeah, I was 21 years old. Yeah, you little fresh-faced little lad. How old are you now? You're not even that old now. How old are you now? 29. Yeah, you're a young fella. Well, and so what happened is they kind of had their interpretation from whatever the Young Turks said about me. Because when I had 50,000 subscribers, it was like their day job to go after me. And now, when I've had Alex Jones on, we've been doing proactive parodies of the Young Turks, calling them out, asking them to debate. They will trash talk every conservative not named Steven Crowder. It's like I'm Voldemort. My name won't be spoken. When I had 50,000 subscribers, they would talk about me all the time, and they had, 1 million or 2 million. Now that's changed, and people are able to come here directly. I feel lonely. So, well, give me your lighter. The matches are getting annoying. Yeah. Thank you. So, I like to think, but there's also the real possibility that people just don't like me because I'm kind of a dick. Well, you can be a dick sometimes, but you're a funny dick. Like, you do some funny shit. Like, one of the things he did that was really funny was, what was that feminist rally thing that you went to? Was this the recent one where the tranny? Yeah. And I actually interviewed Wendy Davis. I don't think you're supposed to say tranny, bro. Yeah, I don't really. Well, that's why people don't like me sometimes. But I think now you're seeing more people say that. They don't care. I think it's funny when they start making words taboo. I really do. Like, people said tranny forever. And then all of a sudden it's like disparaging. Like, okay. I even noticed in the new Bill Burr special, he said like, oh, what are you going to do? You'll fucking marry? And I was like, he would have said fag 4 years ago. Because he did in his special. And he used the word marry, talking about like a sissy. So I'm like, that's not a word we ever heard him use before. Oh, Bill uses that word. Yeah, that's a Boston word. Yeah, you fucking marry. Yeah, people call guys Marys. Well, maybe he's trying to be a little bit more politically correct. You know what I do? I use the word, but I do it in character.
Because I feel like if I said it, and they're like, if I say like faggot like that, well, I didn't say it. Nigel said it. That was not me.
I had this joke about tigers in Texas. I don't know if you know my this is a true story from my last Netflix special. There are more tigers in captivity in Texas than there are in all of the wild world. In private collections, in people's backyards, there are more tigers in Texas than the rest of the fucking planet Earth. That is a fact. That is a real step. Because they can have them.
Just a bunch of dentists who carried them back.
Just dudes. I know people that know people that have tigers. I know people in Texas whose friends have tigers. You can have a tiger.
Are you aware, by the way, what's the biggest cat? You probably know this, but the biggest predatory cat. You know,
ligers, but they're not viable.
Oh.
They can't breed.
Well, I thought the lion at first.
No,
The Siberian tiger is so much bigger. I went back in the Roman times in the Colosseum. This is what, and I can't entirely corroborate this. I will say this,
but I can corroborate it when you do.
They would bring out the lions, and it said the lions have to be on 3 points and can paw, whereas the Siberian tigers would leverage back and pounce.
Yeah.
It said it wasn't even close. Not to mention that the tigers are way bigger, but they were able to just go back on their 2 legs, whereas the lion has to have 3 points of contact, which is like a dog to get you in the paw.
Yeah. Yeah.
So when I saw it, I was like, well, that's something that's pretty incredible, because you see a lion, I mean, you know, I saw the ghost in the darkness. That's pretty scary.
Well,
but it's not even close.
The mountain lion will fuck you up, dude. Like just a small mountain lion, an 80-pound mountain lion will fuck you up. But a Siberian tiger will fuck you up in ways you couldn't possibly imagine.
Well, I have a dog, Hopper, Doggo Argentino.
Oh, those are big dogs.
Well,
they're quite sketch too.
They're not. They are not.
I train them good, but they're sketch.
Well, he ran for president with Dean Cain, and he had like a few hundred votes, which I felt bad about because it was a gag. So who knows if that changed the state of Michigan. But by the way, if it starts going out and you put 2 fingers over, kind of create a slipstream, and suck it in, and it'll give you, probably not now, you probably need to relight it. It's not like a cigar. It's not good to talk and smoke a pipe. It's meant to be more contemplative. But
Bertrand Russell used to smoke a pipe.
did he?
No,
He did it. Why are you doing the voice? You need to say a bad word in the voice.
Bertrand Russell used to speak.
And he was a tranny.
It was one of the things, like, he wanted to fly, and he would only fly if he could smoke on the plane, because he was so addicted to tobacco that he had to constantly smoke. There he is. Look at him. Look at him. Such a distinguished gentleman. Every time smoking a pipe.
That's how he would speak. But it is very relaxing, because it's kind of like jiu-jitsu. You said you used the term moving meditation.
Mm-hmm.
When you're sitting down there outside at the end of the day, if you don't focus on it, it's going to go out. It's not like a cigar. It's not like a cigarette. So you have to sit there and focus on the draw, focus on the exhale, and all you're thinking about is the pipe. So it really is kind of a contemplative art.
No, you're getting fucked up by tobacco. Why are you lying, man? You're lying to people.
What were we talking about before that?
Tigers in Texas. There's more tigers in Texas.
So Doggo Argentino. If you
You're
run a
more
YouTube
scatterbrained
search,
than me, dude. You're going all over the
if
place.
you run a YouTube search on Doggo Argentino mountain lions, you will see Doggo Argentinos messing up actual mountain lions.
Yeah, you know why? Because the mountain lion wants to get away.
It's probably true.
The mountain lion doesn't want to fight to the death. The mountain lion is a predatory animal. Predatory animals don't necessarily fight to the death. It's one of the reasons why dogs are so fucking dangerous, because dogs are bred to not feel pain, not recognize pain. That's one of the things about pit bulls. They're not the biggest, strongest dogs, but they're bred to ignore pain. That drive to attack and ignore pain makes them very problematic.
You just used the word problematic. Let's ban that word. It's really my anecdote, smoking a pipe. But yeah, that's what they're bred for. They're actually really people oriented, because they're bred to be protective of people and hunt with people. So they're not bred to fight dogs.
Right.
So a lot of actually people that's why we got Hopper as a rescue out in Michigan. A lot of guys in the inner cities bought them thinking this is like a bigger pit bull. They're going to be great dog fighters. They were horrible, and they just got abandoned. So there's all kinds of doggos out there in western Michigan. I don't know if there still are.
Wild doggos?
Well, just our dog, Hopper.
Oh, look cute.
That looks very much like our dog,
Look,
Hopper.
cute fella. They're so big. Such a big dog.
Well, ours is a little bit of a runt. He's about 90 pounds because we found him with a broken leg, roaming the streets, alopecia, Lyme disease.
Oh, so you rescued him right off the street?
Well, no, he was rescued into a lady who's specialized in doggos, and then we took him from her. And he's the most people-oriented dog we've ever seen. I mean, to the point where he'll actually, the biggest problem you have is if you stop petting him and you don't know him, he'll growl for you to keep petting him. So he's like, hey, and they're terrified.
Well, that seems like a dicky dog.
Yeah, a little bit.
I
He's
have
needy.
a dog called a Regency Mastiff.
Oh yeah, those are no joke.
Yeah, it's a Neapolitan that's bred with a pit bull, so they're about 140 pounds. They're
With the
more
kids.
athletes. Great. Yeah, my kids ride him, like literally ride him. They get on top of him and he'll just walk
We're
around.
gonna get PETA on you for that now.
They shouldn't be riding dogs. He's older now, poor fella. He's like 11. He's got some hip problems. He walks with a limp.
Well, thank you for having me back, even though part of your audience doesn't like it. But
Dude,
it's changed now.
Don't be defensive. Don't say that.
No, but have you noticed a change, kind of in the era of Trump? Well, culturally, I think there's. I know this sounds like a broken record, but counterculture wise, you have a lot of people who are afraid to even speak up, even from the last time I was on the show, where they've been called racist, sexist, homophobic, transphobic is a new thing. Where everyone's going, you know what? All right, fine, let's go with that. I think if you were to hold the election today, Donald Trump would win in a landslide. Wouldn't even be close. Really? Yeah, that's because of how bad the behavior has been from the left. The rest of America. I had my Uber driver come in here, and she believed every lie her neighbor. She was a Latino woman.
Why ever talk to Uber drivers about politics? It always seems to end in a TMZ
Now,
video.
I'll explain why I have a 4.2 rating. So I'm right at the threshold of losing my Uber privileges.
Are you serious? So, like, you get a rating as a customer?
Yeah, you get a rating as a customer.
What's a good rating? 10? You have a 4.2?
No, it's 5. It's at a 5.
Oh, that's not that bad.
No, it's not that bad. If you go
4.2
under
out of
4, you're out.
No.
Yeah, you're out.
So you go, like, someone could find you right now. Uber drivers could be like, unite.
Yeah.
And blackball you.
They could. Well, my friend, I can't say his name because it's illegal. Actually, had his concealed carry with him in an Uber, and he forgot his magazine, and that person rated him like a 1. So it took one bad rating to drop his score because he had to call him and say, "Hey, I think I forgot something in the back of your car." What is it? Like a magazine? He's like, "Oh, like a People magazine?" He's like, "No, just look." And the guy was just on the phone with him saying, "What did you do in my car?" And he just said, "I was going to the range." He wasn't. He carries a gun on him everywhere he goes. But this lady, Uber, LA, she decided to start talking about the Women's March and stuff. So it's hard for me to say nothing. But we ended up on very good terms.
This is a different story. This is not the magazine.
This is not the magazine story. And she...
Are you on drugs right now? Are you speeding or anything? Very quick. Everything's going quick.
Well, I settled into the show. I had that nitro coffee, and I came from coffee being tea leaf, right? Already had.
That is 270 milligrams caffeine.
So that probably got about 500-600 milligrams.
Yeah, that's like 2 grande Starbucks coffees.
Seriously, I think there's a guy in the middle of that.
Venti's 200. Yeah, it's closing in on 2 grandes.
But she's like, well, Donald Trump called all Mexicans rapists. I said, no. She goes, Donald Trump is going to ruin gay rights. Well, because it's just in my nature. And I said, well, why? She goes, because Donald Trump removed the gay rights thing on the website. I said, what about the fact that all presidents, they remove everything from the previous administration, and they put up a whole new WhiteHouse.gov website. And these people, they buy in LA. They're in such an insular bubble. I don't think they realize there's a whole bunch of people who voted for Donald Trump, and I wasn't a fan of him in the primaries, but they didn't vote for him because they're racist. They didn't vote for him because they don't want Caitlyn Jenner to take a dump at Trump Towers. They didn't vote for him because they hate brown people. They voted for him because they're tired of being called all those things. And that's why I think you see a lot of these young people who just kind of want to be instigators and provocateurs. But at the same time, they're appreciating more traditionalism and some of the values their parents tried to instill in them, because that's kind of more rebellious than going along with the entertainment industry.
Well, there's always this sort of longing for nostalgia that people exhibit. There's always like, back in the good old days. Like, back in the good old days is bullshit. Because the good old days, you died of syphilis. The good old days, people got fucking plagued from rats, right? There was no good old days. This is the good old days right now. So there's always that, right? There's always this longing for nostalgia. But I think you're right with some people. But for sure, there's some people that are racist that voted for Donald Trump just because some people are racist.
Well, sure, yeah, of course. But to try and paint, I mean, if you look at the numbers, a huge percentage of people who voted for Barack Obama had to have voted for Donald Trump, particularly in Michigan and in Pennsylvania. There just aren't the numbers there.
Don't you think that they probably voted for him, a lot of it for economic reasons, because they thought that he's going to loosen up some regulations, encourage industry?
I think it's the opposite. I think a lot of the union voters, they thought Hillary Clinton was in the pocket of Goldman Sachs,
right,
and they thought Donald Trump was his sort of economic protectionism is going to bring jobs back to the Midwest, which that's one of the
encourage industry.
But that's one of the things I disagree with. I disagree with the idea of, for example, I've been in Michigan, the unions have a stranglehold. I would rather GM be able to move to Texas or anywhere they want to be competitive in the car market. But I can't even get to that because as soon as I'm going, well, hold on, Donald Trump
made a mistake here. I disagree with him because then there's a women's march where they're lighting hair on fire and calling him literally Hitler.
It's lighting hair on fire? What do you mean?
At the women's march, a girl got her hair lit on fire.
A girl?
Yeah, by someone with one of those pussy
Yeah,
hats.
see, you know what, man? The thing about that stuff is it's always one fucking person or a couple people out of hundreds of thousands that are acting in that mob mentality to do violent shit.
Incorrect.
Oh, come on, man. There's not that many people that do violent shit at those women's marches.
Every
That's why
single-
there was no arrests.
No, well, there were no arrests at the Lansing protest either, where they cut down a tent with box cutters. There were,
What's the Lansing protest?
when I went right to work, that was a big thing when I was there. But even the inauguration
That was
protest.
that the one you got punched?
Yeah, I did get punched.
Yeah.
So that wasn't
That
fun.
was hilarious. That guy couldn't punch.
I know, but when you're not expecting it.
Why throw a punch when you don't know how to punch?
Well, think about everywhere leftists gather, though. Whether it's Woodstock back then, Woodstock 99,
Woodstock
Occupy
back
Wall
then was
Street.
violent?
Yes.
Oh,
there were so many rapes.
hippies.
There's so many rapes.
How do you know? Were you there?
There are all reports of rapes that occurred.
Were they rapes or were they like?
I think back then they were rapes. Back then, Elena Dunham wasn't, shoving fast food napkins in her sister's cooch, claiming she was raped because she saw the condom in a potted plant. So
What?
Elena Dunham, she claimed she was raped because she saw the condom on a plant after she was drunk on muscle relaxers. I feel like we always go back to Elena Dunham.
Yeah. I didn't know about that story. I knew that there was some sort of a gross interaction with her younger sister.
Yeah, she was reaching in her vagina. But the point is, anywhere leftists gather, there's always violence.
Do you
There's
think that's a
always
giant exaggeration? I mean, when the Women's March in LA had no violence, there was no arrest, there was no
Well,
nothing.
hold on a second. You say there was no violence, but people said there was no violence at all of these other marches, right?
I
Where
have a
girls'
bunch
hair
of
was lit on
friends that
fire.
went to, again, it's like isolated incidents.
Well,
Don't
no,
you think?
not, but when you have to look at a trend, right? I'm not saying
trend.
everyone. I'm not
Okay,
saying
but if
everyone.
you've got 1 million people in LA, 1 million people march,
Right.
it's 970,000.
Okay, but you have way more than that with the Tea Party, which was accused of being racist. Not
Wait a
one
minute, there was
incident.
never way more than that.
Oh, yeah.
No. You never had a march in LA that had more people than
More
970,000
people across the country
Tea Party.
was the first Tea Party. Yeah, more people across the country
No,
with the Tea Party.
there's no way.
Yeah.
Hold on a second.
Not a march.
So the day of the
Pussy
Women's
hats.
March, when there were hundreds of thousands of people
Yeah.
all over the country marching together in one day,
Yeah.
there was never a movement like that for the Tea Party.
Yes, it was.
A day where the Tea
the
Party
one,
had
the one
more
day,
people.
the one day
A
was Glenn Beck
day?
400,000 in Washington, D.C.
Okay, that's less than was in LA,
Right.
for the Women's
But
March.
across the country, because there were so many, like in Dallas, there were 4 or 5 different ones across Dallas.
In the same day?
In the same day.
Come on.
Yeah, in the same day. Now, not in
How
one
many
city. I'll give
different
you that.
cities? How many different
But
cities
here's the
had a march like that?
But for the Tea Party,
Yeah.
they were in hundreds of cities.
Hundreds of cities simultaneously in one day, and it was bigger than the Women's March.
Certainly comparable.
Comparable
It
is
was
not
certainly
bigger.
comparable. Not a single incident, and they left the places cleaner than they found them. You look at
Aw,
Occupy Wall Street,
that's sweet.
over 500 crimes, including felonies. You look at the Women's March. Let's disregard the crime. People up there with pussy hats, bringing their 2-year-old with the most profane, disgusting signs you can imagine. When leftists congregate, it's generally not a peaceful assembly, not in the same way as when people who are right-wing congregate. Look at Berkeley. Jake Shields, a vegan from Berkeley, is becoming a conservative. Vegetarian from Berkeley is becoming conservative because he just said this was the rule, not the exception in Berkeley.
Well, I know Jake. He's a buddy of mine, and essentially he was saying these people that were doing what they were claiming they're fighting fascists. He's like, you're being a fascist. Do you understand what a fascist means?
Right.
Using violence to enforce your ideology, and you are tolerating no deviations from that ideology. That is being a fascist. Yeah. This pipe smoke blows, bro. Takes
Well, you have to do it on your own.
too much effort.
But we had him on the show, and he was saying, like, it's changed. We're the left. We need to call this out, and we need to take ownership over this, and we need to squash it because it's becoming a real problem.
It's also a problem when you say the left or the right, because it's not necessarily just the left. It's these fucking idiots that go to these things and put masks on and want to beat people up and mace women. I saw that girl with a make Bitcoin great again hat. She had a joke hat, and someone hit her over the head with a stick.
Yeah.
That was holding up a sign, and then another guy maced her in the face. I mean, and they think that they can
Well,
do
at
that kind of
inauguration,
shit.
you had people getting pulled out of cars, getting punched. Occupy Wall Street, you had people putting bloody rags on tents that they claimed had AIDS. I mean, anywhere, again, just go back through history in the last decade, it's very different. And not saying all left, right? You have to speak in generalities to save time. But as a general rule, if you look at the right. If you look at, for example, the Tea Party, you look at the movement, people who were complaining about the stimulus package, you look at people with economic problems with Barack Obama. They didn't riot. They didn't beat people up in record numbers. There was not a single trash can lit on fire thrown through a window. That seems to be a common occurrence of these leftist protests.
Well, it is now.
It is now.
It certainly is now.
It's out of power.
Well, it's also these people feel like what Donald Trump represents is the worst possible scenario for the right. They feel like he represents this like really arrogant businessman who promotes rape culture and grabbing pussies, and that's how they're looking at it. So they're like, it's time to act. Like, there's some woman who was on Fox News the other day. Who's the one, that dude, Tucker Carlson? Yeah. Is he a Fox News guy?
Yeah. He used to be CNN on Crossfire.
Right. And he had some woman on, and she was talking about...
Asian?
Yeah. She's a fucking school teacher. She's talking about beating people up. And I was like, this is crazy. Like, she's talking about... She called Milo Yiannopoulos, who's a gay Jew, by the way. She called him homophobic.
Right. And prefers black men.
Yeah, I mean, but how do you call a gay guy homophobic?
Everyone's a Nazi now. I mean, I was not for Trump in the primary, so I get called a cuck, right? And I was like, well, listen, he's the most liberal Republican ever. People don't want to talk. He's the only
a Democrat most of his life.
He's the only president to ever take office being pro-gay marriage when he was sworn in. Barack Obama can't even claim that. Donald Trump is the first person.
That's something that people need to recognize about Hillary Clinton. She was anti-gay marriage as recently as 2013. She was speaking in 2013, and she said, "I believe that a marriage is a bond between a man and a woman." In 2013,
and she was making arguments too. It wasn't like she was put on the spot. And I think she was out there arguing against same-sex marriage. So, my point here is they're out of power, and so they declare everyone a Nazi. They declare me a Nazi. They'll declare Milo a Nazi. And so but it's acceptable if you make me or even you or Milo equivalent to Hitler. And that's what they're doing now. And that's the point that I'm making is I think because they behave so poorly, more Americans would vote screw you with the lever and vote for Donald Trump now than they did under the review. I believe that's
highly speculative.
It is highly speculative. Hence the pipe. We can speculate in part.
Highly speculative. Not sure if I buy it. Might, maybe. But people are also freaking out. They're freaking out about his appointment of a Goldman Sachs executive. They're freaking out over what's happening with that Flynn fellow who was forced to resign because he was coordinating with Russia and, talking about removing sanctions before they got into office and all that stuff.
Well, that was a screw up. But, I'm not here to defend Donald Trump.
You call it a screw up. We call it treason in my country.
They give him a fight. He's a whole new man. It is delicious, though, isn't it?
It's good.
It really is good.
I'm high as fuck right now.
Oh, really?
Yeah, what happens is he hit some marijuana after this. Probably, takes it to the next level. But yeah, the nicotine gets you high as fuck, man.
That's pretty low in nicotine, though. Aromatic like that?
Yeah, but I'm a rookie. I don't smoke any. I occasionally smoke a cigar. Yeah. It's pretty occasional. Like, maybe once a month I'll puff a cigar.
Yeah. Well, there you go. You can keep that one. That one's already broken in.
I can keep this pipe?
Yeah, because there's a real breaking process with a pipe. It's actually, you have to smoke it really slow when you first get it because the briar expands. So, I know.
Pure faggotry.
You just said it in a different voice. Pure faggotry and tranidum. I don't know if that's a word, tranidum. It's okay if you say it in a different voice. Let me present this, okay? You take someone like Bernie Sanders.
Son of a bitch.
Well, you
just want to relax.
Right,
I can get a drink. Do you drink?
You drink?
Wait, get this man some whiskey. Let's get some whiskey up in here. We need to.
I'll take a picture of you.
This podcast is very. We need to drink real booze.
What do you want to talk about?
I just want to relax a little.
Okay.
I want you to be a human and want all these talking points.
These aren't talking points.
You're fired up to fucking defend the right and promote your agenda.
Well, just because I know you said people might think you're an insult.
I don't care what they think. People think I'm a fucking meathead. Well, I'm right. They are. I am. In a way. Very meathead.
Just because you're strong?
No, well, I eat meat. I'm a cage fighting commentator. I look like a meathead. There's a lot of meathead qualities that I possess, although I'm a kind person who's very open-minded and more left than I am right, if you look at the giant spectrum.
I don't think so.
No,
not anymore.
I mean, I'm very accepting even of ridiculous ideas. I want you to talk about them. I just think one of the real problems that I have right now with all these protesters and all these people that are going crazy and calling everybody Nazis is you're stifling communication.
Yeah.
And you're stifling the marketplace of varieties. I want real booze, bro. Get out some whiskey. What's that? Good. Even better. Make it hurt. Bring out some whiskey. Bring out that Alex Jones whiskey. Stuff that makes you talk about interdimensional child molesters.
Actually, stop talking about Pizzagate. Remember that was a big
Oh,
controversy.
he didn't when I had him on here.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
I know Eddie was probably instigating.
Oh, Eddie was out of his fucking mind drunk. He doesn't know what he did.
I remember you asked me, what do you think of this Pizzagate thing? I'm like, I don't think
Here
it's
we
true.
go. It may not be true, but what do you think about what Breitbart was saying, like way back in 2011 about Podesta? The Podesta, like, shields pedophile
Gentleman Jack, you fell victim to marketing.
I didn't Jack against it. Yeah. You know, I enjoy Jack Kennedy.
I've actually never had Gentleman Jack.
Yeah, now.
Well, because you asked me about it, and the first thing where my antenna went up with Pizzagate is it said James Alefantis means I love kids in French. And I know where they're trying to get it from. It's J'aime les enfants. That's not James Alefantis. So right away, when it's the first premise that I read is a lie, I'm going, all right.
Well, there was a bunch of weird ones, but there was some stuff that was, like, really odd. Like, the pizza place that had that symbol that is the international fucking symbol for pedophilia and child molesting.
And Beyonce's in the Illuminati.
But no, that is a symbol that the FBI admits that they use in these secret organizations when they capture pedophiles, which they do all the time.
Yeah.
They use that symbol. I mean, they agree upon that symbol. There's a lot of weirdness to it. And here's the thing:
It could be.
this is my take on it, and I don't have a side, and I'm not claiming that I have any knowledge, but there absolutely are pedophile rings. They exist. They've caught them before. They've busted them before. Like Jerry Sandusky's kid just got busted.
I know.
Yesterday.
That was the beauty of Michael Jackson. The guy was so clever about it. Think about it. He screwed every kid in Hollywood except Macaulay Culkin. So he's that canary in the coal mine. Macaulay Culkin said, no, I go to Neverland Ranch. He never touched me.
That's what I would
So
say,
all
too.
the other kids are coming back. They still swear up and
That's
down.
what I would say. It's like if you went to a bachelor party and everybody got their dick sucked, and your wife said, "Hey, what the fuck?" Bobby says he got his dick sucked. It's not me. I don't know. Maybe she just didn't like me.
Yeah, but Macaulay Culkin has no reason to say that now.
Yes, he does. Really? Yeah, nobody wants to know that you got molested by Michael Jackson. You'll never get a girlfriend again.
You should get one hell of a book deal.
Come on. You should be about to go down on you, and she'll think, "Oh my God, Michael Jackson's doing this dick." Oof. Right? Don't you think you get a hell of a book deal?
Well, Andrew Breitbart, actually, not Breitbart, the trademark. Andrew Breitbart, the name is, he was actually got my start, and he wrote about that. Neverland Ranch, his photographer was a pornographer who specialized in European actors who looked underage. And so once he talked about this, the guy was fired from Neverland Ranch. I think it was 6 months later he was back. So my point with like the pizza and stuff is there are things that are provable like that, which people can go search Andrew Breitbart and find that story. And because people are cocked and loaded to hate someone from the right online,
Cocked.
well, you really do go into a different voice with nasty words. Those are my Beavis butthead voice. Because of that, I'd rather dwell on stories that we know we can prove or commentary, because it's really easy to go, oh, Crowder was wrong with Pizzagate or whatever it is. So there's so much there that's real. That's right, folks.
That's my issue with Alex Jones. Yeah, Alex Jones goes super deep, and I did not know before I had him that he was a Sandy Hook denier. And I saw that, and it's pretty rough. It hurt my soul. It really did.
Yeah, he's been his son is a fan. He's been really, really good to me and coming on the show. He's done the Young Turks sketches with us. I think he's doing less of the conspiracy stuff now. It seems
Alex?
Less now.
Get him drunk. Get him drunk. Watch him come out.
Well, doesn't surprise me.
Alex has been my friend for a long time. It's one of those things where if you chase down, there's enough corruption and enough crazy shit in the world that if you chase it down, you're going to find it.
Right.
It's there. But you got to be careful what you call corruption and what you call conspiracies. Right. Because there are a fuck ton of them that he's missing the mark, like the Sandy Hook thing. I mean, the Sandy Hook thing is so fucked. There was a great article that was written about a guy who was a conspiracy theorist until his kid was killed at Sandy Hook.
Right.
And then realized, like, holy shit, like, these people are telling me that my kid didn't die. Well, I didn't realize how dangerous this whole thinking that the government's spraying shit in the sky for mind control, and the CIA is a mind control organization. And
Right.
I've been told that I'm in the fucking CIA.
Oh, yeah, that people think I'm in the Illuminati.
How do we get in?
I think they didn't have Tuesdays.
Do you think you can get in, or are you young? Are you too old? Are you too young, rather?
I have no idea. I think you just need to have the all-seeing eye in one of your music videos when you're in, like, Flint.
That is it. You just gotta go like this, like Jay-Z.
I think they're.
Is Jay-Z doing diamonds? You say I like diamonds, or is he like doing?
Well, I didn't realize diamond is also like a black term for a lady's nether regions.
Really?
I found that in Risqué's song "Smell Yo Dick." You hear that song?
Yes. Yeah. And then
I wasn't even feeling a diamond like that. I was wild and I wasn't clown like that. It says diamond like that. And I was like, what is this?
Feeling
Or diamond like that.
Like that.
I've heard of white people who are out of touch with black culture.
That's me.
That was ridiculous.
Welcome to me.
I didn't know.
I have to tune to Jamie because Jamie's on Black Twitter every day. Jamie keeps he's got a tweet
the
deck.
close down of Vine must have been rough for you.
Jamie's got a tweet deck and he sets up one hashtag Black Twitter and it's just all Black
So just butts.
It's all just Black Twitter references. And he tells me that like people steal from Black Twitter and they make jokes on late night TV because
It's a subculture.
Yeah, Black Twitter, they say funny shit and then people steal it. Is that true, Jamie? Is that what you said?
What I heard.
That is what he heard.
I've heard that too. When did women, speaking of which, like black is a subculture, right? We talk about minority groups.
I think you need another drink.
Women-
Was it more whiskey out there? You didn't even finish that.
No, I didn't finish.
Come on, puss.
By the way. Come on. And I'm not, that doesn't work on me. Yeah, see, you want any Illuminati. You're
Feeling diamond like that?
See? Diamond's a stripper.
Oh.
So I was wrong all this time.
Fuck this whole thing up, dude. See, you're spreading
Well, how am I supposed
disinformation.
to know Diamond
Smell
is a
my
stripper?
dick.
Hold
Wait
on
a minute. Hold
No,
up.
no, no.
See, that's not how a bitch get her eyes swole up.
That's just
That's
lazy
how a bitch
songwriting.
get her eyes swole up.
Yeah.
He's promoting violence against women.
Oh, he
because
beats the
she
hell
wants
out
to
of her.
smell his dick.
She beats the hell out of her. But that's
He
lazy
beats the hell out of
songwriting.
her.
That's not my fault. That's not my
Lazy
fault.
songwriting.
They didn't even introduce the character Diamond beforehand. How am I supposed to know? We can't know. That's not a racism thing. That's a bad songwriting.
Okay, if he said, I ain't even feeling Mercedes like that, would you assume? Okay, Mercedes is probably a stripper. Lexus
Probably.
to the main stage.
Probably. But I didn't read the lyrics, so I didn't see a capital on Diamond. I can't know this. I was trying to be understanding of another culture. And it backfired. I'll leave it at that.
Yeah. Why doesn't he just wash his dick?
Like when you go to the crab shack, they have that automatic hand cleaner.
Doesn't he have hand sanitizer he keeps in his fucking beds? Just
Spray thieves essential oil like my
yeah,
wife
just
says.
wash your dick, bro, you dirty bitch. Coming home with a dirty dick. Jesus, that's like
Or
worse
don't-
than adultery. This
don't
is
cheat on your
a
wife.
Dirty start. That's not his wife for sure. First of all, that guy's
Risque.
definitely not married. This is not a marriage we're talking about. This is not like, oh, look at this, more booze. Bring it out. Both. Bring them both out. This guy needs to get drunk. He talks too much shit.
Tell me what you want to talk about.
Everything.
Okay.
Life. Generalities.
Okay, let's say this. Generalities. I've never been as mad as I was watching that Holly Holm fight.
Why?
Why just watch
Oh,
the fight?
because of the.
Here's what I think. I think if you hit someone after the bell and it's really clear, it should be an immediate point deduction, and they should be given time to recover more than a minute. That's
Well,
just an opinion.
I
But when
agree
it's
with
twice,
you.
when it's twice,
I agree with you, but here's why I disagree with you. I'm even more extreme. I think that hitting someone after the bell is grounds for a disqualification. Yeah, because you know,
hands go down, your whole mindset changes. You're not expecting it.
She definitely heard the bell. The guy was stepping in. She threw the shots. It's grounds for disqualification. I fought. You know, it's been a long time, but I did. I heard bells, and I didn't hit anybody afterwards. You know what the fuck it is.
Yeah.
You know what it is.
Well, if you do the point deduction, Holly wins that fight or a draw for sure.
Jermaine Duran to me is fucking awesome. She's an awesome fighter. I mean, she's a 46-0, 10-time world Muay Thai champion. And for that to happen with her, it upsets me in two ways. One, it upsets me because Holly got fouled. And two, it upsets me because she's a great fighter.
Right.
For her to do something like that, it's like, why did you do that? Don't do that.
Yeah.
And she rocked Holly. The problem is when you rock someone, who knows how much that affects them for the rest of the fight. Right. Holly is so badass. She not only came back from that, she came back from that one of head kicking Jermaine, dropping her, and then rocking her.
That short little hook that she threw that with
straight
elbow
left
first. Yeah.
Yeah.
Was it straight left? I thought it was like a hook.
When
coming in.
Holly rocked her,
Yeah,
straight
It was
left.
a straight left that she was coming in, so it was just really short then.
Perfect shot.
Yeah. She's incredible striker.
She's so badass. And that question mark kick that she hit her with over the top of the shoulder, drops down, hits her in the head.
Isn't it funny though that she doesn't fight like a boxer? Yeah, not at all. She fights much more like an American kickboxer.
Well, because she was also an American kickboxer, and she's also trained by Mike Winkeljohn, who's like one of the best American kickboxers from his era.
Yeah.
He was world class in his time. He's really good. He fought Rick Rufus.
Right.
He fought some really good guys. He's a great striking coach, man.
Very similar to one of McDowell's, Guy Metzger. Very similar styles, that kind of stand up.
Yeah.
Not as much head movement.
Guy Metzger's a good friend of mine. I love that guy.
He's really just an awesome guy. We'll get into personal stories, but he's done some weird shit.
Making out.
No, there's some really nice things for people. I mean, he's the exact example of when people say fighters are meatheads. He's just a really kind-hearted guy.
Well, he's definitely not a meathead. I'm more of a meathead than him, for sure. He's not just a kind-hearted guy. He's very intelligent, soft-spoken. You never hear Guy Metzger yelling at people, and he's also, he's worked really hard to mitigate some of his brain trauma and been really open about it, which I think is very, very, very important. Because it's like this silent thing that guys don't want to talk about the issues that they're dealing with from fighting.
Yeah. Well, he also, did you hear the story about when he got into the fight in the parking lot? There's like a bunch of guys who jumped him.
Yeah, well, how long? This wasn't that long ago.
No, you were probably thinking the one where the guy had a knife and actually stabbed him in the face because he got in between an altercation between him and a woman. You just don't do that.
Just don't go out, buddy. Stay home.
No, this was something, maybe he may not want me to tell the story, but it was in a parking lot. Something happened. I don't know how it started, but what happened was there were 3 or 4 guys. And all he did was he grabbed one guy, just got him to the ground somehow and put him in a chokehold. And he told his friend, he said, if you come forward, I'm going to choke your friend out. And they just got back into the RAV4, closed the doors, he let the guy go. They were gone.
That's a really nice person. Most people would just choke that guy out.
Well, he also is a striker. He could have really hurt him.
Yeah.
That's kind of the beauty of grappling. You can hurt them or not as much as you want to.
Right.
And Metzger is a very high-level striker. I mean, he's not known as a grappler. So
well, he's a grappler, too. He choked out Tito Ortiz in just one of his first UFCs.
He just won Worlds at Brown in the senior division.
Did he really?
Yeah. And
that's amazing.
Yeah, he's still competing and doing that stuff.
That's
a pretty awesome guy.
That's a nice thing for people that don't want to strike anymore. I know Babalu Sabral, he's been doing a lot of grappling competitions and stuff. Guys that just have taken a lot of head trauma, a lot of crazy fights, long careers.
Yeah.
They still like to compete. They can do that. And, Babalu has, I think it's Babalu's Iron Gym. I think that's what he calls it. And he's got a really nice high-level gym down in Orange County. And,
that's an explanation every time parents taking their kids for lessons. They walk in and see Babalu.
He's a great guy.
But they have to do that kind of, all right, let me
see the tattoos up his neck. Yeah,
parents are going to be a little apprehensive.
He's a great guy. He's a great guy, and he's a real pioneer. Babalu was in the early days of fighting. There's a fight with him and Brad Kohler. It's one of the fucking scariest knockouts ever. This is back when you could soccer kick on the ground.
Yep.
And he dropped Brad Kohler. Because Babalu was one of the first Brazilian wrestlers, which a lot of people don't know. I mean, he was a black belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and very good striker and all those things. But he also was on the Brazilian national wrestling team back in the day.
Yeah.
And so Brad Kohler, who's like this really beefed up fucking just jacked dude, couldn't touch him on the feet, and Babalu eventually got him tired out. And when he dropped him, got him down to the ground, he fucking soccer kicked him into oblivion. It's just those days when you can soccer kick someone who was already tired and down.
Yeah,
those are dark
days.
But
to put into context, the Brazilian national wrestling team, they'd be like ventures to Oklahoma State wrestlers. It's just not even the same level.
Maybe, but a high-level wrestler's a high-level wrestler.
Oh, yeah, it is. But it's like Sarah McMahon. She was silver at the Olympics. And I remember when people said she was going to beat Ronda with wrestling. Like, well, hold on a second. The talent pool in women's wrestling is nowhere near where it is at judo at that point. You just have women in Japan in judo who are animals. Kayla Harrison, too, following her, she was actually one of the first guests on her show. She's just a monster. Yeah, there's no one in female wrestling, no one who would even come close to her level of experience.
The same can be said about Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, which isn't in the Olympics yet, but really should be, is there's some phenomenal. Like, you've seen Mackenzie Dern. You've seen her compete in MMA.
I haven't seen it. Well, yeah,
she has one of the most badass chokeouts that I've ever seen in my life. She started with an omoplata, worked her way to this girl's back. She's got this move that she does where she gets the girl on an omoplata and she rolls over onto her back and chokes this chick out. And apparently, she hits this move all the time.
Well, they teach something similar to that at Marcelo Garcia School in New York, where if ever someone's turtling, you wedge your knee into their ribs and their hip crease, and you kind of get around it. Not quite an omoplata, but you're bringing your other leg around their front, and you're wrapping, and you're blocking. If let's say you're coming in from your right side, you block their left arm, which is something we actually would
would learn in judo quite a bit. A really basic back.
So you were blocking by taking an underhook.
So you're grabbing the knee in and you're grabbing wrist control around. So you're not putting a hook in. And when you control this, the way they taught it to me, like if you watch Marcelo Garcia, they'll just go for the choke straight from there. They don't even get the hooks in.
Right.
And then you have Clark Gracie who does the omoplata roll to the lapel choke. I mean, it really is omoplatas. I don't think there's been a submission for that in a long time. But
There's
it's
only
a great
one
setup.
ever in the UFC history. It's Ben Saunders. This is Mackenzie Dern. Watch how she does this. What the thing is also is that she's hot as fuck, and so she gets the omoplata. The girl tries to roll, and watch how she handles this. When she gets her from this position, no, you got to go back. You got to go back.
See, I shouldn't even have her hooked. It's a highlight video.
Oh, it's just a highlight video. Oh, so she doesn't need the hook now. So what she does is she rolls, and you don't see it from that position.
Well, that's a lot like a no-gi version of Clark Gracie's omoplata lapel choke.
Let me see if they show it here. What she does is she gets up, and when she gets up on her hip, the girl rolls, and then watch how she scrambles. Now she takes her right arm. They don't show it. She takes her right arm and she rolls underneath the girl. Anyway, her dad is Megaton Diaz, who's world famous. Very, very respected Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt. But there's one of the coolest things about Jiu-Jitsu is it's like almost like sentences and languages. There's so many different ways you can go with things.
Yeah.
There's so many different possibilities. It's almost never ending.
Well, there's a guy like my dad, he's in his 50s, and hasn't lost a point, let alone a round, competing up to purple belt. He competes against guys who are 40 and overweight because there's no one his age. And he played hockey, U of M, high-level athlete, and he's not super flexible. He's not going to do a guard game. He got really good at takedowns, really good at trips, really good at guard passing, and side control, a few chokes, labor cutter choke, things like that. And he's diverse enough where he can protect himself in areas. But that's one thing, too. When I was helping coach him for his first tournament, I'm like, listen, in training, you want to work these positions. You want to work your guard. You want to work your half guard. But there's nothing that says in the competition you can't stuff the head, get up, and just come up on top. And when you realize that, when he competes, it's just getting out, getting on top. And if he gets on top, he's going to pass, at his level, at purple belt level.
Yeah, but the problem with that strategy is it only works with someone who's weaker. Like as soon as you find someone who's better at that game than you have to have other options. Well, if he's not good off of his back, someone's eventually good.
He's pretty good at his back.
Well, that's good.
But in a tournament, the point is there's no unwritten agreement where we're working past it. You know what I mean? No. So he can try his, a scissor sweep, which is a big thing for him as a strong guy. And if it doesn't work, he can do a technical standout and come on.
Well, Helsing Gracie has the best description of jiu-jitsu. He said, you do this, then I do that, then you do this, then I do that, forever. I love that. Because it's like if you try jiu-jitsu, you go, yeah, that is what it is, until someone taps. Like Hickson Gracie has always been famous for saying about other athletes, other competitors, that if they can't keep the rhythm, they will lose. They might rhythm, meaning not like George St. Pierre, but meaning that he keeps attacking and you keep defending and keep attacking. Eventually, you're going to slip up. Right? He's going to get a dominant position.
Sure.
And then once from there.
I'm not saying he's world class. I'm just saying he's able to learn a game.
I know you want to brag about your dad. It's okay. Have a drink.
Cheers. Thank you. Gentleman Jack. Yes. Oh no, that's normal Jack.
What is this stuff called? This is Sinatra shit. That's how you sell it. So
if they were an actual sponsor, you'd be getting phone calls. Yes,
right,
Joe, you said it was Sinatra shit, and our PR representatives have a problem with that.
Well, then they wouldn't be a sponsor anymore. Nobody cares anymore, man. People have to realize this is the age of shit. You can say it.
It's actually a great whiskey that has it's Wild Turkey 101.
That stuff's disgusting.
No.
We have some. You want some?
No, I'm good. But Wild Turkey 101 is a fantastic drink. It really is. It's like Jim Beam advertises aged 4 years. Well, Wild Turkey 101 is 8 years off the bat.
Why is it better to be old? Why is it better for whiskey to be aged? We've been saving this. It tastes like shit. Just be honest. It all tastes like shit.
No, well, if the rye with the bourbon, you want more of that char kind of flavor in there. Anyway, it's a good whiskey.
The best whiskey can't fuck with Kool-Aid. Kool-Aid tastes better than the best whiskey that's ever made.
Vodka and Kool-Aid. What are you doing with Sinatra shit?
I like the pain. I like the suffering. I like the suffering that comes with Jack Daniels. That's what I like. I like when you shoot that shot down and you go, you know exactly what you just did. You're not playing any stupid games.
It's poison.
Like, I'm here to enlighten myself. I'm here to spread love and karma.
Is that what people do with horchata? What's that with?
Horchata's a Mexican drink.
I think rum chata. Yeah,
Yeah.
rum chata.
Horchata's shit. You get tacos in an authentic joint.
I think of rum chata.
What's rum chata? I don't know what that is.
They sell it. It's like it's already pre-made, and it's just got the spices and where the dairy filler is. And,
Sounds like a good thing to make terrible decisions on.
well, not Gay Jared loves it, so it fits in perfectly.
Oh.
He loves rum
Your
chata.
co-host, not Gay Jared.
Sorry,
People are
producer.
the fuck is not Gay Jared?
He's my producer on my show. So you were after this election, where do you land up? Where are you? Because beforehand, you were kind of, I mean, you saw the Black Lives Matter thing, and you talked about the issue.
I'm more libertarian than anything.
So did you vote Gary Johnson?
I did, but only because he did my podcast.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I'm like, you do my podcast, I'll vote for you for president. It's deal's a deal.
Did you smoke pot doing your podcast?
She should have. We should have got him high, right? No, we
I would
talked.
imagine you
We
would.
talked pretty sensibly. I like Gary as a human, and I think he's a good guy. And I think that the Aleppo thing sunk that fucking boat like a goddamn torpedo. When he didn't know what Aleppo is, I'm like, oh, okay.
Here's the thing:
Plays good pool.
most people don't know about Aleppo. And
Yes.
it happened there was a spike in Google searches for Aleppo, and he doesn't know what Aleppo is.
I didn't know about Aleppo. I knew that Syria was in a terrible, terrible situation. I knew the Syrian refugees and fleeing. I knew the bombings. I knew all that. I didn't know the name of the city. The problem is, he got caught not knowing the name of the city, and he should have known the name of the city. Like if you ask me, how do you think Matt Hume handles Mighty Mouse's career? I'd be like, who the fuck's Matt Hume? If I said that, I shouldn't be doing MMA commentator ever again. But
Yeah.
I'm a mixed martial arts commentator. That is part of my job. If you're running for president, it's part of your job to know the name of the city. Where,
So the worst
he
part was when
fucked
you
up.
tried to cover it up. Like, after this, what is Aleppo?
Oh,
So,
Syria.
Yes,
Syria.
yes, got it. He said it twice, buying some time.
Yeah.
So you said, you know what? I don't really know, but I'm a libertarian, so it wouldn't even be in Aleppo. So what does it matter?
Yeah, but see, I don't buy that either, man. Once you've entangled yourself in the world of politics, foreign politics, international politics, the idea that you're not going to be there anymore. Well, we found out what happens with that in Iraq. We found out what happens with that in Libya. You create a vacuum, and that vacuum is filled by terrible, terrible people.
Well, particularly when you give them a timetable of when you're going to pull out,
Yeah,
like
right,
Barack
right,
Obama, and everyone on the right was saying, "Oh, listen, that's a mistake." No, this is going to work well. Trust me.
But in his defense, what the fuck else do you do? I mean, just stay there, and
You keep putting that in there, it's not going to light.
yeah, shut up. I've been smoking a pipe for at least an hour.
Afterward, I'll show you how to get it.
I'm already doing it like a man. I started like a baby.
We're going to suffocate the flame.
Man, modern technology.
Well, here's something that I do think we've seen. He can, but I
I
don't
give
give
a
a
fuck. Let's talk jiu-jitsu.
I mean,
Let's talk politics. Let's talk Jack Daniels.
with Bernie Sanders or whoever it is, you can't line up with the Black Lives Matter all the time. You can't line up with the pussy hat economics, the Women's March all the time. You can't line up with the anti-free speech protesters on campus all the time. You can't line up with the people online who want to ban voices of dissent all the time. You can't line up with we want to tax the wealthy.
Who can you line up with?
Well, the point is, people like Bernie or Hillary, when they do that, until you realize, hold on a second, there's a line, and I've lined up with everyone except for the rest of America. And you see that in Los Angeles. It's an insulated bubble. People don't realize, there are a lot of
Keep
people
saying that about Los
out
Angeles.
or New York, whatever
It's
it
my
is,
city,
coastal
bro.
cities.
Why don't you relax?
Didn't you go to Colorado at one point because you hated it?
No, I want to live. I do not like the population. I do love the mountains.
Right.
I got a straight off the mountain T-shirt on. HoytArchery.com.
Yeah, but that could be in Washington.
It's a fucking Beaumont. I think that
You have chickens.
yes,
Right?
Yeah. I don't live in Los Angeles.
Right.
I live outside Los Angeles.
Yeah.
I have several locations in which I sleep. I think that there's a real problem with high population areas, and that problem is there's two things. One, there's a diffusion of responsibility. There's too many people. You just feel like you don't value each other because there's too many. Everyone's there. If you see an accident, you don't pull over to try to help because there's 100,000 people on the highway. You just keep going.
Yeah.
If you saw that same accident on a single lane road in the country, and some cops, you might pull over and help. You know, you're
I always
mad
heard
about
about New York.
help.
Like, New Yorkers care about each other. Like, if you walk past the hobo in the street in New York, for a lot of people, they just ignore it because they're so used to it.
They did after 9/11.
They did after 9/11.
You know, I went to New York after 9/11. We filmed the Fear Factor there, and I'll tell you, man, it was a beautiful thing because there was a real, a palpable, like a tangible feeling of community there that doesn't exist there anymore.
No,
It's gone. Also, the New York that existed in 2001 is not the New York that is here in 2016.
No.
You know, I've had for like Judah Friedlander, who's a friend of mine, is a stand-up comic, and he was telling me, he's like, dude, it's all bankers now. He's like, there's no artists in New York anymore. They can't afford it. He's like, if you go to Brooklyn, maybe.
Well,
He's like, but in New York City, the rents are so fucking expensive, and there's so much international money in New York. He's like,
I can tell you that's flipped a little bit when I lived there. The
when
lower
did you
east
live in
side.
New York City?
I lived there when I was at Fox I lived there 2 different stints. One time sleeping on couches, and one time this would have been 2011, maybe 2011, 2012. And rent was cheaper in old money Upper East Side than in the East Village or Lower East Side, because that's where all the hipsters and the artists were. So they all wanted to be there now, and the Upper East Side was seen as not cool. So I got a place that was so inexpensive compared to if I wanted to live downtown. So that's kind of switched. But none of the artists want to live with all the wasps.
There's always a problem when too many people have too much money and they're all congregated in one area, because then they're just annoying. And it's annoying. They're all trying to buy the same fucking cars.
They talk like one of your voices.
We're trying to Russell,
You try to smoke pipes and stomp on the little man. I think you're right, and I think it also. I mean, there's obviously. This is where leftists tend to congregate. Leftist ideology in big cities, right? They want you in public transportation. They want you to do that.
They want you riding bikes, bro.
No, they want you. Well, bikes, public transport, but certainly they want to limit what kind of cars you can drive, how far you can drive them in any big city. They definitely want to reduce independence, and there's a real.
Oh, do you think that's what it really is? No, they want to reduce carbon emissions. They don't want to reduce independence.
No, I think it's both.
No,
I think it's both. And
come on, man.
It's less conspiratorial than pizza.
Stop.
To say that people want you on buses independent on government, just like they want you on welfare, they want you on public transit.
The people don't. Maybe some percentage of the people do. But if Tesla came out with some car that you could drive across the country in one charge, you think people would be suppressing that? They would welcome it. A zero emissions car that give you total freedom. No one's going to try to suppress that.
Yeah.
The issue is I don't think so. How and why?
How first thing they would do is remove all the government subsidies and make Tesla even remotely competitive.
Who is they? This they shit is driving me crazy.
I'm talking about the United States government and the subsidies that go into a Tesla, right? Prius could still be losing Toyota on every one sold. But you look at the government subsidies, the government incentives. People don't want to buy these cars.
Oh, that's not true.
Well, Tesla, yeah, but not a Prius.
That's not true either. I know a bunch of people who bought Priuses.
Well,
Greg
probably
Fitzsimmons has a Prius. Brendan Schaub has a Prius. My buddies have
Brendan
Prius.
Schaub has a Prius?
He's got a fucking Prius.
How does he even fit in a Prius?
And a Bentley.
Well, there you go.
He barely fucking big gorilla. He barely fits in a Prius.
I would say those things handle like trash.
They're shit cars. Bill Burr has a Prius. How about that? And a Jaguar.
Exactly. See, that's exactly what it is. It's the white guilt symbol in Los Angeles. So you can say, I got a Prius.
No,
this is the car I really
see, you
want.
say that, but it's people that don't want to spend a lot of money on gas. A lot of them bought them in 2012.
No. Here's the thing. If you don't want to spend a lot of money on gas, you would do the cost savings estimation. You would see buying a used car, any used car, especially a Ford Fiesta, which would get more mileage than a Prius anyway. It's a white guilt symbol.
No, it doesn't.
It does.
Ford Fiesta gets more money.
They're American small cars will get over 40 miles per gallon.
Yeah, but a Prius gets over 50.
No.
Pull it up, Jamie. This motherfucker. Let's ride.
Let's say it's an 8 mileage difference.
Yeah, but that's not what you want. You don't want an old car that's going to break down. You want a new car that's reliable, that gets really good gas mileage, and that's what a Prius is.
No, seriously, you don't want that's going to be tar straight into your lungs. You inhale that.
I'm switching to beat traffic crazy.
This is so much better. Well, back to the. Oh, there you go. All right, so what's that? A Prius is Ford Fiesta. All right, it's a 40 highway.
29 city, son. 40 highway. Now pull up a.
Well, a Prius is going to have way more in the city because it's a battery.
Because it's better, son of a bitch.
Did you have a Prius?
Your point sucks.
That wasn't the point, though. That was a side.
No, you were
to the point.
trying to say that if you really wanted to save money on gas, you'd get a fucking shitty old Ford Fiesta. And that's nonsense.
Absolutely.
58 city.
Yeah, absolutely.
Son, are you looking at that?
Car.
It's
You're gonna
more
get a
in the city.
Joe,
58
you can
city.
yell about all you want, but here's the truth.
You're wrong
No,
by
no.
many tens of miles per gallon.
You are incorrect. If you look at the actual price of a Prius versus the best thing you can do for the environment is buy an old beater car. Buy an old Camaro that's horribly
Who said that? It's $24,000. It's cheap as fuck for a car.
No, you'd be better off buying an old beater car, recycled, than buying a Prius. It's not even close.
You dig your heels in. You don't see the other side.
If you want to drive a Prius, buy a Prius.
You're like everybody else on the
Two giant non-recyclable batteries.
Dig your heels
Two
in.
giant non-recyclable batteries.
Non-recyclable for now, but much like nuclear waste, it's making a comeback. You know that they can make diamonds, batteries out of diamonds with nuclear waste now, the last thousands of years?
But why do we want diamonds? Oh, they make batteries out of diamonds.
Yeah, nuclear waste, nuclear diamond waste batteries that last thousands of years.
Nuclear energy that we could be using. We can't be using because people thought it was worse for the environment.
Well, we're using it, whether people thought it was worse or not. The real issue is like the old plants, like Fukushima, that they have huge difficulties with shutting down. Someone told me that Fukushima is not, we were talking about the other day that someone had said that the radiation levels are growing. They're saying it's not growing. But the real issue is aerosol or something that
aerosol. That's the old global warming CFC sort of.
No, but not aerosols. What was the airborne? Airborne radiation is an issue with Fukushima that they're monitoring it.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. But my point on that one is why are leftists, for example, against the sharing economy? Why would Bernie Sanders be this Bernie Sanders their platform?
Let's just abandon left
No,
versus
no,
right.
that's the whole
Just
thing.
look
It's like we're
at
trying to tell people.
What are the people? Who are the people
Let's
that
say,
have an
why
issue?
is Bernie Socialist Sanders against the sharing economy?
You give him a nickname?
Yeah.
Son of a
He's a
bitch.
socialist. He's a self-avowed European socialist. Why would they be against the sharing economy?
$200,000 a year.
Let's stay on this.
What are you telling me to
Yeah,
stay
not
on things?
I'm telling you.
You're bouncing all over.
I
it.
know,
Why don't you bring up your fucking dog again? What about your dad? Who's a Shih Tzu guy?
Well, you
Son
said
of
you
a
wanted to
bitch.
not talk about politics. So I
Son
talked
of a
about your
bitch.
kids.
I didn't say I don't want to talk about
This
politics.
is the point. The
Did you
sharing
ever say
economy.
that, Jamie?
Uber and Airbnb. Shouldn't everyone be on board with that? Why do you have people like Bernie Sanders or Nancy Pelosi banning them, or Austin politicians and constituents banning them from their city? If we're talking about sharing, socialism, yeah, you can't do Uber in Austin. Bernie Sanders doesn't want Uber.
No,
doesn't
why
want
do
Airbnb.
Why do you think they're doing that? Do you think they're doing that because they want taxis to survive?
No, I think they're doing it because just like people like to throw out this big conspiracy about big bankers and their own self-interest, which is true. I think that people don't want to acknowledge that the left is beholden to giant cabbie unions who are punching people in the face in New York because Uber removes their surcharge and decides to ignore the Trump travel ban. I think they're against Airbnb because they're beholden to, for example, the culinary union. Who
Did you just
work
like
certain
sneak
hotels.
in an aside about the Trump travel ban we were talking about?
No, that was what happened. People were protesting in Uber in New York City. Right? They went in and they were still going to the airport. The cabbies unions in New York said, we're not going to go. And so people were punching Uber drivers, people getting furious about it, saying you're scabs, you're coming in. Uber actually removed their surcharge. Because remember all the airport protests, right? It was a quagmire.
No, I don't.
Oh yeah, during the airport, remember the Trump's travel ban, there were protests at all these different airports.
Right, about that.
Yeah, well,
What does that have to do with Uber?
The point is, in New York,
Right.
the cabbies unions went on strike. They said against the travel ban, right?
Oh, I
So
see.
Uber's going
Okay,
in,
you weren't clear.
and they're
I
removing their
understand.
surcharge. Well, if we're talking about the sharing economy, if we're talking about bringing in refugees and resettling them against people's will, right, because we want to be compassionate,
Right.
well, just take that and say, okay, instead of resettling refugees against somebody's will because you want to share, what about somebody deciding to share their car at an agreed upon service or share their house? And the left, the political left, has fought against that vehemently. It is so
How so?
remarkably inconsistent.
How so?
Uber ban.
Who is this they?
Okay, so
Is
Bernie's
this
like
across the board, or is
let's
this
go with
just
Bernie Sanders,
Bernie
Nancy
Sanders?
Pelosi, Elizabeth Warren. What they want to do is either get Uber banned in cities, as you see in cities like Austin or in cities in Europe, or they want to make sure that unions, that cab unions either get first right or that Uber hires these union workers.
Okay, well, I definitely have an issue with that.
Yeah.
So let's pull up that story that Bernie Sanders is in favor of banning Uber. Bernie Sanders Uber.
Yeah.
And let's break that down and unpack it, because I think when something comes along that's better, and it fucks with a business that is worse,
Right.
the better thing should win because that's progress.
Sure.
I think Uber is progress. I think Lyft is progress. I think what Lyft is doing and what these programs are doing, where you have an application on your phone and you can turn it on and off anytime you want. You can work anytime you want, as long as they certify and test you and run and make sure you're not a crazy person. As long as they know where you are, and every time they can actually monitor your location through GPS, which they can. And everybody like saves money, and the people who drive the car make money. Like you can make like $35 an hour doing that. Why wouldn't you rather do that if you have a car like a Prius that gets 58 miles to the gallon? Wouldn't you rather do that? So I'm in favor 100% of progress, and I think that anybody that opposes that, because somehow or another it's going to challenge other people's jobs. Right. When it comes to something like Uber versus cab, in my opinion, this is pretty black and white. This is a new technology, a disruptive technology that benefits a lot of individual users, hence it's good.
It also benefits the middle class more than anybody.
And there's no union for Uber drivers.
That's
so
a big
there's
problem.
no lobbying and there's no money that goes to politicians.
But that's a big problem.
So I'm not aware of this. You're more balls deep in politics than I am. So Jamie's going to pull up a story and we're going to figure out what the fuck is wrong with Bernie Sanders' take on it from an individual point of view.
Yeah, or you can look up, you can look up the European cities that have banned it, or Austin.
Well, I know it was a huge issue in London. I remember watching those cab drivers that had decided to block streets. They decided to shut their cars off in the middle of the street and literally stop cars from passing. People had to go way around them, and it was a huge issue.
The reason the term political left and right matters right now, to me anyway, it may not matter to some people, but the reason it matters to me is because you do look at one side of the political spectrum right now, and I think the line's been pretty clear in this last election, where there's an ideological divide, and where one is deliberately looking at marginalizing and targeting and dividing victimized groups, and they do so and ignore other groups of people who are victimized as a result of them complaining about victimization.
Okay, like that's very vague. So
Okay, so let me give you want a concrete example?
let's find this Bernie Sanders.
Well, let me go into
I want you to
right
hold
now.
this thought.
A James Gunn's like what he. I was trying to find a quote about what he had. What I guess he has problems, serious problems.
Serious problems with popular mobile ride-hailing service Uber. Speaking with Bloomberg, the Democratic presidential contender, called the service unregulated, wading into one of the most closely watched economic debates of the 2000s. Demand economy companies like Uber, Airbnb, or Lyft are considered independent contractors and therefore do not receive the benefits and protections afforded to full-time employees. Okay, so I could see that, but they do make more money. Right? Isn't that correct? Yeah.
Well, they don't have to pay a huge commission to the cabbies union, and they're totally independent.
And they have their own car, and they make more money. I mean, is that true? I mean, let's make sure that is true.
It doesn't matter if it's true.
But
If people have the choice to
let's just Google Uber drivers make more than car companies versus how much Uber makes from their drivers. Because that's the real issue. Like, say, Uber's a company, okay, and they're pimping out all these drivers, and they're making shit tons of money, and then they're not giving the drivers enough.
Yeah, they're giving them certainly more. I think they take a much smaller commission than the cab drivers.
Listen,
I don't have
I should
it in
just
front of me.
reiterate, I'm pro Uber, 100%.
Yeah.
I have a friend of mine who's actually a bigwig at Uber.
I think it's great.
I think even if I wasn't, what's the matter with this? How Uber fails to prove its drivers make more than taxi
That's
drivers.
Post. That's Hubbin and Post.
Those
And
sons of bitches.
they
That's
feel the need
Fox
to be
News.
on the
Oh,
defensive.
that's the blaze.
No, they feel the need to be defensive. How they fail to prove.
How they
fail to prove. What does that mean?
I don't know.
That
Let's
means
find
there's a
out.
claim, and Huffington Post can't disprove it, but they're saying Uber has failed to prove it. So this isn't going to help that
crowd to read the fucking quotes before you get crazy and defend. You're so right wing.
I am very right wing.
God,
Time.com.
hand me that beer, son. Time.com. Oh, Uber reveals how much its drivers really earn, sort of. Uber has long said that drivers get paid more than traditional cabbies, but do they really? Driver surveys, strikes, and class action lawsuits suggest otherwise. Most recently, BuzzFeed. Is that okay? Is it okay if it's BuzzFeed? Is that too left wing? You fuck.
Yeah, BuzzFeed is fake news.
Fake news. BuzzFeed, you fake. Estimate the terrible Trump impression. that drivers in Denver, Detroit, and Houston make less than 13.25 cents an hour. $13.25 an hour after expenses using calculations based on more than 1 million trips. Well, that's not good. This spring, Uber was hit with 2 class action lawsuits from drivers in Florida and Illinois who seek to recover unpaid overtime wages and other expenses. This is after the company, this is our
Yeah, that's another thing too.
shitty. No, we have one shitty TV that can't handle an HDMI cable. It cuts out every minute and a half.
We have one of those.
Seek to recover unpaid overtime. Jesus Christ, unpaid overtime wages and other expenses. This is after the company paid $100 million to settle similar lawsuits in California and Massachusetts. Okay.
Yeah. So California, Massachusetts, big unions.
But if they have lawsuits, and if there is a lawsuit that does make sense enough where a judge decides that they're going to rule against Uber, I don't know the law. Do you? Do you know if they're in violation?
It depends on a right to work state.
But wouldn't you assume that the lawyers and the judges in Massachusetts would make a strong enough case where they would show the legality of it to the point where it wouldn't lose $100 million lawsuit?
No, I wouldn't assume.
Do you know anything about the lawsuit?
Here's what I would know. Whether it's a right to work state or not, and that would determine the lawsuit. And that's why people like Bernie Sanders, and that's why people, oh, geez, what happened there? You opened that too fast? Oh, bro. Let's go. Do it like you did the pipe.
Not scared.
It's good enough, bro. So it depends if it's a right to work state or not. I don't care.
Right. Okay.
If they make less than cab drivers, I don't care.
Well, let's illuminate people. What is the difference between a right to work state?
Effectively means you don't have to join a union. It means you can work without being a part of the labor union.
And
so I would determine the case. Just for example, that's why when we do hidden camera videos, we have to make sure that it's a one-party consent state as opposed to a two-party consent state.
Right, like Nevada, when they used to do those prank call shows, they would do like, remember Crank Yankers?
Yeah.
They would do it in Nevada.
Correct. Because California is a one-party consent state.
No, it's two.
Well,
Nevada.
No, but California's one.
What do you mean?
California,
Well, I get the definition wrong. What I'm thinking is we both have to agree. Is that true?
Yeah. They would do it in Nevada instead of California.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Right, in Nevada, you can call me up and prank me. I wouldn't have to agree.
Right.
That might have changed.
It might change. For example, in Michigan, it was really controversial. It was a one-party consent state that, depending on the judge, read it as a two-party consent state. So that's really scary because you can be in the clear, right? We recorded a prank call, or we found some kind of corruption, and it should be legal, but there's a little wiggle room where they can say, actually, this isn't legal, and you committed a felony.
Oh.
So that's the problem with that.
Okay. So in these right-to-work states,
Yeah.
When you have this Uber situation, is the issue that it's taking cabs out of business, or is the issue that they are not paying people enough and they're taking cabs out of business? So people, like their cab drivers, if they switched over to becoming Uber drivers, they would actually lose money because these companies are regulated, so they don't have to pay insurance, health insurance. I mean, that seems like what the issue is, right?
That's what they would say the issues are. So
It's not true?
Well, no, it's not necessarily true, and again, that depends on the state. So first off, I would want to clarify, just for people listening, it would not be the right to work states. The right to work states would be fine.
Right.
A right to work state means I have the right to say, hey, do you want to work for this amount? And you have the right to say yes.
Right.
A non-right to
As
work
long as
state,
it's above minimum wage, everybody's cool.
yeah, as long as, as cool as you can be, right? You have to
And
report
what
it.
is a non-right to work state? Just when
Depending on the profession, if there's an established union in that profession, you can't work outside that union, right?
Now, is that the case with trades like plumbing, being a carpenter,
Generally
auto
speaking.
repair?
Yeah, generally speaking.
Is auto repair the heavy?
Depends on the state. But Shield Sonnen actually would have some stories about his dad being in the plumbers union. He had some stories about that. Vince Vaughn has some funny stories about that. He's told actually when he worked at his dad's paper mill. But to go back to it again, first off, I don't care. If someone agrees to this price and this service, I believe that's a marketplace of ideas and services, and you have the right to do it. And I have the right to provide those services. Now, if Uber's doing a poor job, thank God there's Lyft. Right? Because there's some competition there. But if the government steps in and says, no, you have to use the cabbies unions, well, even then you can artificially increase wages at the expense of the taxpayer who now has to pay more for a taxi ride. So I don't care. I think that people should be able to make their own decisions if they want to do Uber, if they want to rent out their house in Airbnb. And I don't think that Nancy Pelosi in the Bay Area representing her district should have any say in whether I can rent.
Well, I agree with you 100% on that. And I think there's also a real problem with people resisting change. Because technologically influenced change is coming at such a high rate that there's no way you can put a finger in all the holes in the dam. It's just you can't do it.
Yeah.
There's too many things that are happening that are going to change the way we communicate, change the way we do business, change everything from top to bottom. You're not going to be able to stop it. So anytime you're trying to stop something like an Uber, the only thing that I think is that you got to figure out how's the money being distributed, and is that fair? And if it's not fair, what's the solution? Because is the solution alert people to what the actual numbers are and let it all sort itself out,
Right.
or is it passing regulation? I'm a firm believer that the less regulation you have, the better.
Right, and that's what.
As long as it's not like environmental pollution type
Right.
shit,
Well, that's
or
what Adam
crime,
Smith talked
or
about, the invisible hand, right? The mark that moves the market. I certainly believe that the market is more efficient at regulating itself than the government creating a monopoly.
well, also because unions can be influenced, and when you get large groups of people together, I think it's good because like what a union can do is they can say, hey, we're going to stand strong. We're not going to let these people take advantage of us like some sort of slave labor factory in the Middle East or wherever the fuck it is. We're going to figure out a way to if you work here, you're going to get an honest wage, and I'm 100% with that. The problem is that you get giant groups of people that you can't go against. Someone's going to be in control of those giant groups of people.
And I'm glad that you
know,
mentioned that. That's
it's no different than being the mayor of a city or the leader of a
It's
country.
no different than being beholden to Goldman Sachs or JP Morgan.
Right.
And if you look at the top political donors, you can bring it up from Open Secrets. If you look at the top 20, it's like 16 out of the top 20 are big unions. So it's this idea that it's big banks and the Koch brothers and energy companies. No one wields more influence in American politics today than big unions, particularly Democratic Party.
Because it's power, because they can influence the people that are
They
there.
can also take dues from you, give 100% to Democrats,
Sure.
and you have no say.
Well, it's one of the big contributors to the war against drugs. One of the big things that's happening in this country is that prison guard unions have spent money to ensure that innocuous things like marijuana they stay illegal. Because if they stay illegal, then they keep their jobs. Like they've literally fought for that. Like fought to keep more people in cages because that would earn them more money. I mean, that's really what it is. We break it down to black and white. And it's.
Did you just make a joke about the discriminatory prison system in the
I
United
did.
States? That was cool.
I didn't say black and white because I meant black and white people. I meant
Could be
black
that
and
way.
white in
Someone will let me
terms
know matters.
of the reality of the situation is that prison guard unions are spending money and using their influence to ensure it didn't work as an influence
Like from South
to ensure that marijuana stays illegal. And the reason why they're doing that is because they profit off of it. So that's not an altruistic ideal. That's not someone who cares about the people that they represent. That's not someone who cares about the community as a whole. That's someone who's looking out for their best interest in a way that is negative towards the general
I
population.
agree with you, and I think that's where the wool was pulled over people's eyes with people like Bernie. Well, he's from the people. He's never gotten big donors. That's actually not true if you look at the collective donations from union members and from union organizations.
Right.
And when you look at that, and what bothers me is when people follow the money trail on only one side and act as though the political left is unbeholden to people.
That's the big point, what you just said, on one side. Because I think you can see the benefits in unions as well. You can see the benefits in protecting wages and making sure that people get insurance and making sure that people live a good life. That like if you're going to work for this company, you're going to be well compensated, and there's going to be an agreement between the workers and the people that run the company.
Well, there's a problem with that, and the problem with that is
but there's not always a problem with that. There is occasionally, sometimes.
That's the rule rather than the exception. I talked about this when we talked about the Walmart CEO, for example, makes 19 million, right? People are furious about that. Walmart employs 2.5 million people, 1.5 million people, full time. So he's getting less than if you add up all the workers and full-time workers, it would be less than $10 per person he's employing and providing an active living. So when you have workers who say, well, he has 19 million, that's more than I have no million, 19 is 19 more millions. These people, they pick an arbitrary number. That's what Bernie Sanders was doing the debate with Ted Cruz, whether you like him or not. It was such a floor mopping because Bernie Sanders dealt with these phantom fears and again tried to victimize groups and marginalize groups. And my point that I was talking about there is, for example, we talked about the victimized groups and marginalized groups who don't have insurance in the country, right? It was 40-something thousand. Most of them were young people who chose not to buy insurance. So now you can stand your parents' insurance till 26. There you go, we bought some votes. So you talk about them and they're getting more affordable insurance now. And now the play is we're going to take all these people off of insurance. Okay, so we're talking about that victimized group, people who didn't buy insurance. But what about the people who've seen their premiums go up, hardworking Americans? 40-something percent, 24% on average in certain states, 46%, sometimes 60-something percent. The premiums have gone up. Why don't we talk about the ramifications of the everyday Americans who now can no longer afford health care insurance and don't qualify for a government subsidy? And if you look at the trend, I will argue this, and I'll dig my heels in if I feel I have to. The political left seeks to divide and conquer and find for sure the most victimized group of that day.
How so? What do you mean the most victimized group of that day to do what?
Well, like right now, for example, I'm just using that as an example because you said a concrete example with
Right.
Obamacare. So right now, these people aren't going to be able to afford insurance. Well, there are a ton of people.
Let's not go too far away from you. We're way out into the Obamacare pool.
Well, no, because we're not talking
that
about
pool
that.
is deep and long.
No, it's not. It's really not.
Obamacare is
You
deep,
subsidize
long pool.
technically healthcare
Subsidies.
the costs of
Yes.
other taxpayers
Right.
who couldn't afford it. And they can't.
Let's start from the beginning because you went way out there. You started out with the CEO.
I went out there, Alex Jones.
I went out there. You went out there in terms of you covered so many different things before anybody could address either one of them. You have to like slow down and like take it point by point. You said that this guy makes so much money that if everybody gave him $10, like why should they give him $10? Here's the thing. Like what is it?
What employer of people?
What? He's just a guy who works for them. He doesn't even own it. Why does this guy make so much money? I'm not saying he should. I'm not saying he shouldn't. Maybe he should make that much money.
Right.
But why defend that? Why defend that? Why not?
Well,
Why not have?
See, that's like
You say, "Can I get a raise?" And they say no. And you go, "Well, that guy makes $15 million a year. And he doesn't even work. What does he do? He sits behind that desk and punches
Let me unpack
keys."
what you just said. There are a lot of assumptions. He doesn't work. Why does that guy make that much money? How much?
Obviously, this is the guy who sees the factory. Driven around a fucking limousine. He gets $15 million. We take a raise.
That's my point.
Well,
You can just tell them this is too much.
but don't you think? And this is what I think. If that guy really does make that amount of money, it's probably like how the all he's doing is extracting numbers from some system by trying to say ones and zeros and moving things around and making sure the profit margin trees. He gets a piece of that and he just living like a fucking baller on a yacht in a golden bikini with a bottle of fucking gum.
He's a cross-dresser now.
He's having fun. He's having fun. He's fucking balling. He made $15 million this year. He can do whatever the fuck he wants. But there's room for debate as to what a job is worth.
And I think there's not a job on my show having people on to disagree and engaging in those debates. We don't just say,
But about this subject right here, just about this subject right here,
I think you made a lot of assumptions.
How did I make an assumption? There's room to debate how much a job is worth.
Yes, there is room to debate.
So if
But
a
it should be
company,
determined by the value of a company and the services rendered, not some arbitrary number because Bernie Sanders throws out a percentage point.
well, I'm not saying that he's right. I'm just saying, well, I think it's totally within the interest of all the people that work for a company that are critical to this company actually working to figure out, like, hey, how much should we get for this? How much do they get? Well, one guy's getting $15 million, the other guy's getting $15 an hour, and you gotta, like, if this guy doesn't work, this guy doesn't get any money. Like, these people have to work. If they didn't work, the CEO would make $0, right? Because there would be no profit. So someone has to work. So I don't think it's outside the realm of rational discourse to discuss how much a person should make to be a CEO.
No, I don't think it's outside the realm of rational discourse. I do think people are wrong when they say, for example, to take your argument, how much a CEO should make. I think it's silly. You shouldn't be able to determine that. I don't think you should either. Just like you don't think you should be able to say $15 an hour.
Look, I think if some super baller, fucking Steve Jobs type character comes in, starts running a company, all of a sudden it goes blockbuster through the roof and becomes Apple. I don't think you should be able to say that guy doesn't deserve way more money than the average person. Because fucking, of course he does.
Yeah.
That guy's an obsessed genius who's making this company
determines what's okay.
Exactly.
Who does determine? I think the market does.
But isn't it a relationship between the people who are, this is Bernie Sanders' point of view, I would imagine.
Right.
The people that don't have a say. The people that are making the least amount of money, they're the easiest to replace, and they're the ones that are worried about being treated fairly.
Well, first off, I would say,
Have you no hearts?
exactly. That's exactly what life do, and that's how they get mad. They say you're conservative, therefore you don't care about poor people.
You care about poor people?
I was sleeping out of an 82 Datsun when I first lived in Los Angeles, so I cared about myself.
I used to be in high school, but I don't want to talk to those fucks.
But that's the thing that they'll say is right, attribute motive. And I think we both know it. I think you don't do it. I don't do it. I don't attribute motive. I don't say, well, you do this because you hate poor people, or you do this because. But you do have to look at the numbers. You do look at a certain point when people say they're underrepresented, they have no voice. Well, that's not true with huge workers. They have huge political influence. These people don't not have a voice. And especially they have the entertainment industry. They have the entire music industry. It's been so far left for song, pushing for these same ideas.
Not country.
actually pretty far. Kid Rock just somehow most.
Come on, sounds pretty far left. Country music is not far left.
So you take an extreme. Okay, let's leave country.
Get the fuck out of Dodge. Well, stop. You remove country. It's one of the biggest genres of music in this country. Not only that, I bet they sell more fucking albums than anybody.
Is country going out there and making Redacted and Lions for Lambs and Rendition and Avatar and all these anti-corporate screeds? The point is,
I know what you're talking about.
The point is, country is
Avatar the movie? Is that what you're saying? It's a fucking movie about aliens, bro.
Avatar the movie is possibly the biggest piece of neo-environmentalist propaganda.
Oh, yeah.
We're going to talk about Pizzagate.
You son of a bitch. Avatar is a fucking amazing movie about blue aliens out of love.
Just out of boredom.
That guy fell in love with that blue alien. He became one of them, bro. He was paralyzed. She put him inside the blue alien mind.
James Cameron could buy an island and make people who have him run around for the rest of his life if he wanted. Instead, he decides to print them out on Blu-rays using petroleum.
Dope movie. You're a fucking communist.
Communist. It's a fucking great movie.
Oh,
I enjoyed it. No, I hated it. But that was
Jesus
terrible.
Christ, dude, it was great. Really? Fucking flying dragons, badass Marines. What else do you want? What kind of a pussy am I talking to? What happened to you? I've been up in Michigan too long. It's too cold.
It's too cold in winter, therefore I need to like
Bro, it's bad for your brain. You don't think straight. You just want to stay home.
Do you actually like Avatar? That's sad.
I can't wait for Avatar 2.
Really?
Heard it's on the
Even better. They just stole that in here from Mario. Level 2, let's make it
James
water.
Cameron's a bad motherfucker. He's one of the best directors of all time.
Sure.
He's a classic.
He's a great director. He's also a
Classic.
political moron.
I don't care about his politics. He makes great movies.
No, but that's not the point. I was
That
making
Tree
the
of
point. I
Life
was making
and
when you took
he
an
went to.
example. See, I was talking about the media and entertainment industry, the backlash for someone who I'm not even. So this is relatively objective. So let's remove country. But if you look at the internet, have you turned on CNN recently?
Drink. Slow down.
If you turn on CNN recently, cheers. Cheers.
Oh, drink it.
This is literally like this is
I
like
just want
the
to
guy in high
sit
school.
relax.
If you
Look
love
at that.
me,
Bro, that
drink it.
was a dope movie.
It was horrible.
The guy in high school, if you love me, you'll drink it. Who the fuck were you partying with? He's like, Kid Rock being considered as potential Senate
I know. Did you
candidate.
see that today?
Hold the fuck on. Is that true? It's a bow hunter. I'm voting for him.
Actually, I saw his interview with Dan Rather last night. It was pretty interesting.
Yeah?
He's a lot smarter than I think I'd give him credit for.
He's not a dumb guy.
He's not a dumb guy. Have you ever seen him live?
No, I have not, but I like what he does. You know what he does?
He puts a
gives
lot of effort.
extremely low ticket prices, like $20. For a guy like him, that's huge. Sells out these places and he gets a piece of the booze. He's smart. He's a smart guy.
Well,
And
that's
he's given his audience like a good deal. Yeah, makes a good deal with the venue. It's like, look, Kid Rock's showing up, this fucking place is selling out. So let's just make a deal. Let's make a deal. And his deal is really smart. I like what he's doing.
Well, that's a good example of a guy not being forced to do it.
Yeah.
Right? He's just doing it because he wants to do something that helps people.
Plus, he's got a dope Cadillac. You ever seen his Cadillac?
I haven't.
He got one of them West Coast Customs custom-made Cadillac. It's the shit, man. Pretty goddamn impressive.
That
They
might
took
make
an
sense.
old
He started
Caddy
a
and
beer
redid
company.
it.
Remember that? So if he got
started?
he started a beer company. It was called like Badass American Badass or something beer.
I like Kid Rock. There, I said it.
Do you like his music?
Yeah.
Dude.
No, I like him, man.
Some of his music is not bad. I agree with you. Some of his music is really not bad. It's become popular to crap on him.
I like him for that Cadillac. He's unabashedly friends with Ted Nugent.
And he's still really into cars.
I love cars.
Because I remember I was listening to your podcast once and you said, it's only to the point when you make so much money that you no longer care about money. You use your car as an example. You said, for example, like I got a dent or something in my car at one point, would have lost my mind because that car meant so much. And now it's just like, okay, it's only a car. So that was a good point, though, that you made that when you have enough money, it's kind of like, it's what I call guerrilla Buddhism. Okay? Like the idea of this part of Buddhism that you should not be attached to items, you should not be attached to objects. And you know, I have a friend of mine who became a Buddhist monk, and he wouldn't even have sex anymore. He gave up on sex. All carnal pleasure, all attachment to women, attachment to relationships, and the idea is that you don't want to be connected to that because what you are connected to owns you. And my take on that was, okay, but does it have to own you? Like, can't you just enjoy automobiles? Can't you enjoy engineering? They say that you can't have a
you can't own a thing, you can't possess a thing. I feel like that is so ignorant of the world that we live in. It's so ridiculous. You're choosing to act in a way that you're ignoring this amazing technological revolution that's going on right before your eyes. Right. And it is going to fucking happen whether you ride a bike to work or not. It's gonna happen. It's what people do. We are a part of this cascade of electronic progress, of electronic innovation, and it's never going to stop.
And that's
until we kill ourselves.
I want to go back to that point of the car, but that would be a good analogy there,
this
right?
is my thing about objects.
Out of business because of iPhones, or we put radio
I want to talk cars. No, but there's nothing wrong with appreciating things that people make, whether it's an automobile, whether it's a painting, a sculpture. I feel like cars are like, people look at them as just transportation, and I totally appreciate that because they are. If you get a Prius, it's just transportation.
Those are the works of art.
If you get a 1969 Mustang, that is a goddamn marvel of time.
Yeah.
It is a moment where people decided to just create something that just looks inherently like collectively badass. There's no one looks at a 69 Mach 1 and goes, that's fucking gross. If you do, fuck you.
I don't know what that is.
If you do, fuck you. Right? If you look at a 69 Mustang, you don't say, wow, that's crazy looking, that's amazing.
But isn't that a big irony that you're able to appreciate it and not be attached to it because you've been more financially successful?
Well, that's what I say. I mean, this is the whole point of this whole thing. It's not a rational, normal position to take because most people are behind the 8 ball all the time and always need to pay their bills. Look at that car. Look behind you, sir. Look at that guy. Yeah. Well, we talked about that earlier before you were talking. That looks nice. That's a fucking amazing car, man. That 1969 Mustang is a marvel. It all came together. It's just, they figured it out. They just figured out some way to make something that just is incredibly pleasing to your eyes and doubles as transportation. No, shit, get one, right? Talking about it? There's a company that takes them, and this is what I like. They take the inside of it and the engine, all that stuff out, and they put a 2012 Shelby GT500 inside of it. So you get like anti-lock brakes, you get airbags, you get everything.
Yeah.
And then they put it together themselves. That's the way to go.
This was actually my experience with very nice cars. I went to buy a car and I had very little money. So I went and I looked. There was a 2003 Ford Taurus with like 60,000 miles on it. The old guy had cataract, so they took away his license. Now I can drive. I'm like, no, they took away his license. So I wanted to buy this Taurus. The guy took like $4,000 for it. Not a great car. It's getting you from point A to point B. But I had to walk through cars. One from George W. Bush. One, I can't remember the singer. There was one that was the exact same model of car that James Dean died in. Apparently, they're only like 13.
Porsche Spider? You had a Porsche Spider?
No, I didn't have it. I walked through it. Here's the crazy thing.
What's that?
This guy, let me finish with this guy who's selling this old 2003 Taurus.
What, a ghost?
This is what he drove, right? But you know what his business was? His business was customizing cars like that Porsche Spider and doing high-end cars. People like George W. Bush, the nicest cars in the country, and he drove a 2003 Ford Taurus that I bought. You don't even want to touch, right? You don't want to put a fingerprint on it. And this guy, I found out later, was a multi-millionaire, could afford any car that he wanted in a 2003 Taurus.
Well, some people do that because they want to stay low-key. They just want to just kind of chill.
Yeah.
There's that. There's definitely that. Like Henry Rollins drives a Mazda 6. He drives like a regular car. And the reason why he does it is because he's just like, he doesn't give a fuck. Henry wants to like sit in front of his gigantic $200,000 speakers and listen to records. Yeah, like he doesn't care about his car. So like for him, it's like he doesn't want to ball. He doesn't want to floss. He wears the same T-shirt. He has like 100 gray T-shirts. He wears the same thing every day. He said, well, he's a fascinating character in that regard because he's a guy who has financial means. Like he's a very wealthy guy,
right?
But he chooses not to spend it on things like that.
Yeah. Well, it's like my dad gave me this analogy one time. We're talking about cars and the ability to appreciate it, but you don't need it. It's like air, right? If you all of a sudden you stop breathing, you don't have air. All you can think about is breathing, right? That's the first thing. Well, just like in jiu-jitsu, you're being suffocated by a 300-pound guy in side control. Well, it's the same thing with money. If you take away the money, all you can think about is money because you need money. And my point was, like we were talking about earlier, is we don't want people in those positions determining exactly what I have to do with my money.
Well, conversely, personally, as soon as you get money, you get this stress alleviation that's palpable. I mean, I'm sure it's happened to you because you've been really successful over the last few years. when you all of a sudden don't worry about whether or not you can pay your gas bill this month, right? It's a different feeling. Until I was 25 years old, every day of my life was check to check. Every day of my life was barely, fucking barely, lying to the landlord. I sent it. What happened? Everybody's been in that situation where you're like literally wondering how much can I spend today to eat, and I've been there, and we all been there. The moment I got a development deal way back in the day with Disney, of all people. Yeah, of all people. I was on the Disney show.
And you're just there like, he's a young, good-looking guy. Let's
I was a little stud muffin when I was young.
They saw your set, and they're like,
no, I was boy pretty. Or you want to be on TV? Well, it was, 1993 or something like that. So I got a development deal because I did an MTV half-hour comedy hour. Remember those shows?
I do.
I did one episode of the MTV half-hour comedy hour, and I got a development deal from Disney because I got like something, and they sent me some money. And as soon as they sent me some money, it was like literally like someone just took a weight, like lifted it, like I was carrying around a weighted backpack my whole life, and they took it off. And it wasn't enough money where I was wealthy, where I could say, I don't have to work again. But it was enough money where I didn't have to think about money for a year.
Right.
And so all of a sudden I was like, wow, this is what it feels like to not worry about your bills. Like I've never felt this before. And then I became obsessed with maintaining that position. Okay. Once you realize that, I was like, oh my God, I'm a bulldog. I'm gonna work constantly. I'm gonna do stand up. I'm not quitting anything. Okay, that's why I work too much.
Why was that?
Because I realized how important it is to not be dependent on anyone.
Yeah.
To not change. Like here's the thing about you're talking about Hollywood, the way people behave in Hollywood. It's in many ways it's a self-enforcing ideology. Yeah. In that you know that someone like Meryl Streep, who gets up in front of the Golden Globes or whatever the fuck it was and says crazy shit.
The real arts.
But when she's saying that, what she's doing is she's like, it's a war cry for the like-minded. Yeah. There's no reason to say that for any other reason. She wants to rally the troops. Yeah. She wants to enforce her ideas, and she wants to make sure that everyone is on board.
And she said something
she's
so
royalty,
stupid.
but she's Hollywood royalty.
Because of that, she would say something that stupid that was received the way it was because she probably ran it by a bunch of people beforehand. The point is, not a single person there. They all roared and cheered.
Of course.
Not a single person there goes, what?
Of course.
They're surrounded by people.
But what I'm saying is that those people that are reacting to that, they may agree with it, or they may feel like they have to agree with it.
Yeah.
I don't ever want to be the guy who feels like he has to agree with something.
Right.
I grew up in a weird way where, like, my parents they broke up when I was really young, and we moved around a lot, and I didn't have roots. Like, I didn't live in one place until Massachusetts when I was 13.
Right.
I lived there for a long time. That was the first place I lived for a long time. And I got a chance to see the way people cling to ideas versus actually believe things. And I think it's very important to find out what you actually believe. And it's almost impossible in Hollywood. Yeah. Because in Hollywood, people have to audition for things.
Right.
And I've been there, man. It's gross. You go in this room and some person looks at you, and they have a clipboard, and they're judging you, and they have power. In the same way unions can have power, and unions can control groups of people, the same thing can happen for really self-righteous ideologues who happen to be holding that clipboard.
Well, then there's also the throwing out the baby with the bathwater for calling anybody who has worldview an ideologue. And I do think that you're susceptible if you don't have a framework from which you look through the world. You don't have a prism where you go, okay, hold on a second.
If you're a hardcore Democrat, do or die, without any exceptions whatsoever, you're an ideologue. If you start going us versus them, like I've had conversations with people in Hollywood where they've talked to me about the Democratic Party. They go, we have to win the House. If we win the House, then we get this. I go, what is this we, man?
Yeah.
You make a fucking cartoon.
But then you have people who just go, man, it's left and the right there. It's all the same. No, it's not. You do need to determine a prism through which you see the world. For example, there's a very clear decision you make. Do I believe in choice? Do I believe in freedom and personal liberty? Or do I believe in equal outcomes? And that doesn't mean that you line up with either party the same on every single issue. But it is a filter through which you will be able to see issues.
Explain those options again.
Well, a good example
What are the
right now.
options?
For
Repeat the
example,
options.
you have to make someone has to make a decision right now. Do
What
I
are
value
the three options you said?
No, I put two options. Do
one
I
of them
value
has a
personal
double.
liberty,
Personal
liberty and choice,
Right, and choice.
freedom of choice, or do I value the idea of equal outcomes?
Oh, well, equal outcomes is ridiculous because I can't play basketball.
But you can't understand that unless you have some kind of it. People don't like that. There's an ism there.
Don't you think that a lot
That's
of
an
these
ism.
people
That's
need
an
to
ideology.
compete in things? People need to play dodgeball. They need to bring back dodgeball. You gotta realize, stay away from that big fucker. That guy throws that dodgeball, it's gonna hurt. When the little kid gets it, rush him. That's real.
The Asian kid with the glasses.
That's real.
As soon as the whistle
Maybe
blows.
that kid's a bad motherfucker. Maybe he's from Thailand. Maybe people have been fucking with him since he was little.
Pretty rare.
Catch him outside, I'll kick you in the dick. How about that guy?
That's possible. That's entirely possible. But the point is, there is an ism, and people don't need to shy away from saying, you know what, I do have a worldview. There is an ism.
What do you mean by an ism?
There is an ism where people, whether
word.
it's conservatism, leftism, right-wingism, liberalism.
I don't think anybody's ever said
There is
leftism.
a lot of people like to act as though, well, because liberalism
Do you
is
think you're
no
the
longer.
first person to say leftism?
No, I don't think so at all.
Been alive for 49 years. Never heard a single motherfucker say leftism.
Well, because today's left is not the same as classical liberals.
The word leftism. Don't skirt the issue. That might be the first time anybody's ever said it. Have you ever heard of leftism? Did you Google it? Fuck. Well, I'm at
Even if I make it up, I'll stick with it. I don't care. I don't think liberalism describes the current progressive movement. But people, a lot of people say, well, I'm not an ideologue. Well, actually, a lot of people, they don't realize that they are to some degree. You just have to determine to which degree that is and recognize that about yourself. Everyone has a leaning.
Well,
Everyone
it
has a
makes
bias.
it easier.
No,
It makes it easier to get along if you subscribe to a predetermined set
No, I'm not
of
talking about
values
that.
and
I'm not talking
ideas.
about that. There's no predetermined set of values or ideas. If someone says, okay, I'm looking at the world through this lens, do I look through it where we need to ensure fairness and equal outcomes, or do I look through it in the idea that people should be free to make their own decisions? That doesn't mean you're subscribing to the Republican Party.
Okay, well, you're talking about your first initial student. Well, I'm talking about what we were talking about really recently. But I agree with you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think what we should do, see, I think a big part of the problem with human beings today is that it's not a fair hand of cards that we're all dealt, and some want to pretend that it is. It's not. It's just not. And you know it, and I know it, and we say, well, you know what? You got to do the best with what you've got, and I agree with that.
Yeah.
The real problem with that is the people that got 2 fucking ones. Those people.
Why is it a problem?
Well, because for them, the guy with 4 aces just got Donald Trump Jr. You know, it's like, you lucky motherfucker. By the way, Donald Trump Jr. is a very nice guy. He's a sportsman.
You have to do that now that he's in
I
power.
no, I like him. He's my friend. I mean, I
He's a
only
big hunting
text.
advocate.
He is. I mean, I only text him, but he's good buddies with
Oh my God! You
friends.
shouldn't have. Now you're gonna. The forums are gonna go nuts. Joe Rogan, Illuminati, Donald Trump.
I've said it before. He's a
heard they're
very
good guys.
friendly guy. Every single person that I know that has come in contact with Donald Trump Jr. said he's a lovely man. Nothing but good things about him.
Let me
That's
ask you
100%.
this. When you became more wealthy, when you became more successful, do you find yourself being more generous?
I've always been a generous person, but whenever I could be, because I realized the importance of camaraderie. I realized because I didn't have a lot of friends because I was constantly moving around. So when I had friends, I valued them greatly. They were not disposable. Like my friends to me, like they are as important as my family. A bunch of my friends have lived with me.
Yeah.
You know, like when they've been broke. Like when I was single, especially, like Tate lived with me, Duncan lived with me. They were like, I got nowhere to go. I'm like, fuck you do. Come on, man.
So money just
Live with
amplified
me.
your character. Didn't change it.
Well, it helped me help people.
Right.
When I had the opportunity to do something, like if you see someone and they're a good friend, and you have a bounty of wealth, like could say a good friend is hungry,
Yeah.
you have all this food, you would have to be some kind of piece of shit to say, don't eat my food that I can never possibly all eat myself.
Right.
You would want them to eat, so
Right.
you feel better.
But my point is that's who you are, right? And I will say Joe has been
Well,
generous
because
with you've been generous with me in the sense of actually allowing me on the show, supporting content, whether people get mad about it or not, and I appreciate that. But the point is, the money didn't change you. It's like alcohol; it amplifies your character. You're not a racist, and you.
Well, I'm not an alcoholic, so it amplifies my character.
Well, no, but I'm
If
saying
I was
money
an
amplified your character,
Right.
right? And so that's important for people to know because you have, if you take that and you believe that again as a worldview, that money doesn't necessarily, it doesn't inherently change who you are. You'll find that you'll see just as many greedy poor people as you will wealthy people. And that's important because when we're deciding on some arbitrary number and we just toss it to democracy, you can have just as many greedy portions of the masses as you would big bankers, and they can just vote in their own self-interest, and that's not right either.
What do you mean by an arbitrary number?
Well, I'm saying, what should a CEO make, right? What's the fair minimum wage? And if you understand that there can be people making less than minimum wage who, if they got the Joe Rogan, they made their break, you worked really hard, but all of a sudden they have millions of dollars, they're just as greedy as they are making $13 an hour. Again, it's looking at the human condition.
Unquestionably, you're correct.
Yeah.
That there are people that don't care about other people's feelings no matter what they make. But I would say to you, do you have kids? I would say to you as a parent that a big part of that was how they were treated while they were developing.
Sure.
And there's genetic variables. There's people that have illnesses, mental illnesses. There's all sorts of variables when it comes to who is Steven Crowder at 29 years of age. Who are you? How did you get to this point? Or who am I at 49 years of age? How did I get to this point?
49?
49.
Let's try it.
Good as fuck, right?
What I was watching the other day where you lifted a kettlebell. What's strong motherfucker?
I probably didn't say that.
You did say that. You said those exact words.
What did I say?
Brian Kelly.
Oh, yeah.
Strong
Oh, that's right. 'Cause
What's
he was
strong
like,
motherfucker?
he was talking to me about like, we're only talking about 450 pounds, like deadlifts. I'm like, dude, that's not that much.
Yeah, because you said you do with a
They're
trap bar
450.
deadlift.
Yeah.
Yeah. I had knee surgery recently, and so for me,
I know you went through the jiu-jitsu drawbacks and then you got back in and blew your ACL out.
well, actually, I tore my LCL, and the ACL was slightly torn. They're like, actually, the guy who does the surgery on the Red Wings, he came out and he goes, "Do you wrestle?" I said, "Yeah." He goes, "Okay." We rarely ever see an LCL that torn without a blow. But the problem is they went in and they fixed that, but that wasn't the real problem. The real problem is my kneecap. I guess whatever it is, the tissue that holds that in place is gone. And they said it would be easier if you had a torn ACL to fix, because we know what it is. Like the kneecap, take it out, do a replacement. There's really a
Kneecap?
I mean, they said he basically said there's no reason to do anything with a kneecap because we don't know what works.
Say if they replace it with an iron one.
Yeah,
Just start
just
fucking
go and they're like still on your knees.
Rich Franklin versus Anderson Silva.
Oh,
Anderson just rearranged his face.
That was so heartbreaking to watch.
You know, a lot of dudes wear steel cups.
The tie cups.
I don't necessarily think there's a law against it in the UFC. They started making laws against it in Brazilian jiu-jitsu.
Because you tore
God damn it, I can't talk. No, here's the deal. I had a buddy of mine did it to me once. My friend Amir Renovardi. He got on top of me, mounted me, and he had a steel cup on, and he was essentially fucking my solar plexus. It was totally uncomfortable because it's metal. I mean, you have a metal piece, and it really affects arm bars in particular.
Yeah,
because it creates an unnatural fulcrum.
Well, a back take too is really uncomfortable.
Exactly.
It's going into your lower
A
spine.
regular cup, like I use a Diamond MMA cup. You know what those are? They're compression shorts.
Yeah.
They're in compression shorts, and the outside of them is like this rubberized thing, and the outside in the front is all like a really hard plastic. Like there's videos of them showing people taking like full groin shots on purpose.
That was their advertising. Like getting kicked in the balls.
It really does protect you in an amazing way, but it doesn't hurt like one of those steel tie cups. So these dudes who are fucking real sadists, they get these steel tie cups. It's definitely an advantage. And
Why they use it?
Oh yeah. Well, I think Kenny Florian
uses steel
fought.
cup,
Yeah,
right?
I was just gonna say, Kenny Florian fought with it. I'm pretty sure he fought with it.
pretty closely.
Like if you fucking mess up and you kick Kenny Florian in the dick, you could break your foot, kid.
Imagine after that bar fight. Hey, why are you walking with a limp? I kicked Kenny Florian in the dick.
Well, I'm sure he doesn't wear it to the bar. I'm talking about it in a cage.
You don't know. That's a judgment
I
you're
would
making.
judge Kenny. Yeah, but he wears tight pants. There's no way he's got a fucking.
You don't know who he has to impress at the local dive.
There's no one that he's looking to impress. He's a married man, you son of a bitch. I thought you were conservative. Kenny Florian, how dare you go there? I'm going to take more tobacco and pack it in.
No, I don't ask that to kiss ass. They look, Joe Rogan's so generous. But I do believe, again, going with the idea of isms.
This is a message to people that like wonder whether they should be generous or not. Generosity makes you feel better. It does. It just does. Like it's not a selfish thing. This idea that, not necessarily not a selfish thing. This idea that to keep your money yourself, you're protecting yourself, looking out for number one. It's not true.
Right.
It's the wrong way to think, because when you're generous, especially when you're generous to friends, it's super important to people you actually love that you express that to those people. When you do that, it's good for you too. It just doesn't seem like it's good for you because people are so survival oriented.
There's a great book called Who Really Cares by
It's about famine mentality.
Arthur Brooks or David Brooks. But he went out kind of seeing who actually donates and who's generous and kind of going by political persuasion, by geographical, by just, the
Let me guess, conservatives are number one.
Yes. So, but
Especially religious ones.
Yeah, that is actually true.
Especially ones from fucking Michigan.
First off, stop mentioning my home state, especially the jihadis out there. You've seen the Muslim videos. But there is the theism. This is one thing that I do sincerely believe, and this is why I don't shy away from saying, listen, I'm a conservative. You said something that was pretty telling. You said, because I wanted to work hard, I never wanted to be beholden to someone again, right? So you made that decision. Well, you knew that if you did that and you worked hard, then you wouldn't be beholden to someone else. That was the assumption you made. Okay.
But
so
there's a lot of...
Well, hold on. I'll just go this real quick. The assumption that is free enterprise or capitalism, to use the term, right? It can only work under an optimistic society, under people believing they can retire and do better. Socialism, collectivism, only operate by appealing to people's most selfish nature, by appealing to people saying, listen, the cards or the deck is stacked against you. You can't do this. There's someone else out there who has an ace in the hole. You've been born without the leg up that they have. Therefore, I need to help you. That is the big difference. Capitalism can only survive in optimism, whereas collectivism requires the worst of human nature to sustain itself.
Maybe.
I believe that.
But wouldn't it be nicer if people just, if someone figured out a way to say, hey, how much do you really need? Instead of saying you have to do this and put people back in their heels.
That sounds like a nightmare.
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, can you contribute do you do it in the form of giving out to charities that you feel are very worthy and, you've researched them and you know the people that are behind them? Do you do it in terms of, social work you do? Do you do it in terms of putting out informational videos that help people figure out how they can advance their own lives? We all do in certain, and I know you do too, certain charitable things amongst people we care about. When you address causes that you care about, you go out of your way in a non-selfish way, try to illuminate certain things or add to the coffers of certain organizations that are doing what I think are good things.
I agree.
But that should be enforced more than the idea that some people are fucking you, right?
Right. Well, I agree with you, and that's, again, that idea, like you're talking about, why are you giving to this cause? Why are you donating your time, right? It comes down to either donating money or time, really, at the end of the day. It's some sort of material goods or time, because you're doing it with the belief that you help people. It doesn't work if you're being forced to, because there's some people that do it for a tax break. No, that's silly. No one gives away $100,000 to get a $40,000 tax break.
You might have to if you run some fucking LLC. You might have some weird shit in LLC.
Aren't you an LLC? I'm talking about the other LLC, son.
Pipes. Let's smoke a pipe.
It smells amazing, though, doesn't it?
It's good.
It really does smell good. That's
It's definitely way better than cigarettes, which shows you how much the FDA has been fucking you.
Well, actually, now pipes are a controlled tobacco product, which they didn't used to be. But it's all the chemicals that are actually added to cigarettes.
What does that mean? Does it mean hard to get? I have to show my ID to get pipe tobacco.
There's something that changed because with pipe tobaccos, a lot of these local tobacco shops, they'll do their own blends. So they'll buy pipe tobacco in bulk, like that seersucker from someplace in one of the Carolinas. And I think that's changing. So it actually removes the artistry where a lot of people this is a blend I can get in, Holland, Michigan. You can't get anywhere else. It's amazing. That's going away. And what that does, FDA steps in, is what does it do? It favors the big boys who send out their tins from one centralized company. The smaller tobacconists can't compete.
That's the worry about marijuana.
Well, right. It'll go legal. You don't need these dispensaries anymore, right? Isn't that kind of what'll happen? They'll be out of business.
Exactly. It's a problem. Well, but also, people, it's okay to possess it. It's okay to sell it. Or your friends can give you some. It's the most satisfying weed I ever got. My yoga teacher gave it to me.
Sounds about right.
How about that?
Every time my wife goes in there trying to give her some kind of weird incense in her new
Every time?
She goes in
the
the
pot
stores? No, yoga. Oh, yoga. There's always something they're selling.
There's a difference between essential oils and pot.
No, not pot, but they're always got something they want to put on incense or something. My point is you're beholden to the yoga instructor, so they use it sometimes to the sales pitch.
Nonsense. My yoga instructor's pure, and she's my friend.
What's with the posing with the pipe? For those who can't see, when Joe just said "fuck you," it actually blew out his own lighter.
Fuck you. Fuck you, right wing.
Listen, I mean,
I sit firmly in the flip-flopping position of the middle.
you know, though, you're pretty. You're pretty fair. And I do like to think that. I mean, it's really hard to get leftist guests on our show. That's just reality. We try and book them, and then after a couple of times, well, you know,
Who's the most leftist guest you've ever had?
Well, we had Imam Chowdhury, who actually said I should die on air.
Whoa.
Yeah, he's the guy who now he's in jail for giving to ISIS or something from the UK. So we had to create a whole new space.
I said you should die on air? Why did I say you should die?
Oh, because I did a Three Stooges routine dressing up as mom.
Oh, I remember that.
His 3-year-old wife.
Yeah, isn't that amazing? You should die for that. You should die for dressing up as a guy.
Outside of that, you know, Sally Cohn is pretty far left. Christopher Titus.
That's what I wanted to talk about.
I want to talk about Michael Woods Jr. because we tried to have him on. It was because I felt as though I usually do try and get into an engagement of ideas, and he was just screaming so much.
It was more painful for me because I'm a dad.
Yeah.
And
Why don't you care about dead kids?
Something went wrong somewhere along the line to get him to that place where he's arguing about something that he really doesn't know the facts.
Yeah.
It wasn't just that. It was when you were throwing out laws, regulations, and he just didn't know enough and kept arguing about it. You know when someone's arguing about something and they don't know exactly what this because I don't have any facts at my disposal. Instead of doing that, he kept arguing it.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, Jesus. And I contacted you afterwards. Like, Jesus, bro, this was rough. Well, you were very nice about that. You were very nice to him while it was going on because it was fucking ugly. And you were very nice afterwards. You didn't gloat.
We had him back. One time.
Give him a chance.
Some common sense. He just gets so mad.
Yes.
Sally Cohn.
Well, he's saying you don't care about that kid. Like,
that's the motive thing that I'm talking about. Here's the thing. I don't shy away
it
from
wasn't a motive thing. It was a conversational debate ploy. It's like it was a crude debate ploy. He was trying to box you into a corner.
I want to say this because I appreciate Christopher Titus, who we talked off there.
I do too. He's a nice guy.
Whereas someone like a Michael Woods Jr., who refused to come on the show, tried to leverage coming on this show to debate me, is dishonest. And someone who's afraid of Michael Ian Black, who recently got into it with, hopefully he'll come on the show. A lot of times,
Why'd you get in there with him?
Literally, I was on air, and all he did was, we talked about this last time, my video on rape culture, you saw it, with the Lena Dunham thing, where it's 1 in 4 women are raped. And in the video, I literally say, I'm not saying rape is a horrible crime, and those people should be buried beneath the train tracks. Okay. I'm also not apologizing for it. I literally said that in the video. Okay. And then I get into the stats as to why rape culture doesn't exist in the United States and it does in the Middle East. So all Michael Ian Black tweets out is a portion of that video, a snippet that is not the statistics that I present, a snippet that's a sketch cutaway. Just tweets out, holy shit. And this is the thing that a lot of
If
people
someone sent that to him, if he got a clip,
Hold on,
he saw that
further.
clip.
It goes further. It just tweets out, holy shit. And this is a constant thing like that. Often people who disagree with me politically, who I identify as the left, go, Crowder doesn't think there's a rape culture. And so if they say it as though it's absurd enough, people go, yeah, that's silly. But I say, well, hold on, tell me why I'm wrong. And so I said, well, come on the show, tell me why I'm wrong. And he said, well, I wouldn't want 2 straight white guys debating rape culture. I'd rather you talk with someone who's a victim of rape or a woman who would have a better handle on it. So I said, okay, how about you talk with one of my 2 head writers, Casey or Courtney? If they disagree with you, they'd be glad to debate it. No, I don't think it's going to go. And then I had to call him out on air to the point where he's agreed to come on next Thursday. But again, the point is, holy shit, this is absurd. Why is it absurd? Tell me why. I don't want to show up. If you have to ask, then you don't know. And that's the position today that we see on Keyword News, that we see from in this election, but you particularly see from people trying to silence dissent.
I love the idea of, as a white man, you shouldn't be able to talk about this certain thing. You should be able to talk about bugs on Jupiter, okay? It doesn't fucking matter what your sexual orientation is, what your gender is, what your race is. You should be able to talk about things.
Right.
Just because you talk to somebody about something doesn't mean you're the premier expert of it.
Right.
You're the premier expert of it.
No,
you should be able to talk about things.
I think you're right. And
that's a silly. It's a plea to the left.
Yeah.
That really is. That's a plea. What that is you're saying things that you think people could possibly criticize you about, and you're cutting it off at the pass before their preposterous ideas get to you in your Twitter feed.
Well, to me, I mean, like you said, you disagree with people on certain things, but you're not a coward ideologically. I'm not talking about physically, but you allow people on who you disagree with, and you'll change your mind.
I would definitely change my mind. I'm not married to my ideas as much as I get criticized for that.
You know, I think you're pretty consistent in that. And I think on the flip side, what we try and do is I say, listen, this is my bias. This is what I believe.
What's your bias?
Well, my bias, like you said, I'm right wing. I'm conservative.
If you had to if you go, God damn it, maybe I went too far down this road. If I could just relax one aspect of my dialogue, what would it be? You would be my pipe smoking.
Your pipe smoking. I probably wouldn't talk about the marijuana issue. I wouldn't care. Because here's the thing, I don't care about it one way or the other. But my issue with it is when, it was in Montreal, I talked about it when people lie about it and they're dishonest with their voting constituency.
Like how so?
Well, saying, it's medicine for A, B, C, or D. It may be medicine for A, but not for B, C, or D.
What are the B, C's, and D's?
Well,
what are the things that's not medicine
an example. Well, you're asking me what I wouldn't talk about, not asking me to defend it. But my point is, I don't really care about it.
But what are the B, C's, and D? What you said
cures cancer.
There has been shown
it helps with cancer about as much as turmeric and ginger.
All those
it certainly with seizures. I have zero problem with CBD.
Okay.
But my
Which is
issue
also
is
cannabis.
I feel the need to call people out in bullshit when they say, well, the reason it's not because of big pharmaceutical companies. But hold on a second. There's 7 patents on chemical compounds for marijuana right now.
Right.
The people who stand to make the most out of marijuana legalization are pharmaceutical companies. That's why they make.
That's not true.
Well, it is. If you look at the biggest supplement
No,
company,
because
it's
you
owned by
can't-
the same pharmaceutical
But
companies.
you can't patent
The
a
one
plant.
that worked, yes, you can. They patented seven.
You can't strains that are GMOs.
No. 7 active chemical compounds in pot that have been patented as drugs. They've gone through the process. There's
But you
one that's
can't
really
patent
efficient.
to the point where you can't grow pot. How would you stop someone if pot's
Sure.
legal? If pot's legal, how would anyone? And if that's the truth, then that's a real problem.
If pot is recognized as medicine, right? If pot is
Okay.
recognized, there's no one who would stand to gain more than pharmaceutical companies by providing it as
That's
medicine.
not necessarily true. If people allowed to
Maybe
grow
it's
it
not
themselves.
necessarily true. I'll give you that. But I also think it's not necessarily true that the reason people can't smoke up is because big pharma is sitting somewhere, Martin Shkreli going, "Ooh, let's make pot illegal."
Well, not that
That's my
kind.
only point.
But there are absolutely people who have lobbied, as we talked about how the prison guard union has lobbied to keep marijuana illegal. There's absolutely pharmaceutical companies have done the same thing. It was revealed in the WikiLeaks memos.
See, this is where I was saying is don't
Hold
care
on,
about
don't
this.
interrupt me, you fuck. Where Hillary Clinton said that she's against marijuana in every sense of the word, right? You remember those
Trump's pretty
WikiLeaks
against it,
videos that came out?
Yeah.
Is he? He said he would leave it up to the states.
Yeah.
That's actually a constitutional approach.
But he wants to be up the war on drugs.
You know why?
He's even drink. Sold vodka doesn't drink Donald Trump. It's crazy.
Yeah. Ever?
No, he says
Colorado topped 1 billion in legal marijuana sales in 2016.
Good.
Holla.
Yeah.
Holla at Colorado.
Yeah. But another thing that we just wrote about, and people get mad with the weed issue.
Well,
no. Traffic fatalities regarding marijuana have skyrocketed.
Google that, because that's nonsense.
No, you know,
Drunk driving arrests have dropped. What do you mean? First of all,
Yeah, I read about what the sources of the original studies.
just because someone gets in an accident and they're high.
See, you're just
Hold on. Stop.
No, hold on.
You run way too much. You need to stop.
You talk in
Hold on a second.
paragraphs.
No. I don't talk in paragraphs. I make full points. If people are high a lot, then the same amount of fatalities exist. But the people that get checked once they get into the marijuana cause those fatalities. It could be that you have an increased incidence of people doing marijuana and altercations that could not have been avoided.
It could be.
It could be.
But the statistical change is measurable.
Well, what is
From
it?
pre and
You're
post.
talking about in Colorado.
In states where it's been decriminalized.
Let's go with Colorado. Pull it up,
Hold
Jamie.
on a second. You just said, let me make my point. Again, my point is I don't care about it.
Yeah, you do.
No, I really don't.
You don't care about
here's
people
the thing,
dying?
You
You
get
son of a
you get
bitch.
so touchy about it because someone says, you know what, if we want to smoke up, fine. I just don't really buy the arguments that everyone is in some big conspiracy to try and snuff it out.
No, there
and
are
the
some.
idea that the drug war will end, and the idea that it cures cancer. I just don't buy that. And
Well, it
people get
does.
so upset.
Well, listen,
That's my only point. That's why I
scientific
wouldn't talk
studies
about it.
have proven that it shrinks tumors, that it helps people with cancer. Much like turmeric, much like any things that reduce inflammation.
Turmeric,
Turmeric,
ginger,
CBD.
hard cherry.
Right, but it's not necessarily
fighting
a
for those
magic. They're all legal, and there's no issue because they're not psychoactive.
Right.
But they are beneficial. So all these things are good. marijuana is one of the things that are good. And if you don't shore, man, just like you don't shore turmeric, you don't shore ginger, you don't shore a reduced sugar diet, all those things that reduce inflammation are good for you.
I don't buy that smoking marijuana would be as beneficial as a reduced sugar diet. And my point is that people get so offended by saying that. But if you want to smoke, go ahead.
You might be correct, but it doesn't matter because it's not a fucking contest to see what's the most beneficial. The question is it beneficial and is it damaging?
It does matter.
What's damaging?
No, let me finish my point. It does matter. You said, what would you not talk about? I said, probably pot because I don't care. Well, what do you think about it? I said,
care. That's why you're
what I
arguing
think about
it.
And your eyes light up. And all of a sudden,
You
genealogy and worldviews shouldn't be discussed.
No, you
You're
care.
going to laser like a tractor beam on the most important issue of the day that I said, I don't care.
You're the guy that thinks people should be able to do whatever. You're a free
Yes,
market guy,
that's what I
right?
just said.
So if you're a free
Smoke
market
pot.
guy, why wouldn't you be in support of something, whether it's the most
I just
beneficial
said I am.
or equally
I just said
beneficial?
I
But you're not necessarily because you're denying.
Because right now, of the chemical
Hold on,
compounds.
fuckface. You're
Well,
denying.
come on. This is a good
We're
conversation.
friends. I'm just joking. Since marijuana legalization, highway fatalities in Colorado are at
Hold on a
near
second.
historic
We
lows.
haven't bringing up the source that you want to find.
Washington
Bring up the
Post.
study right there. Yeah, Washington Post. Bring up the study that we wrote about on our website.
Look, I don't care about your website, you fuck. Since marijuana legalization, highway fatalities in Colorado are at near historic lows.
Fucking a pussy. You do this with the crazy lady in a comedy club.
Buddy, I
You
like
think if
you.
you scream enough that it makes fun. My point is, I don't care about it.
think that if we
Smoke
scream
up.
enough,
You just said I was interrupting. You're interrupting when I'm
Listen,
screaming. I
because
don't care
Jamie
about it
put up a post, you're not.
But I don't buy that it's as valuable as a low sugar diet. And the fact
It doesn't have to be
fact
as
that you
valuable.
can't have a conversation about this as civilly as you do every other issue tells me that there's there's a problem. This is a TNT powder keg.
I can.
This
The
issue
problem
of
is, I get really defensive when people start talking over me, and you started first. But the reality is that a low sugar diet is fine. Sure, it's good too. Why is there a competition between a low sugar diet and turmeric and marijuana and CBD oil? Why? Why does
Because
it have
one
to be
is
discussed?
making the claim regarding legality that it cures cancer.
Because
My
the
only
other
point, I
ones
don't
are
believe it.
legal.
No, my only point is
Because the other ones are already legal. They don't have to fight for
no
it.
one's prescribing, no one's dishing out dispensaries for turmeric or ginger.
They certainly are. If you go to these local juice shops,
Anyway,
you go to these juice shops, people are promoting ginger like crazy, turmeric like crazy.
I
Go
couldn't care if
online.
people couldn't care less people want to smoke joints.
You're an ideologue, buddy.
Really? That's an ideologue position by saying leave it to the states?
Yeah, you're locked in, man.
Really?
You're locked deep into this fucking
Locked
red
how so?
state thing, man.
I was raised in a
It's where your-
socialist province
it's
of
where your
Quebec.
bread is buttered, buddy.
A socialist province of
And
Quebec.
meanwhile, you're over here in America, fucking just as much of an immigrant as some dude who sneaks over the wall Trump just built.
I'm born in Detroit, so that remains to be seen. Could be annexed. It's a horrible
Good
place. It's a horrible Detroit.
Have you seen that thing where there this guy who is making an urban farm in Detroit?
Oh, that's very common in Detroit now.
Well, he's got the largest urban farm, and he's bought up all this land. And as he's bought up all this land, he's taking these like dilapidated houses, they tear them down, he's building his farm. Really cheap land, and people are getting pissed off at him. They're getting pissed off because this one guy now buys all this land. They're like, well, what about us?
Yeah.
And there's this weird thing that's going on where people somehow or another are mad at this guy who's trying to do something positive.
If I'm not mistaken on that story, I could be wrong, but urban farming was a real. We wrote about that when we did this report in Detroit. I was telling actually Jamie about it beforehand. We did a real-time ride-along because people said we selectively edited the worst parts of Detroit. So I went back to my producer, Nake Jared. We said, okay, we're going to start dead center downtown Detroit, where all the hipsters drink their coffee and talk about how it's being revived. We will drive out in 3 different directions. We put a GoPro on top of the car, GoPro in the car, a mileage tab, and a timer clock. It never took more than about, I think, 0.9 miles out of the city to certain death, an unbelievable urban plight. The crazy thing about Detroit is you'll see downtown Detroit, and then you look to the left, and it looks like the Upper Peninsula. There's nothing there. It's so desolate. And if I'm not mistaken with that story, everyone was doing urban farming, but there were some problems with the soil. And so the guy, he probably found out he could make money if he improved the soil, and he got it down to a system that was more efficient. And people didn't like that aspect of it because now it's the big urban farmer, right? They're always
Well, it's a wealthy guy who bought up a lot of land.
right.
And he's a white guy, and he bought it up in this, really urban area, and buildings were all fucked up, and somehow or another, people felt like somebody was encroaching in their neighborhood that they had watched deteriorate. I
There's
get
no
it.
one there. There's no one there in those neighborhoods.
Some people are there, but the point is they felt like that should have been somehow or another a part of their world, which is weird. You know, it's weird to think that you deserve something because that's where you live. I think what we were talking earlier about Uber and all these things, change is a real part of being an organism that lives on a planet, right? And whether it's change because of nature, like the fucking shoreline changes, the ocean rises, tsunamis hit the coast, earthquakes change the landscape, with volcanoes, whether it's that kind of change or whether it's economic change or whether it's technological change, there's going to be change. And if you're trying to stop change, you're on the wrong side of history. It's not going to work. You're gonna try. It's eventually going to overcome you.
Yeah, I think that, my view is you should allow people to be the change they see, because Barack Obama put it, and shouldn't try to force change.
If you live in a shit neighborhood, some dude wants to break down the terrible houses and build a farm. That's not necessarily a bad idea.
No, it's not at all.
Yeah.
I mean, when we did our video in Detroit, packs of wild dogs roaming the streets in Detroit.
Oh, that's real. Yeah, that's real. That's real.
And we got fact checked on it because we did a video on this where we said, packs of, and then I made a joke where I said, apparently there have been grizzly bear sightings. So hopefully this will be our next National Geographic special. Something
Well, there's been black bear sightings.
Right, but I got fact checked. I don't know if it was back then. I don't know. Snopes or something. Someone saying Stephen Crowder made the claim that grizzly bears were in Detroit. Fact check reveals that only black bears have been in the action. I was sitting there like,
You should fact check them because black bears are more likely to be predatory on human beings than grizzly bears.
is that just because of more common interactions, though?
That's
Statistically,
very smart. You're right. That's right.
kind of like sharks. It occurs in 3 to 4 feet of water. That's where people are swimming.
Exactly. But that is the case with grizzly. Grizzly bears are way more aggressive. Yes, but they don't necessarily associate human beings with food.
Are you supposed to play dead or run with a grizzly bear? You would know that probably.
It depends entirely on why the grizzly bear is attacking you. The reality is, if a grizzly bear is attacking you because she's with her cubs, you're better off playing dead. You're better off covering up, protecting your vitals, getting in a turtle position, and taking your beatings. And she's gonna fuck you up, but she might leave you alone if you just lay still. And then she feels like she can run away. She's gonna fuck you up no matter what. She's gonna incapacitate you. But if an old male or a predatory male that has killed another human being and recognizes human beings as food, that has happened before, where hikers have disappeared. And hikers disappear all the time to the tune of hundreds of people every year just vanish.
I read that actually polar bears will stalk people.
Well, that's a different animal.
Yeah, I
so
read that
polar
actually.
bears are completely predatory, which means they don't eat any vegetation. You can get lucky with grizzly bears, where grizzly bears can have a fucking field of blueberries, and they don't want to have anything to do with you. Because blueberries are delicious, they don't run, and they can just sit there and eat, and they don't have any hunger pangs.
Really?
Yeah.
How many blueberries would it take to feed a grizzly bear?
Well, you're talking about Alaska, like a mountainside. Like in the spring, or in the fall rather, like before they go into hibernation, that's what they primarily eat, because all that sugar just gets like straight into the fat into their bodies, and they store it up big, thick fat layers.
Yeah.
But an animal that has already killed a person is where it becomes a real problem. It's not that animals are evil or animals target people. It's they recognize food sources that they've already eaten.
Did you see those people who were protesting? They were really mad at the rangers at Yellowstone Park. So they're very strict that you cannot feed the bears. You cannot interact with them. And what they do is they had a bear that wasn't necessarily aggressive, but they do this all the time. There was some specific instance that pissed people off. Wasn't necessarily being aggressive, but learned that people would throw food at it. And so they go, well, not only can we not have that bear doing it, but we can't have other bears seeing that bear as an example. So what they do, their first step is taking the bear far away, somehow transporting them, sedating them. And if it comes back either a second or third time, they euthanize it. They have to.
Yeah.
And all these people were furious, and they're going, no, we're doing this so that the bears don't become dependent on humans for food. If you euthanize one bear, that prevents the rest of them. They no longer can forage, can hunt for themselves, because they realize these people are going to throw us a sandwich. And that's a great example of just people not knowing, not being informed enough on an issue, and instead deciding to be outraged. I don't know about grizzly bears. I assume the Yellowstone Rangers kind of have their crap together on it.
Well, that's also like PETA people that don't want to admit that PETA kills thousands of cats and dogs every year.
And their head's a diabetic who uses insulin, which came to you courtesy of animal testing.
Yeah, but she feels like that's okay because she's fat.
She's skinny fat.
But there's a great podcast that's available right now, the most recent Meat Eater podcast with Steve Rinella, where he talks to a bear biologist who discusses the history of Yellowstone. At one point in time, the dumps where people in restaurants used to dump all their food was places where people would go
to watch
bears.
We did it at a campground.
Wow.
It was like
What year was this?
Gosh, 90s.
Where were you? Not in Yellowstone.
No, it was just in Canada.
Okay, they'd already made it illegal in Yellowstone. I
There
think
were no bears when we went. We just drove by. There was no one, but it's like, yeah, if you go down to this area, it's really cool. You can see the bears foraging.
Well, in Yellowstone, it was one of the main mortality. Like if you look at like mortality events, it was a huge mortality event because they went cold turkey. They stopped dumping all the trash there, and these bears had become acclimated so much so that they had stopped learning how to forage for food. Bears died like en masse. Yeah, it's really kind of crazy.
That's also the flip side, with a rescue dog, where I tell people, like, we have a rescue dog. People get so offended when they say, but if you have kids, it's probably better to go from a breeder Because, for example, Hopper on the road, we don't know. We don't know what happened to him. He happens to be the most affectionate, loving dog that we've known. But a dog like that's starving, can learn to become much more of a wild dog. That can be trained in them.
Because they're scared.
They've
been scared.
And you bring him in, for example, Hopper, he gets recalled. Any gun, ever since we've had him. Any handgun, rifle, pull it out. Goes nuts.
So he's seen guns.
He's seen something in a negative connotation with guns.
Jesus.
You can't know that. So if you have some kid, and he pulls out a squirt gun, he's not aggressive. He's just a bark if he doesn't like something. And people, I don't know if it was Pete, some animal person got really mad. Oh, there's so many dogs that need homes. Well, listen, I've rescued a dog. I think if you know what you're handling, you should if you're able. But if you have kids who don't have a lot of dog training and you don't know where this dog's come from, I place kids higher on the totem pole than dogs.
How dare you? You're a speciesist.
I know, I am a speciesist.
That's a new thing.
It is.
Was there speciesism when we were kids? Jamie, you were younger.
There's that film Species where that blonde chick,
That's different. Where'd she go?
she quit. I don't know, she's probably doing softcore pornography.
How dare you? Maybe she's writing books.
Well,
Rinella, the same guy who has the podcast I was talking about, told me a story of a guy who went on his very first hunt. And while he was in his tent, a 500-pound predatory grizzly bear attacked him. His friend shot the bear and hit him in the wrist. The bear takes off out of the tent, goes to another dude's tent, and they shoot it in that tent to kill it. So everyone's covered in blood and hair.
did they kill it?
Yeah, they killed it. But I mean, the guy had a bullet wound in his wrist. He had been mauled by this bear. This is his first hunting trip ever.
Did you see the Reverend?
Yes.
You know, did you remember that there was a rumor before that film came out that Leonardo DiCaprio gets raped by the bear? Did you no, it's front page of
You
Drudge.
are on the wrong website.
No, it was front page of Drudge.
Exactly.
Where people were
You
so
are
outraged.
on the wrong
No.
websites.
And I remember thinking about that. I remember watching it going, this is an example of fake news. Whether it's the right or the left, going, this is clearly not a bear rape scene. But it was a huge rumor that was going around. So don't go see the rep
It
news.
wasn't huge enough to reach my Twitter page.
Well, you have a big Twitter
You're
page.
just too into it, man. You're too deep into the news of the world.
I told this story to Chris Levin at the Revenant. So we're there. I swear this is true. And Chris Levin thought it was fake news. So we're watching the Revenant. And it's right at that scene where he cauterizes his wound with the gunpowder on his neck. So we're sitting there and we're watching it, and he's screaming. And so for a second we didn't realize it. A few rows down, the guy's all of a sudden starts projectile vomiting. While Leonardo's on screen going, and we're looking and we're going, oh my God, we think he starts shaking. We think he's having a seizure. My wife, being a sweetheart, goes, okay, everybody, move away. Someone call 911. And his wife or his girlfriend is like, sweetie, he's and it's going down 2 rows. I wait for the ambulance. They come in. The guy has vomit all over him. I think someone was sitting in front of my bottom on the back of his head. They thought for sure he had a seizure. Turns out he'd fallen asleep and inhaled a popcorn kernel. And he was just choking and
Perfect timing.
and then aspirating on his own vomit. So we're watching this film, The Revenant, one of the most graphic scenes in cinematic modern history. And everyone's, what the hell is going on?
Wow.
And
What a coincidence.
yeah, and the guy was embarrassed. It just fell. It's not a cool story. I
Imagine if it was a scene like, you remember that movie? What was that movie with, not Matt Damon, Matt Dillon? What was the movie where the 2 girls were making out by the pool
Wild Things. Was it
Wild
Campbell?
Things. Yeah. What if we watched that movie? What if that scene was going down? And that popcorn kernel got stuck in his mouth and he started projectile vomiting.
Why would that be worse?
It'd be way worse.
Just be more
Because
awkward.
it makes sense. Like the guy's scared. There's a bear. He's killing Leonardo DiCaprio. No, don't kill Leo. You know, don't do it to him. He's the king of the world. He's in the front of the fucking Titanic. Don't do it. You know, people freak out at like a bear attack. But if you're freaking out at like a lesbian event, it turns out just coincidentally just
And
popcorn.
that's the story people are going to tell about you for the rest of your life.
Yeah, Bobby saw these two broads making out. They were hot.
Choked on his
He's
popcorn.
alone. He's alone. He's by himself. He starts hurling. Changed his life, bro.
Said he choked on popcorn, but we know this. Oh my gosh, I've never seen it like. I mean, from here to that, like the Buddha
The
statue.
kid in the pie eating contest in that Stephen King movie, Stand By Me. Remember that?
Oh yeah.
Blueberry pie contest.
I would say this is worse because it wasn't like a flow; it was pressurized.
It's funny.
Because he was also holding his mouth, so it's coming out through a crack, you know, like this, where it's going, it's squirting. So it's
When he fell asleep with a popcorn kernel in his mouth
at the Revenant,
in the middle of that fucking really exciting movie.
in the middle of that scene, right where he's cauterizing his tongue in his neck. I felt bad for him. I imagine that if that wasn't his wife, wasn't his fiance, there's a good chance they're going to do it.
Did you think that movie was based on real life events?
No idea, was it?
Supposedly, but incorrectly.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's
Someone
based on a
fact check
guy.
that. Fake news.
They already have.
Oh, really?
Didn't happen in an environment anything like the environment they filmed it in. They filmed it in this like tropical rainforest in British Columbia. The guy never had a son. When Leonardo DiCaprio's son's killed in front of him, the only thing that was true was the guy got mauled by a bear and made it back to camp. All that other shit,
Just
they
to show
left
that
him
scene.
for dead. They
That's
left
the
him
only
for dead. He actually survived. He made it back to camp. That's it. He's like, what the fuck, bro? The guy's like, sorry, I thought you were dead. That's it. That's the movie. But
That was the entire
Yeah.
teaser was the lead up to the bear attack.
and it was him going back and killing the guy who left him behind, who also killed his son. There was no son. Nobody killed anybody. He got fucked up by a bear, and they left him alone.
That's interesting when you think about that. You know, you go back and you like Weston Price, you know, the Weston Price Foundation, they do, like the fermented cod liver oil and stuff, and they're a big catalyst for like eating real fats and stuff. And the guy claims,
I'm aware of this. What is
yeah, I think it's
Weston?
Weston A. Price Foundation, and where it advocates traditional
It's
organ meats.
around for a long time.
Yeah, I think his name was Weston Price, and because I always watched the movies like The Revenant, I go, can you imagine how much it smelled, or imagine what their teeth were like? And this guy claimed he went down to third world sort of African nations where they didn't brush their teeth, but they had perfect smiles. And he claims it was because I don't know if it's true at all, but he says it was because they ate a lot of organ meats. They were getting a lot of vitamin K, natural vitamin D, as opposed to kind of the sugary lifestyle with refined carbohydrates in the New World. And that's a big part of like this whole kind of high saturated fat, organs, bone broths. It's called like Weston something Price Foundation. But I remember there were these pictures side by side of people in the New World who were on largely grain-fed diets. And these people were basically third world sort of tribesmen, but they had these beautiful white teeth.
Well, it makes sense in some ways that people that live natural lives with natural foods, that anything processed would be healthier.
Yeah, but the teeth. Now they were nice white teeth. Look
Well,
like
sugar
that,
for sure it definitely deteriorates your teeth. We know that. We know that kids who eat a lot of sugar and don't brush their teeth, and I think a lot of that is also that stuff getting caught in your gums and your teeth, and it's just not good. It causes tooth decay. We know that.
Yep. And the worst thing is sugar-free gummy bears. You read those reviews on Amazon?
God, what do they do to your asshole?
That's exactly what the reviews are on Amazon. I swear to you, if you just Google sugar-free gummy bears, it's just like, my asshole has never been the same size since. It's just a bunch of people who trolled the Amazon review section for sugar-free gummy bears. If you're ever just looking for a laugh on a Sunday afternoon, read the Amazon reviews for sugar-free Haribo gummy
Do you
bears.
remember Olestra? It was an additive to like potato chips. Olestra just makes people just rocket shit out of their asshole.
Do they allow it?
No. Well, trans fats are now they're illegal, but there's a grace period until 2018, I believe, or maybe 19, right, where companies are allowed to still use that stuff in their potato chips or whatever the fuck they sell up until like then, like that's it. Like you can poison people for 2 more years. That's it.
Well, you know why we use
It's
trans
terrible
fats?
for you.
Because of the same environmental vegetarian lobby who, back then McDonald's used beef tallow from their fries. Because no, you need to be using vegetable oil, hydrogenated vegetable oil. So that was a bunch of lobbyists.
No.
That's why we started eating trans fats, and now they're going, actually, margarine is not as good for you as butter. And they've changed, but that was a huge, powerful lobby group. The vegetarians in the San Francisco kind of hippie era, that's why trans fats became ubiquitous.
Well, it was also a byproduct of the sugar industry bribing scientists to lie about the beneficial qualities of their sugar. They just pretended that sugar's fine. What do you
Corn
want?
was it too?
It's saturated fat that's the issue. And everybody went, shit, we got to get some margarine.
Yeah.
And these people went out and bought margarine because they're terrified of saturated fat because the sugar companies had bribed some scientists.
We did that when we were kids, country crock margarine. We didn't know.
It's so bad for you. It's interesting now that that's been revealed. And you find out that those people didn't even get that much money. They got like the equivalent of $50,000 today.
Right.
To literally lie to everybody about the like they just made up a bunch of shit about saturated fat, and they just diminished all the negative effects of sugar, and people just started drinking that milk from Captain Crunch. Remember that milk? We get that fucking sugary Captain Crunch milk or Cocoa
Delicious.
Pops.
It's absolutely delicious.
We get the chocolate milk out of Cocoa Pops.
Yeah.
Oh my God, Count Chocula. Oh my Jesus. Kids are
So
just,
good.
we grew up on sugar.
I know. And in Canada, we get a whole different. I didn't realize when I moved to the States. Corn Pops in Canada are actually like spherical Captain Crunch. They're not at all like Corn Pops in the States. There are a lot of little differences because it's such a silly country where you'll be raised there and you'll come here, like the Oreos aren't the same.
Super Sugar Crisp. Had sugar in the title.
That's right. That was
Super Sugar
the
Crisp.
bear, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wasn't it
Can't
there?
get enough of that sugar.
That's right. Super Sugar Crisp. Can you imagine you have a goddamn drug in the name of your shit? Look at that.
There you go.
That is crazy.
That still exists. It's not even good.
It's illegal. You go to jail if you even sell that.
Super Sugar Crisp.
Bear. It's a sugar bear. I'm sugar bear. Super Sugar Crisp.
Yeah,
It's
there you go.
golden crisp.
What's the difference in Sugar Crisp?
I'm not a bear. I'm a strange mongoose. I'm a mongoose with a t-shirt on.
Then there was Cookie Crisp. Remember that? Cookie Crisp.
Yeah, they had cookies and milk.
Then there was Reese's Puff cereal.
Oh, look at that one. Smacks. They have an Indian. Cultural appropriation. They couldn't do that today. Look at that. What does that have to do with a Native American? What's Smacks?
Why
Why
is
is
it
it
like Latinos selling cards? They just put tits on it because it sells in their culture.
Oh, inside is a free Indian card. That's a special Indian
Well, that
edition.
doesn't make it acceptable. They created the Indian card, so it's just as bad.
No, it's fine.
There's a giveaway of the cultural
I like
appropriation.
Frosted Flakes. Go down to Frosted Flakes over
Yeah,
there.
they still sell
They're
beer.
great. Yeah,
Good
1950s.
source of vitamin D.
And
You added
today.
vitamin D.
Yeah, throw it in there.
There's no natural
Plus there's
vitamin
milk.
in there.
You got milk, pussy. Kid's gonna get sick from sugar. What kind of fucking shitty kids are you raising?
Reese's Puff cereal. That was a big one. Everyone else.
What?
Reese's Puff cereal.
Reese's peanut
Reese's
butter
peanut butter
puffs?
cup cereal. Yeah.
Whoa.
That's you never had that?
No.
That was a little later than you, I guess.
It might have been illegal in my country. They might have been looking out for our best interest by then.
No, I remember it because there was like a fat black kid from hanging with Mr. Cooper who did the commercials in Canada for Reese's. I can't get enough. I love that Reese's Puff cereal. We were sitting there as this kid. He was in Hang with Mr. Cooper, and so as a kid, you're like, oh, we watched that show on TGIF. We have to get Reese's peanut butter cup cereal.
TGIF up there.
That was the same thing. ABC, you know.
Oh,
the
down here
series.
it's a fucking place that sells
Yeah,
wings.
well, no, it was yeah, bad wings too.
They're not that bad.
They're pretty
If
bad.
you're in Kansas, you're on the road.
It's true. TGI Fridays.
What's the big deal?
Bennigan's is coming back too. See that? Bennigan's is back. Don't you remember that? They were gone away because they were like, well, okay, Bennigan's we can do without.
I didn't
Now
even
they're
notice. I mean, they went under and then they came back.
back. They were gone, now they're back. I don't know why.
Huh.
Whole new branding.
Probably investment bankers. Probably some dudes from Marin County.
It's the globalists.
Wire frame glasses. Fucks. Skinny jeans. Well, what we're trying to do is bring back a really recognizable brand
Yeah.
that's really important to America.
Have you ever had people do that on this show?
Feel and we understand.
Have you ever had people try to come in and be like, listen, we can take your show even bigger. We just think there are a few tweaks. You ever get those people who approach you?
No, which is interesting.
Really?
No. Everybody's like, no.
No.
Adam Carolla, they got him.
They did? I did his show once, and it was the most awkward thing I'd ever done in my life.
Why was it so awkward?
Well, because the booker, so I was doing Prager University. He's like, oh hey, I know, I'll hook you up. And first off, he's like, Adam Carolla, he's not like you, like come in and you talk off air. He kind of like doesn't really talk to you until you're on air, which I can respect. It's professional, but I wasn't on the Adam Carolla podcast. It was Adam Carolla and Dr. Drew had reunited to do like it's not Loveline, but it's effectively the same thing.
Right.
And so
They still do that?
and then they brought it back. And I was there for like the first week. No, I was there for like the first week they brought it back. And so it's him and Dr. Drew sitting there doing their shtick at a table, and then I'm literally at the end of the table with nothing to say. Ooh. Yeah, that sounds about right. They're taking callers from people.
They didn't bring you in?
A little bit, but it just, Adam Carolla does his podcast like this with an interview. And that was it was really weird. And I think what happened was they didn't realize he wasn't doing the show that day. And they were very nice. Dr. Drew and Adam was gracious afterward, but it was clear like it's a two-guy show taking phone calls.
And you were just there?
Yeah, I was pretty much just there.
They didn't say your name?
No, they did. They did, but it was like, I want to take phone calls.
Well, Adam he essentially does an internet radio show. That's what his show is.
Right.
He had his radio show that was a big hit radio show, and then the station went under in LA. And I think he just decided to do the same format and just do that same format online.
Yeah. That makes it. Well, when we started our show, it was syndicated, and so we had radio, and so we had all these commercial breaks. We used to do it at 6 a.m. on Friday mornings out of Detroit. And what we do, no one really cares about these commercial breaks nationally, so we just did a bunch of sketches and fake commercials. And that's what created all these characters that people have created these Twitter profiles for, because we just said, look, we're not going to run an ad for a local car dealership. We're going to do a fake news break. And we would do like fake tornado warnings, stuff like that, which is highly illegal, by the way. We learned that one later on. Because we had to kind of work with the format online, and now we just took it off radio.
Yeah, fuck radio.
It was
Dude,
too
it's
much.
a dying market. That thing is not going to last. It's stupid.
When's the last time you turned on your radio?
I haven't ever.
Yeah.
I don't even remember. It's another person. I think like all the cells in your body, except your neurons, switch every 7 years. That means every cell in my body has never listened to the radio. That's real. That's fucking real, man. It's like if someone said to me, when was the last time you watched a VHS cassette? Oh, it was another person. It wasn't even me. I don't take responsibility for me of 14 years ago. Because if I did, I would still be pissed and shit my pants when I was a baby. Okay? Because I would take it back to when I was 3 and I bit my sister or something. I don't know what the fuck I did. But you know what I mean? I might have. I don't know. I don't remember 3 is my point. It's like you go back to the things you did when you were a developing individual.
Yeah.
So I feel like every 7 years, I don't even want to know what I did 14 years ago.
At 3, it's pretty rough years. I called my dad's pastor a little bastard at 3.
You're probably right.
Well, because my grandfather called me a little bastard.
Right.
I thought it was a German endearment. So I think it's Pastor Kevin Butcher said, hey, how you doing, little bastard?
Well, that pastor should have known. Oh, this little kid is getting fucked over at home.
No, you know what happened, actually? He got outed, and this is actually point gay. No, he got out from the church because there was his pregnant wife was at Detroit Lionsgate. There was a guy with a bullhorn behind her, right up against her ear. Right. This guy was a really good guy, but regardless of someone's religious affiliation, but a good guy. And he's like, hey man, could you stop? My wife's here, whenever she was pregnant or something. And the guy just looked at her and kept doing it right next to his wife's ear, like got right up on her ear. And he ended up kicking the guy's ass, getting into a fight with him because the guy was getting up on their space. And
Didn't exactly turn the other cheek.
He did not. He did when he asked him to, and so there was a whole vote. And I remember that was when I was pretty young. I thought, well,
So they outed him. They got rid of him.
meaning I could be wrong. There was a whole controversy over it, and I remember learning about it as a kid, thinking, well, that seems pretty reasonable. The guy getting up in his wife's grill and bothering his pregnant woman.
Yeah, it's like, what do you do? Because human nature is definitely to hit the person. But do you just leave? Because your night is ruined.
Yeah.
Period.
Well, I say
Right.
kick his ass. I mean, I think what happened was no, I don't think he kicked his ass. I'm saying the guy got physical, and he got physical with the guy and got the better of him. So it could have been a shoving match, could have been a punch. He didn't beat him. It wasn't American History X curb stomp. I'm just saying no one expected a pastor to do anything to protect his wife.
I get it.
Yeah, and that was a big deal. I called him a little bastard. That's the end of that rabbit trail.
Well, you were right. Once you get kicked out, the Crowder kid, he's got vision. He sees the future.
This kid's going places.
He knew that guy was a brawler. He's a fucking bleachers brawler. He gets up there, gets licked up, fucks his wife, gets her pregnant, takes her to the game.
That crowd is going places. He called it. He's going to go to Fox News for 4 years.
He knows
Waste
things.
4 years of his life.
I saw him on this show once with Amy Schumer. He argued.
Oh,
I took his side. He argued.
what is this for?
What did she do? You guys were on some show, and she was trying to like diminish you as a comedian.
Yeah.
She was trying to say you weren't a comedian. You know what I mean? Isn't that an interesting thing? There's like a thing that people do in the world of stand-up comedy where they just say, oh, he's an opener, like he's a middle act.
Right.
There's this weird sort of a thing, and someone like if they're looking like shit on you, oh, you do comedy, yeah, right? Oh, you do comedy, yeah. What do? You do a few open mics.
Right.
You think you're a fucking comedian?
Yeah.
It's very, very common. I really dislike that.
Yeah. She did that right off, and I knew it because she was asking me questions in the green room, like, where do you do comedy? What do you do? And she was like, she asked me, do you perform in churches? I said, no. I said, no, I never have. And she was so inflexible in her argument. She was
How
like,
old are you then?
22, 23.
I probably would have shit on you too, dude.
Probably would have.
Right next to her.
But that changed. If you look at the reaction,
You would have fucking dog tagged you.
well, no, I don't think so. It changed
You don't
drastically.
think so? What do you think would happen? You would have won that?
Well, I think
if you'd have done really well.
I think if you watch that thing, her argument was you're not a real comedian.
Well, I would have never said
that
that.
information.
I
And I
would
think Amy
have
Schumer's
never
a
said
30-something-year-old girl who bitches at people on Twitter now and is unmarried and miserable. And I'm married to a woman I'm pretty happy with.
Are you comparing lives?
I am, and I think I was right.
Well, I think that whenever someone
And also,
says
she's
that,
funny, by the way.
Okay, good for you. I think whenever someone
Well,
says that you're not a comedian thing, that's an issue. I have an issue with that because we all started out as open micers. When you're talking to someone who's 22 years old, when I was 22, I was an open micer. I was doing open mic nights.
Well, I didn't just for laughs at that point, so it wasn't an open micer.
Yeah, I mean,
And I'd headline
were
crappy
you,
clubs.
okay, were you getting paid?
Yeah.
Were you a professional comedian? You're making your living off of stand-up comedy?
I've only made my living ever off of acting, stand-up comedy, or writing since 18 years old.
Wow. So when you were 22 years old, all your bills, were you living with your mom or what's going on? How are you paying your bills as stand-up comedy when you're 22 years old?
So I would do stand-up, and I had some pretty relatively successful acting gigs. Did some films, commercials, some TV. At that point, I was a Fox News contributor, which paid me a retainer. I did freelance writing where they would pay by the word.
So you were doing stand-up on a regular basis. So you were a stand-up comic.
I don't do it much anymore, I would readily admit. Like, now I don't because the show, everything's a 14-hour day. And I would never claim to be as good of a stand-up as you or Nick DiPaolo or by the way, Nick DiPaolo asked me to plug into it as a stand-up special in Boston.
Yeah, his stand-up special is going on CISO this Thursday.
So please go. He's
Tomorrow.
probably the best, for my money, one of the best living comedians.
He's certainly one of my favorite. Nick DiPaolo was goddamn hilarious, and he was here yesterday, and he fucking killed me. He's a very fun and a very, very, very good dude, and another weirdo right wing.
Yeah, he is. But, it's pretty common. I mean, Christopher Titus did the same thing. That was the same thing. We started losing the gun issue. He goes, oh, stand up, I get paid for stand-up.
What he was doing was trying to save whatever was going on in his mind. Whether it was a conversation, whether it was a competition, whatever the little battleground in his mind was going on. He was trying to save his patch of land.
Well, I think it would work with most people. I think you would probably agree with this. A lot of stand-up comedians, they have a void, and they're filling it. This has become their identity. And so for me, it was never my whole identity wrapped up in stand-up. I mean, I had been doing acting since I was 12 years old. I was tutored on set with a lot of things. I did kids' cartoons that show Arthur is how I started out. So I did stand-up, and not only the first 2 minutes, I did it as a means to getting to other avenues. And then it turned out I fell in love with it, but I never planned on doing stand-up my whole life. So if I'm a stand-up comedian, I'm a road comic. I love being, waking up for leftover drugs and being unhappy and bitching about my manager.
Leftover drugs? Have you ever heard of such a thing?
Yeah.
I've got leftover drugs. Go in the refrigerator. What do we got here? Turkey. Oh, drugs.
Yeah.
Whose drugs this? I can have them, right?
The pride in stand-up of barely getting by. Kind of like New York, right? You're in a shitty city in a 2-bedroom apartment with 5 roommates,
Right.
and you're proud of it because you can tell everyone how miserable you are. So it just didn't
That's
work.
not real.
Oh, yeah. it is.
No. It's real once you become successful. It's never real while it's
Right.
struggling.
People try to act like it is, right? Like, oh man, I couldn't do anywhere else. It's the energy of this city. It's like you literally do shit in a drain in the kitchen. In the Lower East Side, you're seeing those. Lower East Side?
It's like exaggerated.
I am not.
It's
Lower
the
East Side.
right wing.
I
The
looked at
right wing people are always exaggerating.
I looked at an
Shitting
apartment
into a drain.
in the East Village because they'd had like 19 Polish family members per apartment, and the toilet was right in the middle of the kitchen because they weren't designed.
Sometimes you have to take a shit before you cook We went to people to walk
At the same time.
It's an extra toilet. There's one for mom while she's making spaghetti.
They're multitasking.
She can squat. It's got one of those little squatty potty things. You ever seen that one sign? Like you go to some places that's frequented by too many people from Asia. You'll see signs that show like a person standing on the shitter, squatting down. It's like got a red line through it. Don't shit this
Really?
way. Yes. Pull.
Has it become that popular? The
I've
squatty
seen
potty?
it. I've seen it. I've
Do
seen
you
it.
use the squatty potty?
Yes, I do. At
I
home.
would assume so.
It helps.
Because the
It
caveman
helps
thing.
the bowel movements. Well, if I prefer to shit in a hole in the ground,
To
but
use
it's,
in the kitchen
I
as
don't
a
have the
big
time to dig. Like, look at the guy. No.
Hold on,
The
that's
one-
not even. He's
that
not even
one
aiming
there.
right. That would just
This
hit
is
the
a joke
rim.
one. This is a joke one. But I have literally seen that. That's real. That is an actual real for people in Asia. Ari Shafir went to China, and he has this fucking hilarious bit about it. And I don't want to do his bit. That's real. But in China, he went into a restroom, and there was literally a hole in the ground, and you were supposed to squat over the hole, and they had no toilet paper.
Yeah.
That is real. And he told me that when people from Asia who are used to that environment as the norm come over to the United States, sometimes they actually stand on a toilet seat and shit that way.
But the
there-
toilet seat is not
there's
designed
that.
for the aim to be accurate. If you're
Exactly.
sitting on the toilet seat, you'd be crapping on the water tank.
They don't know any better, bro. They're from another country. Without Trump leading them, they don't even know anything,
This
man.
is always what happens. It's constant defending Trump. I think.
Do you think he's a good leader? Are you happy that he's in office? Is it good? Is this a shakeup?
I will say this. I think that again the left has behaved so poorly. Yeah, I think that Donald Trump has been a lightning rod. I would disagree with him on some policy issues for sure, but I think that because everyone has called him a Nazi and a racist and a sexist and a transphobe, that it's removed those arguments from the table for at least several decades. Because people are going, yeah, but you said it about John McCain and Mitt Romney. Everyone you disagree with is a racist. I think that card's been played too much, and because of Donald Trump, it's been overplayed. And I think now we see with our channel, granted it's not as big as the average you guys have, but it's grown pretty substantially, and a lot of our audience are self-professed liberals going, you know what? I used to hate you. I used to watch the Young Turks, and then we used to watch them crap on you, but actually some of these points make sense. And I used to think everyone who disagreed with him was racist. And I think because it's so overplayed, it's left such a bad taste in people's mouth. I do think that Donald Trump has served a real purpose to shine a light on that. And, that may be the most important point of all at this point in our culture, which is political correctness.
Yeah, I think when things go too far one way, people get upset with that. And when people get too biased, whether it's towards the left or towards the right, it tends to balance things in the pacifist president. You know why I called him the pacifist president? Because he was such a cunt that he created so many pacifists because of his atrocities that he wore in the Lyndon Johnson administration than ever before. By the same token, he called Reagan the intellectual president because more people just went, oh my God, you gotta fucking, God damn it, it's important to know things.
Yeah.
God damn it, it's important to be smart. Like, just say no, bitch. What are you talking about? Just say no. You're bringing heroin in from Vietnam. Just say no. You're selling coke in South Central to pay for the fucking conscious
Wait, this is
versus
Reagan
the
was selling
Sandinistas. Oh, you don't know the Oliver North story?
Oh, Oliver North. Oh, yeah, Oliver North. Yeah.
The real Rick Ross. You know the whole story?
I don't know
the real
the
Rick
story of
Ross.
the real Rick Ross.
Dude, the real Rick Ross, not the rapper, but the real Rick Ross, who's been on my podcast twice, was a drug dealer in South Central who they put away for life due to the 3 strikes rule, but he didn't know how to read. Okay, went to jail, was a drug dealer, made millions of dollars selling coke. Okay, did not have any idea who was bringing him the coke, how he was getting it, where it was coming from. The profits that they were making was literally paying for Oliver North to arm the Contras versus Sandinistas. I mean, it was literally in front of what was the I forget what the gathering was, but on television, on C-SPAN, Michael Rupert, who was a narcotics officer for the Los Angeles Police Department, who was also
been on my podcast where he committed suicide. He was the guy that was the focus of that movie Collapse. Remember that movie Collapse where he's talking about, it was just him smoking cigarettes, sitting there talking about what he knew about the economy, what he knew about all these different things that were problematic in our society, and how there's only a certain amount of time before it's going to collapse. It's kind of a crazy doom and gloom documentary. But the point is, he had caught CIA agents, rogue cowboy CIA agents in the middle of selling drugs in South Central Los Angeles, reported it and was in trouble because of that and decided to go public with it. And they were selling these drugs, they were making shitloads of money, and they were transferring the money to arm these rebels. Well, Rick Ross was in the middle of that and didn't know he was in the middle of that. He was literally selling drugs and funneling this whole thing. Went to jail as an illiterate person who couldn't literally learn the law.
Okay, yeah, I think
figured out that you can't charge him for the 3 strikes rule if it's one thing. If you're charging him with a bunch of counts under one incident, it's the 3 strikes law doesn't apply, and that's how they got him in jail. So now he's out. Like, all of this came because of that.
Well, I knew about Olive North in the Contra thing. I didn't know about Rick Ross specifically.
Well, there's been proof that some elements of our government have sold drugs to impoverished neighborhoods in order to fund black ops. I mean, this is a fact. And this is one of the things that Robert Anton Wilson was talking about when he was talking about the Reagan administration. It was like, it became the intellectual president because people were so frustrated about how fucking crazy and chaotic and movie-like things had become that they had decided to arm themselves with information.
I wonder if a big part of it too is the backlash with Ronald Reagan, because everyone said at the beginning he had no chance. He was, screw you, we're going to consider him an intellectual. Like with Donald Trump, listen, I don't think Donald Trump's an intellectual.
Well, no one was considering him an intellectual. They were considering him a great American. Right? He had slick back hair, and his wife stood still, and everybody was happy.
Well, being between seances at the hour. But I think people might have just been like, you know what, you called him a moron for so long, and everyone voted him a moron, but then...
Well, they didn't really call Reagan a moron.
Last Wednesday, they took off one day. We were going to do last night. But I tell you, see, I hate fucking doing podcasts. I was on vacation. I don't take fucking vacations. But I had to take a vacation. I got a wife and a child now. And I got to act like a fucking individual. I can't just, I didn't take my listen. I was with my wife for 15 years.
Really? I'm very impressed.
Never took her?
I think you suck at debating.
I don't go back to the Italian. I go back to New York. I fly in, I go to my favorite Chinese restaurant. I do radio. Next day after fucking radio, I go to the cemetery for flowers in my mom's grave. I do my fucking show. Fuck out that first flight on Sunday. So I gotta do every other conference. That's it. I try to see some people. A school teacher or two. Really? Yeah, he had to take his grandkid out of the hospital. He wanted to meet me later on, but we could leave early so we could meet him. That's fucking awesome, dude. So, you know, we never really took a break in that podcast. And we did last Monday and last Wednesday. They took off one day. We're going to do last night. But I tell you, see, I hate fucking doing podcasts. Yeah. I don't think nobody's Jimmy Sugar Sister short script. I was just out of it last night. 5.5 hour flight.
Oh, that's miserable, dude.
See, by myself, I eat a fucking pot cookie.
I'll tell you.
And I get stoned.
Yeah,
I fall asleep. I have
But, oh,
I
that's
got
not.
caught smoking paper.
Oh, that's not. Yeah, but that's all.
It just filled up. It was just brand new. I took the inhalants. They haven't had an inhalant. So I took her the pot for the reason.
Yeah.
Oh, it's dabs. It fucks you up. So I took that with me to New York and I sprayed it twice. And it kept me there. And I hit it when I was in New York. And I hit it with Ari. And I went over to see the tree and fucking Saks Fifth Avenue and all that shit. And I ran out. So I had this brand new 2 gram oil. opened it up before I got in the charge. The first 10 hits, it's like fucking death hits. Like they're just fucking clouds of smoke. So I hit it 2 times, and I got on the plane. Like 2 hours into the flight, looking at my daughter, and every time I would hit it, it would go by my daughter because she had the window seat. So I go, I can't let it happen. So I go, be on the back. I'm in the back, with the fucking iPod on, listen to Big Floyd.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am. I had the iPod on. That's how fucking crazy I am, but I'm not listening. It's Wish You Were Here. That's the album I'm listening to because it was like Shine On You Crazy Diamond. Have a Cigar. I ate edibles. I had like 3, 4 red stars.
Oh, so you had a little magic in your system.
Oh, I was fucked. I was fucked up for the first 2.5 hours because I didn't get fucked up on the way there. That made a big difference. I got agitated at the 2-hour mark. At the 2.5-hour mark, if you don't have some, once Mad Max is finished,
right,
you're ready to kill a motherfucker on the flight. Mad Max is not the movie to watch on a fucking plane. Because there you are sitting there, everybody's driving, jumping over people and shit, shooting motherfuckers. And you're sitting there next to like some fucking politicians or some shit.
You want to get up.
You want to get up. So, myself on the way out. I had Virgin, I had main cabin select. It's the one behind first class. So we could all sit together because in first class, we couldn't all sit together. I would have to sit by myself. She'd be fucking crawling back and forth. So I'm like, fuck that. Just get the main cabin. So
how tall is the child you have?
She's a fucking midget. She's 3, you know. She's just a little baby.
How tall do you think she is?
She's
Oh, that's not very tall.
no, she's a baby.
Oh, that's
So I got up, I go to the bathroom, they close the fucking door. And I'm in this bed, and I see clouds, you know. Like, wow.
What color was
that?
that?
Fucking clouds of smoke. I'm in this vapor. I'm in this fucking savage.
With your iPod on.
With the iPod on, listen to fucking Shine On You Crazy Diamond. And all of a sudden I hear, and I see the little red light going, and they're like, open up, are you smoking in there? And I put the thing in, and I take this out, and I blow a couple clouds of this shit. And I go, hold on. I put my dick in my pants, which I really didn't miss, and then I fucking wash my hands. No, what's the problem? And she goes, were you smoking in here? No, wow. Do I look like I was smoking in here?
Oh, look,
And she looked at me, she goes, does it smell like smoke? And she took the thing, everything. They knew everything. They looked for a cigarette. Yeah.
Oh, wow. And now what were you doing the whole time? Just standing there
I was standing there going, I don't know what happened. I banged it when I came in. The plane shifted. I hit the wall. And that's the next thing you know, you people knocking on my thing. It was normal smoke. I wanted to wait it go off. And I'm sitting there going, they fucking melted into the plane.
Oh, really?
But then they were cool the rest of the flight.
Espionage, bro.
I sat there. They were cool. And at the end, I gave my wife the keys. I told my wife, listen, in the back. I'm going to get arrested. So take the car keys. I'll see you now.
What did she say?
She just fucking looked the other way. She did what I'm saying. I'm 50. I'm not gonna say to me. And I walked off the fucking plane like I owned LA.
Wow.
Nobody said dick to me.
Now, did you think though somewhere in your head that whenever you got to LA there was gonna be people?
Oh fuck yeah! They've been waiting for me before. I've been approached at the plane one time on the way to Columbus.
Is it kind of cool or is it just fucking nothing?
If you're getting off the plane, you have nuts a week in the nutsack. It ain't fucking cool.
Yeah,
But if you get off the plane and you're cool, you know, like one time I was in Columbus, I had weed, and some guy said, I didn't do nothing. He leaned back there, hold on 1 second. He turned and he said, fuck you. I said, fuck you. So I kicked the chair and he went and told the story. So I was the bad guy the rest of the fucking flight.
And then you start to feel like the fucking bad guy too. You're like, oh, you're the bad guy. So saying shit, and then you're the fucking bad guy.
Cocksucker, put that seat back again. And here's what happened. We went to Columbus, they got us off the plane, they got statements from both of us, and they let us go. And a year later, got on the plane, that same fucking guy's on the plane. How you doing? I just sat there the whole time like a little fucking...
So in all your years of being on the plane and like having weed under your nut and all that, you never once smoked a cigarette in the plane?
No. Wow, in 1983, I was flying.
You used to be able to, didn't you?
Yeah, you could smoke.
In Russia, you can't have heard.
Really?
Do anything in Russia?
But I heard that you can, though.
You could smoke in like certain areas. You could smoke on a plane. But I'll tell you what, I did see fucking time though.
Smoking on a plane. Russia? You never once smoked on a plane?
No, but in 1984, February 1984, we got the plane in Aspen. It was Aspen, Denver, Jersey. On the way back from Denver to Jersey, there was a soldier next to me that had a brown bowl of weed. And I'm thinking, that's what it was, some cigarettes. He's like, let's go do it. We went back, fucking do the thing. Me and this guy had a wooden fucking bowl. I put the weed in. We took 2 bucks to fucking the whole place.
Of course.
Wow. They were past 2 smoking marijuana on the plane. We're going to search that new shit. I walked out there with that soldier salute the cops and shit. You gotta take a chance from time to time.
For a soldier, you got to, bro. I get a soldier high. I get him doped out of his brain if I can have dope for him.
They fucking pressure me with the charges with 1 day. And that's so fucked up.
Jersey. Do people from New Jersey get busted for coke more often than others?
I don't fucking know. I was a fucking criminal. And I was living in Aspen. Coke was 1,818 grams. Right? You look like fucking people paid 800. And they're fucking beautiful houses. And I can cut it and still make money. Well, fucking. So I started getting guns and bringing them to the East Coast and started bringing coke back. But this was the problem. I would take the 1 o'clock flight from New Jersey to Denver, and that's really 3 o'clock, which would get me in there like at 7. I started taking connecting flights from Denver to Aspen. That flight would always get canceled. Here I am in Denver Airport with 12 ounces of blow out of my face at the fucking bar. I remember one night I was at the bar just drinking, fucking doing wine in the bathroom. I kept putting the coke in the locker. And I kept spending all my money in quarters taking the coke out. And I became friends with the guy at the bar and him started snorting. We got fucking lit at 6 a.m. I stayed in the airport all night getting fucking coked up, jerking off in the men's store, in the fucking bathroom.
That is dark and
That
awesome.
is fucking dark.
That's the dark side.
Oh my god.
That's the worst, bro. You just up your fucking ideas, feeling your pulse.
What's up, Lisa? I had a week without an edible.
I know, I'm just glad
Like
I
you're
covered
back
your
from outer space. I don't know if you guys know.
I'm pretty high, man.
Oh no, fuck you. Don't fuck around.
Oh, yeah.
You know what? My boy joined jiu-jitsu 3 months ago, at the end of his first fucking tournament. I've been going to jiu-jitsu for years, and I'm still scared to go to a tournament. Lee went Saturday.
It's so much more fun than
He took
practice.
third fucking place.
No way. Out of 3 people.
That's still,
Bro.
you know what place I took? No fucking place. All right, I wasn't there. I was walking around the fucking Central Park with bugs. And there you are, fucking choking motherfuckers. My heart goes out to you, bro. You're a bad motherfucker.
Yeah, it's commendable, bro. You could have fucking,
Commendable, bro.
you could have been 4th place, bro. You could have got disqualified.
That's showed up.
I had a little bit of a bronchitis right now, so I wanted to quit, but I knew if I didn't do it, you, John Bud, and everyone would kill me. So I'll just go.
Now, we wouldn't have killed you. I understand.
What was the man's
I
like?
wanted to see you play out the hand.
I was never scared of it. Like I said, I wrestled in high school. It was never good, but I knew I wasn't gonna physically die, or occasionally someone breaks an arm or something. But that's not even the end of the world. I've been losing weight for the past couple of years, and it really kicked it into gear that I need to finish losing the weight because because it was a smaller tournament. I'm 228 right now. I was going against people who were 290, 280. So it wasn't an ideal situation for me.
Were you pretty did you smoke first?
No, God, people ask me that, man. I can't imagine
I
doing
don't
that
smoke
high.
before jiu-jitsu. It makes me
When Javier was joking me that night and I was stoned out of my mind, I was like, I took
It's
a
a
laugh.
different world.
Is it?
Oh,
Could you be high and do it?
no. I tried a couple times. I almost had one.
Oh, damn.
Because when you start breathing heavy, your mind takes you away.
Yeah.
So, when you're on an edible, you breathe heavy. When I go to jiu-jitsu this morning, I was breathing heavy.
Yeah.
I was having a hard time.
Yeah, he said, yeah.
So if I was on an edible, the edible takes your mind away. Also, your mind, the edible tells your mind you're about to have a heart attack. And your fucking heart starts pounding just listening to your mind.
Oh, damn, it's not even true.
Sometimes just here, I'll start having a little bit of a
Little
panic attack.
palpitation. Yeah, the edibles. Take some edibles. Don't make copacetic very good. They create a lot of anxiety. A lot of people say, I like smoking pot, but it gives me anxiety.
Yeah.
It's not good for you. It's not good for you at all. If you get an uncomfortable feeling, there's times we eat fucking 8,000 milligrams edible. It's an uncomfortable feeling. You go through an hour of Jesus Christ, this is terrible.
I feel I'm pretty uncomfortable right now. I feel pretty high. Because I don't ever smoke, so I feel fucking.
When did you start comedy?
Pretty high, man.
You've been around in LA for like 10 years.
Yeah, I started like 12, 13 years ago.
Okay, because I know you were in LA. You were really young, like 2005. So
I was young, man. Do you ever miss the weight? Do you ever miss the weight, bro?
I miss eating what I want to eat. I miss, like, I didn't care.
Like, how much would you eat? Would you just eat the fuck out of something?
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
I
that
worked.
sounds nice.
I worked.
really,
Yeah, just fucking get whatever you want.
Oh,
just
it's
fucking
great.
put it in your mouth.
It's like, even football, like, it's depressing for me. I don't watch football. Like, I used to watch football all day. And I would get a large pizza and 12 wings, fucking 6 Diet Cokes. Oh, just great. And not even worrying about it. Just not even worrying about it at all.
Did you ever sleep on a fucking like piece of crust or something? Like you were just eating like a fucking monster.
Not normally. Like, we used to do this podcast at 6 a.m. and I would work nights. Yeah, we did for like a year for like at 6 a.m.
6 a.m.
And I was working nights on a TV show, so I'd go from there to here, and then I would like it'd be like 8 in the morning, and I'd be getting Jack in the Box, and like sometimes I'd just pass out from eating it. Well, no, just from all these things. But then I'd pass out, but like the wrapper would still be on my couch or something. It's terrible.
Oh, okay. Because you never hear like people's like fucking eating stories. Everybody tells their weight loss story. Like I want to hear when you was just fucking hot chocolate in your fucking cheeks, man. When you're just filling your gills up.
I used to go. I got up to 315. That was the highest I ever got.
Yeah.
At a certain point, I was every night getting 2 packages of Reese sticks and 2 either Swedish fish or gummy bears. And
Reese
in like
sticks?
Yeah, oh, those are the best.
Are they good?
Those are still the best. I can't have them. I can't have them, but those are the best. And then either Swedish fish or gummy bears.
Yeah.
And just have to. And I would tell myself I would have 2 of each the next day. So I miss
them all, huh?
I miss that. Now I have a fudgicle. It's depressing, but it still tastes good, but it's not.
It covers the spread.
Yeah.
What you really fucking want. That's the worst. Now you grew up where?
Louisiana.
How far? Suburb?
About 40 miles, 45 miles.
So your family's eaters.
Yeah, our family's like, we didn't eat a bunch of food, but we ate as much as we had.
I've had 3 experiences.
Yeah.
And 1 outside of the home. All my experiences are really great. It's very food culture.
People love to eat.
Food culture. And depending where the fuck you go, they'll hit you with some alligator.
Shrimp po' boys.
Shrimp po' boys like a motherfucker,
Oh, they'll fucking.
When I went to shoot, we shot that one. But they put me in a hotel where they give me all the meals inclusive.
Yeah.
And at first I was like, fucking in the fucking hotel. Oh my God.
The hotel food was good.
Every fucking meal was world class. It was all like a 7 course.
Yeah.
Starting to finish,
Jesus.
salad, dessert, appetizer, everything was fucking delicious. So it's a food culture. So you're in great shape. You take care of yourself.
Yeah, kind of. I mean, I like
You eat what you want. You have a great metabolism.
No.
You work out a lot.
not as much. I work out a pretty decent amount. I wish that I fucking started. I wish I actually ate more. And like, just like you would do, like you did, just like some of that I just want to honestly just fucking.
It's
fill
fun.
myself with fucking food and salt and fucking
It's fun
sugar.
for a little bit, but I would give anything to be as skinny as you are. So it's,
Really?
yeah, man, I've never been skinny, so this is like a new thing for me.
Oh, wow, so your whole life's fucking feeling a little bit different.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still 228 today, so it's not great, but it's better than 315.
You didn't look fat to me, and I just thought, like, man, this guy, like, he's got kind of a unique shape, and he's chill. But then I was like, oh, and if you feel fat, it doesn't bother.
I have like, well, I don't feel any different at all, but it's like, I would imagine.
Coming.
I'm surprised you're not fat. Beignets? Are you serious? If I lived in New Orleans and had beignets and shrimp po' boys,
Fucking beignets.
I've never even had one, but I just see it and it just looks.
Used to be a place in Boulder.
Baby formula, too, actually, out there. You see a lot of the sisters drinking baby formula outside of the French Quarter. I don't know if you ever
In a
noticed
bottle?
that.
What do they do? In a bottle?
No, it's just a can, bro. They fucking, it's just canning it up. True, man. A couple of sisters out there getting it up.
It's, it's weird you're talking about it. Because I think that, like, my best eating period, you start off skinny, right? Down in high school, you play football. I had a friend that used to eat a box of fucking cereal for breakfast, and then it was cake. How the fuck did a gallon of milk? Whatever the fuck the milk is with the cereal.
Was he driving a truck? That's
No,
insane.
he was in high school.
Oh, that's
Lift
great.
weights. And then, I was eating too. I had a great appetite. Then I moved to Colorado. They took away the 98. There's no more drink. When I was used to eating, right? Open steak sandwich at 2 in the morning. With a falling up, a turkey soup.
And not even brushing your teeth.
Shit, just going to bed with dirty teeth.
Yes, that's how I did it.
Fuck yeah, fucked up.
So that's where I'm from. Man, place you get to bed with dirty
You
teeth.
got dirty teeth, and you don't. I don't eat here at night. I go home. If I'm really high, I'll eat whatever my wife cooked, which is controlled. It's like a chicken cutlet. You know what I'm saying? It's not like 20 chicken cutlets. There's 20 chicken cutlets. You can fuck shit up. Don't be like one leftover chicken. I'll eat a chicken cutlet in there.
That's crazy. I've been lucky all week. My mom has been here for almost a week.
No,
And I haven't eaten this good in 4 years.
She's making breakfast.
She hasn't made, we've been sitting a little late. A couple days she made breakfast, but it's been like, she made brisket, she made a couple kinds of different kinds of chicken, and it just,
I like all of that.
stacked all my entire fridge is full now. For
I like peach cobbler.
Oh, she made icebox cake. Have you ever had that? All you do is you take a layer of graham crackers, and you have to get the cook and serve pudding, not like pudding cups, but if you cook pudding, you need to do layers of pudding and graham crackers, put it in the fridge and let it freeze up, and then put some whipped cream on it. Paula's been talking about it for 3 days. She loves it.
We used to we used to have this game where we would fill like people's 2 dudes would fill their mouth with sugar, and then you slap each other in the fucking cheeks. But here's the thing, bro. It's hard to hold a whole bunch of sugar in your mouth and keep it off. Well, here's the thing: it starts dissolving, but you get parched because all your moisture is going to this thing, so your body starts to dry out. So then you're basically holding the sugar in your dry mouth at a certain point, and you feel like the desert.
How old are you?
I don't know, like you was a child.
Okay, like when I was like 8.
Like 8, 7, 8, 11, and 14 even. 14 even. And this one 18-year-old chick. We used to have this fucking girl who was probably 14 that went shirtless, bro. So she was like fucking 4 to 14 shirtless, bro. Shirtless.
Why was that?
I don't know. It's just so their whole family was pretty much shirtless, and they didn't do any different by the girls, man. This girl was shirtless as fuck. And we all thought, like, damn, she's like a long hair. She's like the most best looking dude you ever seen, right? We thought that till about 11. And then somebody's like, that's a girl, man. She just goes shirtless. We're like,
Nobody told her to put a shirt on at school.
I don't know about the school. But she was in a children's school. I was a little bit older than her. I never saw anybody just be completely shirtless.
Who puts fucking sugar in their mouth?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, it was a cheap game, bro. It's like if you don't have a bunch of money to go do something, you fill each other's mouth up with sugar. And then y'all just gotta slap each other in the cheek.
There was a kid by the name of John Clark, not a bad kid, always great sense of humor. He had a brother, Brian Connie. In those days, kids didn't have ADD. He was just retarded.
Yeah.
When he had the cheeky eyes.
Yeah, he just wasn't cutting it.
Fucking
He just wasn't cutting it, man.
And they used